Chapter 1, I just got dumped and my super rich identity was exposed? Tianhai University. Hundreds of people gathered in front of the boys' dormitory. Yi Xian, let's break up. Sumayer looked at Yi Xian with disdain and continued, you can't give me the brand name bags, luxury cars, and villas I want. And Master Feng can satisfy me with all of this. At this point, Sumayer said contemptuously, you and I are destined to be from two different worlds from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in front of the dormitory widened their eyes. Worry. Originally they thought that Mayer, the school beauty, was showing off her love, but they never expected that it was actually a big news of their breakup. Sumayer listened to the sarcasm around her, and a smile appeared on her lips. This was what she wanted. Mr. Feng agreed to let her join his family business, and she was destined to be successful in the future. Naturally, at this moment, go ashore and kill the person you love first. Ding! Detecting a suitable host, the universe's most powerful and invincible system is being activated. Ding! The host triggers the system activation task and slaps the green TX. Countdown, 1 hour. System? Damn, my golden finger is finally here. You know. It has been a year since he came to this world with a changed background, but he has no idea why. But it is very likely related to the dog system. When Sumayer saw Yi Xian in a daze, the scene of him begging her not to break up and letting her escape from this poor situation appeared in her mind. Thinking of this, Sumayer couldn't wait to taunt, when I was with you, I was blind. Don't try to keep me, Bang! A crisp slap was heard. Yi Xian didn't want to hear the green tea girl say another word, so he slapped her. Wow! The sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations, including Sumayer herself, who was stunned on the spot. This script was wrong, that guy was not playing by the rules. Ding! The host slaps the green TX, the system is activated successfully. This system is designed to help the host reach the pinnacle of life in the shortest possible time, marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman, and outmaneuvering a tall, rich, and handsome man. We can even allow the host to conquer the world and unify it. This system is dedicated to serving you. Very good? Not bad, this is the correct way to open the system. The host has a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Then, the system voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Xian's mouth curled up. The system is very pleasing to me. Open. As expected, Yi Xian knew that his tough life was about to begin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Emperor Abyss No. 1 villa, worth 1 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the extended edition Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold rebate on their purchase, capped at 1 million. Note, the maximum rebate per purchase is 1 million, with no limit on the number of purchases. Wow! 3 consecutive system sounds made Yi Xian feel a pleasure he had never felt before. Ding! Tang Wansu, the private butler assigned to the host's villa by the system, will arrive at the scene in 5 seconds in a stretched supercar. Oh my god! Such a tough life, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Yi Xian, you dare to hit me. Sumayer came back to her senses. She never expected that the guy would dare to do this. The scene before her was completely beyond her expectations. My goodness. With the series of twists and turns, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Beating you is a light punishment. Glancing at Sumayer, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth. Remember, it was me who dumped you. You bastard. Sumayer was really going crazy. How could this guy have the guts to attack her? Just when she wanted to get back at him. Boom. A beast-like roar came from afar, entered everyone's sight, and finally stopped not far from Yi Xian. Click. The car door opened, and a beautiful girl in a butler uniform and black stockings appeared on the ground, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, 8 maids in 2 rows came down from the rear car and followed behind. That's a Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million. Oh my god, who is that goddess looking for? The stunning goddess was followed by 8 school-level maids, each of whom was far better than Sumayer in terms of figure and temperament. Master. Tang Wansu came closer and bowed with the 8 maids to salute Yi Xian at a 90-degree angle. This is a pretty good start. No need to be so polite. Yi Xian waved his hand, and this action was like a cannonball exploding in the field. Sumayer stood there stunned. How could these people actually call that guy young master? Oh my god. Could it be that Senior Yi Xian is a hidden rich man? Thank you, master. Tang Wansu's sweet voice sounded, and it was very pleasant to hear. Master. Tang Wansu then respectfully handed over the property certificate and car keys with both hands. This is the property certificate for the 1 billion Emperor Yuan number 1 villa you purchased, and the keys to the 2080 million Lamborghini Veneno extended edition in front of you. Good. Yi Xian nodded. Needless to say, his status was already at its peak at this moment. Miss Su, I'm sorry. Tang Wansu then looked at the bewildered Su Mayor. You failed the family test and cannot marry the young master. Miss Su, please keep your distance from the young master from now on, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As he spoke, a pair of sharp eyes emerged, which frightened Su Mayor so much that she almost collapsed. How so? That guy, his family background is obviously very ordinary. Why is all this happening before my eyes? Has he been lying to me all along? Think of this. Su Mayor's face turned pale, and she suddenly realized what she had missed. Family test? The people around were in an uproar, and their eyes looking at Yi Xian changed completely. It was too scary. What is Senior Yi Xian's identity? But, was Mei Er, the school beauty, so upset that she missed such a great opportunity to marry into a wealthy family? Master, I'm going to take the maid back to the villa first. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. His status as a wealthy man fully displayed his aura, and he experienced the joy of being a rich man. Gulp. Tang Wansu and the maids drove away in other cars. The remaining Lamborghini Veneno extended version was particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. It was not until the convoy had left for a long time that everyone came to their senses. Hiss. She quietly looked at Yi Xian again, with envy in her eyes not concealed at all, but Senior Yi Xian hid it too well and deceived everyone. Listening to the heated discussions around me and the stunned and shocked green tea girl beside me, how can I describe the feeling in my heart at this moment with just one word: refreshing? Su Meyer looked at the extended supercar and clenched her hands tightly. Yi Xian, can we start over? Just now, I was joking with you. The opportunity to marry into a wealthy family is right in front of you, even if it is only 1 in 10,000. Bang! Yi Xian was not willing to tolerate this and slapped her again. Stop it, I'm not interested in sluts. Chapter 2 System, is this really my daughter? Good job. Seeing Yi Xian slap him again, the people around him felt that although it was unexpected, it was also understandable. Mayor, the school beauty, she must be regretting it so much. Buzz. By the time Su Mayor came to her senses, Yi Xian had already driven away in an extended version of the Lamborghini Veneno. How so? Su Mayor was in a state of despair, and now she no longer had any of the arrogance she had just now. On the other side, the system sound rang again in Yi Xian's ears as he drove away. Ding! Congratulations to the host, superb, for completing the mission. Reward, Driving Almighty, plus 100,000 renminbi. Note, with this ability, the host can fully control cars, tanks, airplanes. Ha! Listening to the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian gained various memories and experiences about driving. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Constitution, 10 normal person 10. Abilities, all-round driving, 10-fold consumer rebate capped at 1 million. Items, Emperor Yuan number 1 villa, extended Lamborghini Veneno. Wealth, 120,000 renminbi. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and just as he was about to take a closer look, he saw a familiar figure not far from the school. Squeak. The car stopped, Yi Xian saw the person coming and the beautiful figure also looked over. It's you! It's you! Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yi Xian looked at the stunning beauty. It was none other than Su Mengyao, whom he met in the hotel a year ago. The goddess ranked first on the Tianjin University campus beauty list has countless suitors. Wow! The 3 little guys who were originally crying stopped crying immediately after seeing Yi Xian, and stared at him like curious babies. Chuckle. After staring for a while, the 3 little guys waved their arms and legs and babbled excitedly. Oh my god! Looking at the 3 little things, Yi Xian's mind was struck by lightning. Damn, they looked exactly like him when he was a child. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Ding! The host has recognized his 3 biological daughters for the first time, and is rewarded with god-level cooking skills. Note, with this ability, the host's cooking skills are comparable to those of a god. What? Listening to the system's words, Yi Xian was a little confused. System, is this really my daughter? The host has done good things, and he will bear the consequences himself. After saying that, the system went silent, leaving Yi Xian stunned. Damn it, I just became a father of triplets? Ahem, well. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the three little guys who seemed to be inexplicably close to him. These three children, they can't be mine, right? This? Hearing Yi Xian's question, Su Mengyao struggled for a while and nodded with a red face. Yes. Ms. Su, this handsome guy. Aunt Wang, who was pushing three little ones, asked in surprise, and Su Mengyao nodded, not expecting that she would still be touched by that guy. However, if she doesn't let them recognize each other, she won't be able to raise the three little ones. Really? Hearing Su Mengyao's admission, Yi Xian sighed and the last bit of his struggle disappeared. Can I hug them? Looking at the three little girls, Yi Xian asked with inexplicable excitement. Sure. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes and said, You are the father of three little guys, so tell me if you can do that. He. Yi Xian held Debao Hanin in his arms, which made Debao laugh happily. Yi Xian had a doting smile on his face. Oh my god, this made me laugh directly in my heart. So happy. Is this what it feels like to be a dad? Wow. However, before they could continue to experience the situation, the other two babies suddenly became unhappy and started crying loudly. Uncle, Erbao and the others are jealous. When Yi Xian held Erbao and Sanbao in his arms, the two little guys suddenly stopped crying and started giggling. Su Mengyao looked very strange at this scene. Is this blood relationship? After holding them for a while, the three little ones were all very happy. That's right. Yi Xian looked at Su Mengyao and the other person. Where are you going? Uncle, let's go to the maternity and baby store. Aunt Wang saw Su Mengyao, who was hesitant to speak, and sighed. It's just that Miss Su has no money on her. Auntie Wang, you. After hearing this, Su Mengyao lowered her head, feeling particularly indebted. Come on, I'll take you there. He opened the automatic door, put the three little ones in the car, and drove towards the maternity and baby store. The extended version of Lamborghini Veneno, turns out this is what it is used for. Uncle, this car must be worth a lot of money, right? After getting in the car, Aunt Wang looked at the luxurious interior and said with emotion that this way Miss Su wouldn't have to work so hard. Good. Yi Xian coughed dryly. To be honest, he had only just gotten rich less than half a day ago. Yi Xian, thank you. Su Mengyao said gratefully. After all, she was the one who gave birth to the three little ones. In principle, it had nothing to do with him. Thank me for what? Yi Xian sighed and looked at the girl who looked a little haggard. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it until now. No. It's okay. Su Mengyao's face was flushed. A year ago, she had a quarrel with her selfish parents and ran away from home. After getting drunk, she met Yi Xian and then the encounter happened that night. However, she later found out that she was pregnant with 3 babies. Although I don't know how Su Mengyao is doing, it's definitely not very good. Miss Su, you don't have to worry about the baby running out of milk powder as long as your uncle is here. Aunt Wang whispered. Su Mengyao's eyes struggled, and Su nodded slightly. During the conversation, we arrived at the Royal Mother and Baby store. Oh my god. Look, here comes the big customer. The clerk's eyes widened when he saw it. The cool extended supercar appearance said it all, and he immediately went to call the store manager. Welcome. Seeing this, the shop assistants naturally did not dare to be arrogant and gave a warm welcome. Ms. Su, it's you. When the store manager arrived, he saw the extremely beautiful Su Mengyao and greeted her. He looked at the 3 babies in one pregnancy with envy in his eyes. This is the child's father, right? When the store manager saw Yi Xian, he took a look at his face and asked since they looked somewhat similar. Su Mengyao nodded. That was indeed the case. Miss Su, your husband is so handsome. The store manager took a look at the car parked outside the store and was shocked. An extended version of the Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million. Oh my god. This isn't a big customer, this is a big boss. Thanks. Su Mengyao's face flushed and she didn't dare to look at someone. After all, their relationship was not what she thought. Yi Xian, how about this dress? Purchase. This pink hat. Purchase. After making some purchases, the store manager envied Miss Su's husband for being so generous. That's right. After buying clothes and baby bottles, the store manager suddenly thought of something. Miss Su, Sanbao's milk powder is almost sold out. Do you want to reserve some? This. Hearing this, Su Mengyao subconsciously looked at Yi Xian. After all, she only had a few $100s on her, not even enough for one can. Uncle. Aunt Wang saw this and continued, the high-end milk powder that the young lady ordered costs 1,200 yuan per can. Then, let's order 50 cans first. Yes, sir. The store manager was delighted, and the surrounding employees were stunned. That was 60,000 yuan, which was not even enough for their annual salary. After the purchase, I went to the cashier and said, Sir, the total purchase is 88,500 renminbi. After rounding off the decimals, you can pay 88,000 renminbi. Beep. After the card swiping was completed, the store manager saw Yi Xian and others off. Ding. The host spent 88,000 renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 880,000 renminbi. Chapter 3, I, your man, am very powerful. Ms. Su. Back in the car, Aunt Wang hesitated to speak. Since my son-in-law has recognized me, I feel relieved. Finally, there will be good days from now on. Auntie Wang, you. Su Mengyao frowned slightly after hearing this. Should I go back to be with my family? She had heard Aunt Wang mention it several times before. Yes. Aunt Wang sighed and said, my son is in his third year of high school this year, and I want to go back and spend a year with him. Well. Su Mengyao blushed and looked at Yi Xian awkwardly. Yi Xian, do you have any money on you? I still owe Aunt Wang 2 months' salary. Ms. Su, no need. Aunt Wang quickly declined, waving her hands. 5 or 6,000 a month is not a small amount of money, and the child has many expenses. Ding dong. As he was speaking, Yi Xian transferred some money to Aunt Wang via WeChat. Aunt Wang looked down when she saw the message. Uncle, what are you doing? Besides, 30,000 is too much. When Aunt Wang saw the transfer information, she was shocked. Her 2 months' salary was only a little over 10,000 yuan. Auntie Wang, you've been working hard lately. Yi Xian said with gratitude, then smiled and said, the rest is considered as a bonus for this period of time. But, Aunt Wang wanted to say something, but Su Mengyao interrupted, Aunt Wang, please accept it. If it weren't for you during this time, I really don't know what I would have done. Su Mengyao spoke out loud, looking at Yi Xian with eyes full of gratitude. It was all thanks to her these days. Hey. Oh well. Thinking that it would cost a lot of money for her son to get into college, Aunt Wang didn't insist. She heard that university tuition has increased a lot now. Ding. The host spent 30,000, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 300,000 renminbi. After sending Aunt Wang to the subway entrance, Yi Xian drove towards the rental house. Yi Xian, thank you. Su Mengyao spoke gratefully in the car, and Yi Xian felt even more ashamed when she heard the thanks. Ahem, it's okay. With a dry cough, although they had only been together for a short time, it could be seen that she was not only beautiful but also very kind and considerate of others. She was far better than Su Mayer, that green tea bitch. It's what I should do. Su Mengyao fiddled with the corner of her clothes and looked at Yi Xian. These past few years, you must have been living well, right? It's okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said, I previously speculated on some Bitcoin and invested in a few companies to make some money. Soon, the rental house came closer. Click. When I opened the door, I saw a nice apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room. You, just sit wherever you want. The 3 little guys were probably tired and fell asleep one after another. Drink water. After pouring a glass of water, Su Mengyao said, then looked around, am I really useless? All my bonuses and part-time salary from the past 3 years have been spent, and even. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't even be able to afford milk powder. Having said this, Su Mengyao began to cry out of grievance. Mengyao, you. Yi Xian panicked immediately, stepped forward, and hugged her in his arms, comforting her, it's already great. Indeed. Seeing the beautiful woman in tears, Yi Xian's heart was broken. Why the hell did he feel like such a scumbag? It took a while for Su Mengyao to come back to her senses. Gurgle. As she struggled to break free, her stomach growled in protest, and her face turned red as the sun set. Ding. The host has triggered the mission. Prepare a loving dinner for Su Mengyao. The reward is max beauty. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Hearing the triggered task, Yi Xian was stunned. The system was quite capable. I'm hungry. Yi Xian tucked her black hair behind her ears and said softly, I'll go cook for you. You can also cook. Su Mengyao was full of surprise. She had never cooked before, and cooking was extremely difficult for her. Certainly. I, your man, am very powerful. After saying that, he went into the kitchen, leaving Su Mengyao standing there in a daze. At one point, her face turned red and spread to her neck. Put. What are you talking about? Your man. But? Why is my heart beating so fast? How could this happen? Da-da. The sound of cooking could be heard in the kitchen. The setting sun was pouring down from Su Mengyao's perspective. He looked really handsome bathed in the afterglow. I shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Su Mengyao quickly came back to her senses and her face turned even redder. Su Mengyao, what are you thinking about? While she was daydreaming, an enticing aroma came from the kitchen, which made Su Mengyao's flat belly, which was already hungry, protest even more fiercely. Smells so good. By the time Su Mengyao came back to her senses, Yi Xian had already brought 2 large bowls of noodle soup to the table, which were steaming hot and full of color, aroma, and flavor. Gulp. He swallowed hard and went to the dining table. Eat it while it's hot. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and Su Mengyao felt very comfortable listening to his magnetic voice. The well-behaved Su Mengyao nodded, then ate a mouthful of noodle soup with reserve, because she wanted to remain elegant in front of Yi Xian. Oh. Yi Xian took a bite of his noodle soup and said in shock, Wow, I made this noodle soup myself. As expected, your cooking skills are comparable to those of a god. When I came back to my senses, Su Mengyao opposite me had already eaten half a bowl of noodle soup. She was no longer reserved. It's just that this noodle soup is so delicious. Yi Xian, you are such good cooks. Su Mengyao's eyes sparkled as she kept praising the dish. This is the best noodle soup I've ever had. Yeah. After hearing this, Yi Xian had no doubt about it at all, because he also thought so. It's delicious. Your husband will cook it for you forever. Yeah, okay. Su Mengyao was halfway through her words when she realized something. Put. Whose husband are you? Don't talk nonsense. Indeed, Su Mengyao's words made her heart beat faster. She had never felt this way before. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of preparing a loving dinner for Su Mengyao. Reward, Max Beauty. Note, this beauty is the ceiling for humans, and no one in the world can surpass it. Human ceiling? Wow, is this the legendary beauty? Ha! At this moment, Su Mengyao looked at Yi Xian's appearance under the light and felt inexplicably moved. So handsome. Although his facial features were the same as before, he just looked much more handsome, and it wasn't just her illusion. Wife, what are you looking at? He tapped Su Mengyao's head lovingly, which made her come back to her senses and cover her forehead with a hum. No. Su Mengyao's face flushed, and she was a little embarrassed. That's right, I feel like you seem to have become more handsome. Chapter 4 is so beautiful, you can't blame me for not being able to resist, right? Yeah. Yi Xian naturally understood everything, and then he said, maybe beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. I'll go wash the dishes. After saying that, he cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. That guy? Su Mengyao blushed when she came back to her senses. What nonsense was that guy talking about? Did she really like him? No, impossible. This is only the second time we've met today. Even if he were more handsome, it wouldn't be so fast. Wow. But while he was daydreaming, Sanbao burst into tears. Su Mengyao came back to her senses and saw that Sanbao realized he was hungry, so she skillfully unbuttoned his pajamas and started feeding him. What's wrong? Sanbao is fine, hiss. When he got closer and looked in the direction of the sound, he saw magnificent mountains, which made him gasp. Gulp. For a moment, the air froze at this moment. Broken. Su Mengyao's face flushed red. How could she have forgotten that the person next to her was not An Wang? What now? Should I scold him so that he won't look at it? But what if he scares the baby? You can't stop your baby from eating, right? After struggling and hesitating, he finally sighed with gritted teeth. That's all. Just pretend that he doesn't exist. After all, it's not like he hasn't seen him before. I finally made it through and fed the 3 babies. You're still looking. Seeing that someone was still staring at her, Su Mengyao glared at him fiercely. This was too much. Well. With a dry cough, Yi Xian's old face flushed. It's too beautiful. You can't blame me for not being able to help it, right? Oof. You mean, you blame me? Su Mengyao had never done this in front of a boy before. Thinking about what just happened, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She was so embarrassed. I'm going to take a shower. He glared at someone, then fled towards the bathroom in a panic. Yi Xian looked at his triplets and couldn't help but sigh that his little ones were so lucky. Chuckle. The 3 little guys, who had eaten and drunk their fill, kicked their legs excitedly when they saw their dad. Ringing. Holding the small toys, he started playing with Sanbao. The doting smile on his face was harder to suppress than AK, especially the little guy's laughter was completely irresistible. Detect the host playing with his daughter, reward, physical fitness +1. Physical transformation in progress? Then, Yi Xian felt a warm current surging from deep inside his body, and then it flowed through his whole body, making him feel warm and comfortable. At that moment, the whole person's strength increased a lot. The system is so powerful. Bo. After kissing the 3 little guys in succession, Yi Xian felt particularly good. They were worthy of being his little cotton-padded jackets. Just as I was about to express my gratitude further, a video call rang on my phone. Click connect. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, 3 heads appeared on the other side. Is this super rich identity real or fake? You hit it so well. The 3 of them were talking to each other, and looking at his 3 roommates, Yi Xian naturally knew the purpose of their calls. I guess so. Yi Xian was thinking about luxury cars and villas, especially the super rich system, which was correct. Oh my goodness. It's actually true. Lu Zixuan and the other 2 gasped. The boss's behavior was like a beast. They didn't notice anything was wrong. I'll go. Soon, the 3 of them saw something. Boss, where the hell are you? Yes, I think. I saw 3 cute babies. The third brother, Zhao Yang, opened his eyes wide, looking for what he had just seen. Ahem, you're talking about them. Yi Xian coughed dryly, then turned the camera to Sanbao. These are my 3 daughters. Puff. Ahem, Waji. Lu Zixuan and the other 2 almost choked to death from the water they drank, and all of them shuddered all over. Boss, you're not going to be the one taking over, are you? Roll. Lao Sihong pushed the 2 away and said with a curled lip, the boss is a super rich man, what a bullshit guy. Besides, don't you see that the 3 little guys look a lot like the eldest brother? Lu Zixuan and the other person looked at each other and said, oh my god, it's true. A year ago, I told you that I slept with a stunning goddess. Do you remember? Lu Zixuan and the other 2. Could it be? No way. The 3 of them widened their eyes. It was a deadly hit, and it was triplets. Is the boss so strong? Wow, they thought the boss was bragging at first, but they didn't expect it to be true. That's right. The 3 of them started gossiping, and then asked with a smile, boss, there's no one here, tell the truth. Who is my sister-in-law? After he finished speaking, the 3 of them pricked up their ears and listened. This, you really want to know. Glancing towards the bathroom, Yi Xian said with a smile, you may not believe this, but your sister-in-law is Su Mengyao. Get lost. Boss, your uncle. Don't defile my goddess Mengyao. Obviously, the 3 of them didn't believe it at all. What a joke. They hadn't seen goddess Mengyao for more than a year. The boss would do anything to show off in front of them. After chatting for a few sentences, they hung up the phone. They didn't want to disturb the eldest brother and his sister-in-law. Crash. The bathroom door opened and Su Mengyao came out of the bathroom. Gulp. Looking at the extremely beautiful girl like a lotus emerging from the water, Yi Xian was completely stunned, especially when she was wearing black lace pajamas as thin as a cicada's wing. What a nice view. Feeling the guy's fiery gaze, Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly. This was the first time she dressed like this in front of a boy. Puff. Seeing that guy in a daze, Su Mengyao couldn't help laughing out loud, and he looked so beautiful under the warm yellow light. That's right. Su Mengyao thought of something, then handed Yi Xian a glass of milk with a red face. Here, drink this. It would be a shame to throw it away. By the end of the conversation, the sound was almost inaudible. This? Seeing the look on the girl's face, Yixian realized something and looked at Feng Luan in surprise. Wife, could this be? Shut up. Before Yixian could finish his words, Su Mengyao quickly covered his mouth. Just know, you're going to die. Drink it if you want. After she finished speaking, she turned her head away with a red face. She had put a lot of effort into making this decision. Ahem, I'll drink. Yixian coughed dryly, understood everything, then sniffed it and found it tasted pretty good. Gurgling. I drank it in one breath, and still felt a little unsatisfied. Wife, I wonder, are there any more? After hearing what someone said, Su Mengyao wanted to strangle that guy to death. That guy was not even enough to drink. Poof. She snorted and ignored him, but couldn't help but be curious. Yixian, can you tell me what it tastes like? Well. Yixian glanced at the cup and savored it for a moment. It's sweet and quite fragrant. Chapter 5, Rental House Turmoil, Slap the Scumbag Landlord. It was late at night in the room. Click. When the door was closed, the atmosphere suddenly became charming, especially the pleasant fragrance from Su Mengyao, which made Yixian's blood boil. How about, I sleep on the floor? With a dry cough, Yixian took the bedding and prepared to sleep on the floor. I'd rather not. Su Mengyao looked at the handsome Yixian. She couldn't bear to see this happen because today was all thanks to him. The weather has turned cold recently, and sleeping on the floor can easily lead to catching a cold. Let's sleep together. Having said this, Su Mengyao seemed to have used up all her strength, and her face was burning hot. I hope he doesn't think she is being too casual. Oh well. Thank you, wife. Yixian didn't expect to receive such treatment so soon. Obviously, this was a good start. Ding. Detecting the host sleeping in the same bed, rewarding the all-around daddy. Note, with this ability, the host will master all skills and experiences related to children. Lying on the bed, Yixian couldn't help but have various memories about taking care of babies in his mind, including the method of making milk powder, the temperature, the posture, etc. An all-powerful dad? Looking at the three sleeping little guys, Yixian felt delighted. What a great ability! He was originally worried that he could not take good care of the three little ones. System, good job. Yixian couldn't help but praise him, and it was completely from his heart. Host, you're welcome. This is what the system should do. I have to say, this system works. Huh? When he woke up in the middle of the night, Yixian felt something pressing on him. This is. Yixian woke up and looked at the beautiful face so close to him. Wow. At this moment, the three babies started crying, and Su Mengyao woke up just in time to see Yixian looking at her in surprise. This. Su Mengyao looked at the person she was holding like an octopus, especially the mountain peaks that had been crushed into a pancake. I'm going to see Sanbao. Her face turned as red as the sunset. Oh my god. I actually fell asleep holding him. How could this happen? Smelly? Yixian, what should I do if the baby has poop? Seeing the baby poop, Su Mengyao suddenly panicked and didn't know what to do. Usually, Aunt Wang helped them. Go get half a basin of warm water and put some wet wipes in it. Under Yixian's orderly command, a new diaper was quickly put on. Yixian, you are so amazing. Su Mengyao looked at Yixian in disbelief, her eyes full of surprise. It's okay. Yixian coughed dryly. He didn't expect himself to be so efficient. That's right, I looked up some tips on taking care of babies on the internet. I see. Hearing this, Su Mengyao felt warm in her heart. He cared so much about her and he would definitely be a good father no matter what happened to her in the future. The next day, early morning. Hiss. Su Mengyao woke up with a scream of pain, and the swelling pain in her peaks made her frown. What's wrong? Yixian woke up and saw the scene and asked with concern. The breast pump is broken and Sanbao has fallen asleep again. What should I do? This really gave Su Mengyao a headache. She should have prepared an extra one earlier. Ding. The host triggers a random task. Help your wife clear the inventory and you will be rewarded with the ability of a martial arts master. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Well. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yixian was completely stunned. Good job. Clear out the inventory. How do I clear it? However, since this martial arts master has rewarded this village, I am afraid there will be no such store anymore. That's all. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian calmed his mind. Well, wife, how about? After a dry cough, Yi Xian continued, let me help you. You help me? Su Mengyao was stunned when she heard this, then she asked suspiciously, how can you help me? Without waiting for him to think about it, Yi Xian had already unbuttoned his clothes and started clearing the inventory on the right. This. Looking at the guy's actions, Su Mengyao's mind suddenly exploded. This guy actually turned himself into a breast pump. What he said about helping himself turned out to be like this. But how can this be possible? Immediately, Su Mengyao's face turned red, but the swelling and pain soon subsided. A few minutes later. After clearing the inventory on the left, Yi Xian did not forget to take a closer look. Thank you. Su Mengyao's face flushed red, and then she ran into the bathroom as if running for her life. I want to go take a shower first. Oh my god. Su Mengyao came to the bathroom and her face turned redder when she looked at Aaron. The scenes just now appeared in front of her eyes. But that guy can really eat more than the three treasures combined. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping his wife clear out the inventory, and be rewarded with the martial arts grandmaster ability. Listening to the sound of dripping water, Yi Xian heard the voice of the system. Martial arts master? Then, a magical energy surged into his body, and various fighting and grappling techniques appeared in his mind. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 11 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, all-round driving, 10x consumer rebate capped at 1 million, god-level cooking skills, all-round dad, martial arts master. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, extended Lamborghini Veneno. Wealth, 1.2 million renminbi. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian came back to his senses and heard Su Mengyao's voice. At this moment, she had changed into a shirt and a short skirt, looking like the sister next door. With her pretty face, she was very charming. Ahem, nothing. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the girl in front of him. I just feel that God has been kind to me, giving me a beautiful wife and triplets. Pooh. What wife? I don't understand what you are saying. Su Mengyao's face was flushed. Although her third baby was more than 2 months old, she was still a novice when it came to love. The atmosphere quietly became charming, and was not broken until Sanbao woke up. That's right. Yi Xian glanced around and then said, the rental house is a bit small after all. Pack up some things and go to my place. Is this okay? Knowing that Yi Xian is living a good life now, Su Mengyao nodded after thinking about it. She didn't care but was afraid that Sanbao would suffer. I'll go clean it up. After saying that, Su Mengyao went into the room and cleaned up. After a while, a man walked in from outside the door. It was the landlord of the rental house. After entering the room, he looked around and finally his eyes fell on the beautiful Su Mengyao. Especially at this moment, the slightly flushed face makes her eyes even more fiery. You know. She has been thinking about Su Mengyao for a long time, but unfortunately she failed because Aunt Wang was there. Ms. Su, the rent has been in arrears for several months. I really can't afford it. I can pay with my body. Listening to the landlord's vicious words, Su Mengyao's pretty face was filled with shame and anger. Pooh. You are shameless. When she rented the house, she discovered that the landlord had bad intentions towards her, but she didn't have much money at the time, so she has been living there until now. Snort. If you don't have money, why pretend to be innocent? You have to agree today even if you don't want to. The landlord glanced at Yi Xian and didn't care. After all, he was just a pretty boy and he could cripple him with one hand. By then, this beautiful woman would be in his hands. Come, let me have some fun. As he was speaking, the landlord was about to step forward and force Yi Xian's face turned pale. This guy really doesn't know how to write the word death. Bang! The landlord just took a step forward when Yi Xian flipped his hand and slapped him. You bastard, you're looking for death. Chapter 6 1 billion, is that guy crazy? Mengyao, take Sanbao out first. Yi Xian looked at the scumbag landlord lying on the ground with his teeth bared, and spoke to Su Mengyao. Then, be careful. Looking at Sanbao, Su Mengyao pushed them out. Damn, boy, how dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I'll let you. Snap. Before the scumbag landlord could finish his words, one of his hands was crushed by Yi Xian. Ah. He originally wanted to speak, but beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead due to the pain. He looked at Yi Xian with fear in his eyes. This guy was simply a living devil. Bang! Without waiting for the landlord to think about it, he punched the wall next to him, creating a basketball-sized hole in the solid wall, which stunned the scumbag landlord and his pupils suddenly shrank. If you want revenge, I'm always here for you. After saying that, Yi Xian walked away, leaving the scumbag landlord horrified. He stared at the hole in the wall in a daze. Is that kid still human? Ha! When Su Mengyao saw Yi Xian coming out, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Xian, are you okay? It's just like a young wife who was worried about her husband. She watched it several times before she felt relieved. Fine. Yi Xian waved his hand, then put his arm around Su Mengyao's slender waist. He's just a scumbag. I can beat your husband to death with even a single hair. Puff. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a boast. However, he looked very cool just now. Let's go. He drove away. But at this moment, the embarrassed scumbag landlord looked downstairs and was shocked when he saw the car in which Yi Xian and the other man left. Fuck. Worth 80 million, a stretched Lamborghini Veneno. Bang. Immediately afterwards, the scumbag landlord slapped himself hard. Was he looking for death by provoking such a person? At this moment, the only trace of revenge in my mind was nipped in the bud. He was extremely grateful that he didn't succeed, otherwise, he would have died a miserable death. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Fuck, that's Lamborghini Veneno, my god. Cars along the way gave way to Yi Xian. Even the owners of BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes did so, because they probably couldn't even afford a wheel of a supercar. Yi Xian, is this car expensive? Su Mengyao looked around curiously, and the car owners seemed very scared. Yi Xian nodded and told the truth. It's not bad, it's worth about 80 million. What? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. This car, 80 million. Indeed. She was a little shocked, because the cars driven by the rich second generation she knew were worth only tens of millions at most. How rich are you? Su Mengyao took a deep breath, and her eyes changed when she looked at Yi Xian beside her. Well. Hearing Su Mengyao's words, Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, it's no exaggeration to say that in the near future your man will be able to buy the whole world. Well. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at someone's words and said, by the whole world, why don't you say by the entire universe? Obviously. Su Mengyao didn't believe it at all. Are you kidding me? Buying the whole world, does this guy know how much that would cost? The entire universe? Listening to Su Mengyao's words, Yi Xian really thought about it and felt that it would not be impossible if conditions permitted. During the conversation, the relationship between the two became much closer. Ha! Su Mengyao quickly realized something was wrong and looked in the direction they were heading. This is the road to Diyuan Villa. Could it be that your house is in Diyuan Villa? Oh. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this and looked at the child's mother in surprise. My wife is really good, and she even knows about Diyuan Villa. Tisk. Su Mengyao sensed someone's surprise and snorted softly. This school beauty has also seen the world, okay? Squeak. After driving into the residential area, the car stopped in front of Diyuan number 1 Villa. After getting out of the car, Su Mengyao became restless. Welcome home, master and madam. Tang Wansu, accompanied by 8 maids, had been waiting in front of the villa for a long time, greeting everyone respectfully and warmly. Hiss. After getting off the car, Su Mengyao looked at the maids who were all very beautiful and were school beauties, especially Tang Wansu, who had excellent looks, temperament and figure. And Diyuan Villa is a famous luxury villa in Tianhai. It is said that each villa costs hundreds of millions, not to mention Villa number 1 where they are currently staying. His cold-blooded parents had wanted to buy a house here before, but later gave up. As for that house, she had not been back many times since she went to college. Because he was destined to be a victim of family marriage interests from the moment he was born. Fortunately, now I have my own little family, and I absolutely cannot let anyone destroy it, no one. Boom. While thinking carefully, at one point Yi Xian lovingly tapped her head, which made Su Mengyao cover her forehead with her hands. You dared to knock my head off. I glared at someone, but why wasn't I angry at all? How? Yi Xian pinched her delicate pink face and said, isn't it normal for a husband to hit his wife on the head and make her burst? You, Su Mengyao wanted to say something, but when she felt the envious gazes of Tang Wansu and the maids, her face suddenly turned red. Damn! This guy actually bullied himself in front of so many people. Wansu, take the young lady to visit the villa. Okay, master. Tang Wansu was naturally very happy to see the young master and his family check in. She said respectfully, "Young madam, please come this way." Su Mengyao was obviously still a little uncomfortable with the change of identity. She nodded and went to visit the villa with her private butler. This visit refreshed her understanding of luxury. Looking at the clear swimming pool behind the villa, there are also rockery and lounge chair fountains. Butler Tang, how much is this villa? Su Mengyao finally asked the question that concerned her most. This villa is much better than her parents' home. Young madam, this villa is the best in the Dun Villa district. Tang Wansu bowed slightly and explained, worth 1 billion. What? As soon as these words came out, Su Mengyao felt a buzz in her mind. 1 billion? That guy, is he crazy? That's right. Tang Wansu thought of something and then said, young madam. Yesterday, the young master asked me to add your name to the property deed of this villa. I guess it will take effect soon. After a pause, Tang Wansu said enviously, in other words, half of this villa is yours. Honestly, the young master is very good to the young lady. This. Su Mengyao was so moved after hearing this. Looking at the magnificent villas around her, she thought, will this be her home from now on? She couldn't help but smile with a charming arc of happiness. Chapter 7 Anyone who dares to bully you will be killed by your husband. Chuckle. Back in the living room, Su Mengyao could hear the happy laughter of the three little guys from a distance. Wow, these three little ladies are so cute. So beautiful, I love it. It would be nice if I could take one home. The maids gathered together and chattered. Tang Wansu looked at the scene and smiled knowingly. The arrival of the young master's family added a lot of liveliness to the villa. I am looking forward to the coming days more and more. Day. Then, Tang Wansu looked towards the kitchen. Huh? Master, are you cooking? Seeing the figures busy in the kitchen, Tang Wansu's eyes showed surprise. Aha! Sister Tang, the young master is amazing at cooking. The maids chatted with each other, looking at the kitchen master with eyes full of admiration and adoration. After all, who wouldn't he like such a handsome, rich, and doting young master? Soon, the maids brought the dishes to the table. Flamboyant. A house full of gold and jade. Squirrel mandarin fish. Dishes that even 5-star chefs would hesitate to prepare are presented on the table, but they look like a pleasure to eat. Oh my god. When the maids saw this, they all opened their mouths wide and covered their small mouths, looking at their young master quietly with changed eyes. This cooking skill is much better than they imagined. Young madam, you have a very good eye. Tang Wansu couldn't help but sigh aside, the envy in her heart was beyond words. You must be hungry. Yi Xian came closer, looked at the large table of dishes and said with a smile, I didn't know what you like, so I made a little of everything. Thank you, Yi Xian. Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Mengyao had never felt so valued before, and tears fell uncontrollably. Is this the feeling of home? Silly girl, why are you still crying? Yi Xian wiped away the tears from her eyes, then took her hand and sat down at the dining table. Compared to what I owe you over the past year, this is nothing. From now on, your husband will never let you suffer any grievances again. The same thing happened to Su Mengyao, and he felt even more distressed about where he could find such a good wife. If anyone dares to bully you, your husband will destroy him. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Mengyao said this with great emotion, but soon realized that her face turned red because of the name she was addressed. You know what, it sounds pretty good. Yi Xian grinned. The days of having a wife, children, and a warm bed were much more wonderful than he had imagined. Ding! Detecting the host making a loving meal for his wife, the rebate cap is increased to 10 million. Note, there is still no cap on the number of times you can do this. Wow! Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned. The rebate cap has been raised to 10 million? After taking a bite of the squirrel mandarin fish, Su Mengyao's eyes were full of light. It's delicious. Then eat more. Yi Xian said this lovingly, and feeling the loving gaze, Su Mengyao felt so sweet in her heart as if she was wrapped in honey. Su Mengyao nodded obediently. She liked this feeling more and more. In fact, it would be nice to be spoiled by this guy for the rest of her life. Wait a moment. But in this room, Yi Xian saw a grain of rice at the corner of Su Mengyao's mouth and carefully wiped it off with a tissue. Wow. The maids were extremely envious of this scene. This dog food was so sweet and delicious. Thank you, thank you. Listening to the envious voices of the maids not far away, Su Mengyao blushed. Go away. Tang Wansu glared at the maids and asked them to leave to give the young master and mistress enough space. It must be said that this move was very tactful. Yi Xian, you really want to write my name on the villa's property certificate? But I don't think I deserve it. Su Mengyao was a little insecure. After all, she had a difficult childhood, and she didn't want Yi Xian to think she was a vain girl because of this. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yi Xian rubbed her head lovingly and said gently, I wrote your name on it because my husband thinks this villa is worthy of you. So sweet. A villa worth 10 billion is worthy of me. So this is the case. I am so touched. What should I do? Do you want to express it? Bo. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao plucked up her courage, became a little more confident, and kissed Yi Xian on the face, which made Yi Xian feel soft, cool and comfortable. Yi Xian, it's great to meet you. At this moment, she finally let go of her obsession. It turned out that the boy she met was really outstanding and gave her a sense of security. I feel like I like him more and more. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao face turned slightly red, and she looked extremely charming under the sunlight. Ding! The host triggers a random mission, takes his wife on a shopping spree, and is rewarded with the ability to sing like a god. Note, under this effect, the host's singing skills will instantly surpass those of even the most powerful singers. Reject the mission, physical fitness +1. Shopping spree? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and took the opportunity to try out the effect of the rebate capped at 10 million. Me too. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful girl in front of him, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. As their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. Yi Xian, here, Before Su Mengyao could finish her words, Yi Xian blocked her red lips and a passionate French kiss ensued. Gulp. Not far away, through the glass, 8 maids looked at Tang Wansu with envy. I'm afraid so. No girl can refuse such an outstanding man like the young master. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Su Mengyao pushed someone away, her face was already as red as the sunset. Cough cough. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the charming girl. I'm sorry, honey, you're so beautiful that I couldn't help myself. And never mind. Su Mengyao lowered her head and ate her food. Her face was so red that if there was a crack in the ground, she would definitely crawl into it without hesitation. Only. Are they developing too fast? Well, what? Yi Xian thought about the task, eased the atmosphere and changed the subject. Husband will take you to the shopping mall to buy clothes this afternoon. Make it up to my baby. Su Mengyao nodded in response, but she felt that it was all like a dream. She had a premonition that her life in the future would be different from before. But this feeling is really good. I like it very much. Yi Xian, am I dreaming? After lunch, Su Mengyao leaned in Yi Xian's arms, enjoying the rare time together. Of course not. Yi Xian smiled slightly and held her slender waist. This is just the beginning. From now on, your husband will take you to see all the prosperity in the world. Chapter 8. Madam, the baby seems hungry. Tianhai, shopping mall. Walk. Entering the shopping mall with 3 little ones. Just buy it today, my husband will pay. Then I won't be polite. Su Mengyao smiled, obviously a little more confident than before. Chuckle. The 3 little guys were obviously here for the first time, their eyes were rolling around and they were curious about everything. Chanel flagship store. Sir, how can a beauty help you? The beautiful shopping guide came closer and asked in a pleasant voice. Beautiful lady, we have a new bag here. It's this year's flagship model. Are you interested? It's a bit expensive, 28,888 renminbi. As she was talking, the beautiful shopping guide led us to the display cabinet. This bag, in addition to this black one, also has a white one. Not bad. Yi Xian, what do you think? Purchase. Yi Xian waved his hand and continued, I want both. Isn't this too expensive? Su Mengyao was stunned and said, this is enough to buy a lot of milk powder. It's okay. My husband earns money for you to spend. Yi Xian said indifferently. He wished the more the better, because that would only make him more money. Beauty, your husband is so good to you. The salesgirl was full of envy inside. This is the first time I've seen someone so generous. Oh well. Su Mengyao blushed and stopped insisting for fear that the guy would say something else. Afterwards, I bought some clothes, perfume, and other things. Sir, your total spending is 950,000. Would you like to pay by cash or card? Swipe the card. Yi Xian then handed over a black card and swiped it with a beep. Sir, here is your card and receipt. After payment was completed, the shopping guides came to the flagship store one after another. Sir, beautiful lady, welcome back next time. Bending down to see the two off, the shopping guides didn't hide the envy in their eyes at all. Ding! The host spent 950,000, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 9.5 million renminbi. Not long after leaving, Yi Xian heard the sound of the rebate being credited to his account. Wife, let's go to the next one. Yi Xian was full of energy, which made Su Mengyao a little scared. Yi Xian is spending too much. That's just the beginning, baby deserves better. Oh well. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mengyao thought about it and was deeply moved. Is this the feeling of being pampered? Yi Xian, how about this hat? Purchase. These shoes. Buy. Buy. In this way, Yi Xian took Su Mengyao to sweep through one flagship store after another. Ding! The host spent 890,000 renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 8.9 million renminbi. Ding! The host spent 1.02 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 10 million renminbi. Capped. Ding! The host spends 1 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 10 million renminbi. By the time the two came out of the Dior flagship store, it was almost nightfall. Ha! Not long after coming out, a voice came from not far away. Boss. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Xian was stunned, then looked over and saw that it was Lu Zixuan and the other two. Fuck, it's really you. After seeing this, Lu Zixuan and the other two hurried over and looked at the three little guys. Hey, these are the three eldest nieces, right? You are really amazing. After admiring the three cute babies for a while, Lu Zixuan and the other two turned their attention to the girl beside them. This should be my sister-in-law, When they saw the girl next to them clearly, their minds suddenly lit up. Goddess Mengyao. Oh my god. Boss, my sister-in-law is truly the goddess Mengyao. You know, Su Mengyao has always been the dream goddess of the three of them. What a beast the eldest brother is. It turns out that the person who slept with me back then was Su Mengyao. Hello, sister-in-law. The three of them then greeted each other dejectedly, looking like eggplants hit by frost. Hello. Su Mengyao's face flushed. She didn't expect to meet Yi Xian's roommate here, and he brought 3 babies with him. Now that you're here, let's go. Yi Xian looked at the 3 of them. He thought it would be a waste if he didn't give them this wave of money. I'll buy you some clothes. Buy whatever you want. Real. Long live the boss. When they heard that the boss was going to pay for them, the 3 of them immediately smiled happily and secretly swore in their hearts that they would make the boss bleed big money. When night fell, Lu Zixuan and his 3 helpers put the bags into the extended supercar. Nah. Yi Xian pretended to take out 3 stacks of money from the car. This is the taxi fare. Kneel down and pay your respects. Godfather, please accept my obeisance. The 3 of them pretended to bow, which made Su Mengyao blush and burst out laughing. Well, 3 more good-looking sons. Ding. The host spent 30,000 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 300,000 renminbi. Listening to the sound of rebates ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was in a very good mood. How's it going? Are you happy? Driving towards the villa, Yi Xian asked the girl in the passenger seat with a smile. The surrounding light was dimmed under the streetlights, and she was super beautiful. This is the happiest day of my life. Thinking about what she experienced today, Su Mengyao felt that her life had gone from despair to heaven. In fact, she still felt like she was dreaming. Yi Xian, thank you. Su Mengyao spoke with emotion, because he had given her a completely different experience, and she would never forget today's experience. Why thank me? This is what your man should do. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, then looked at the girl beside him. From now on, I will make my baby Mengyao happy every day. After hearing this, Su Mengyao's face suddenly blossomed into a charming smile, like a ray of sunshine breaking into Yixian's heart. Bo. When he came back to his senses, Su Mengyao kissed him on the side of his cheek, and his face turned red. Don't get me wrong, this is your reward for today. Su Mengyao said this with gritted teeth. Oh my god, Su Mengyao, what were you doing just now? Chuckle. The three little guys saw their mom and dad kissing each other. Although they didn't know what they were doing, they thought it was very fun. When I returned to the villa, the lights were already on. Wow. After dinner, Sanbao woke up and cried loudly because he was so hungry. Madam, the baby seems hungry. Su Mengyao took Debeo, then unbuttoned his clothes and let Debeo eat the rations. Hiss. Looking at the peaks and ridges playfully showing through the buttons, Tang Wansu and the maids gasped. They had never realized that the young lady had such a good figure. However, the three little ones were quite lucky, and to be honest, they were also very envious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of taking his wife on a shopping spree. Reward, the god of song ability. Singing ability? Looking away, Yixian frowned slightly. It was impossible to enter the entertainment industry, not in this lifetime. Are you kidding? In the entertainment industry, how can anyone compare to your own wife? Chapter 9, Wife Mengyao, my mother is here. Master, I'm taking the young lady back to her room to sleep. Tang Wansu was very perceptive. She took the maid into the room, leaving Yi Xian and the other person in the living room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. I'm going to take a shower first. With a blushing face, she glanced at someone, then walked towards the room on her little feet. Looking at Su Mengyao who entered the room, Yi Xian said, this private butler has quite a good eye. Nah. After arriving in the room, Su Mengyao just came out of the bathroom, but she was holding a glass of milk in her hand, her face flushed. You drink it. Wow. So much? Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the big glass of milk. He remembered correctly that Sanbao had drunk it. Snort. Hearing someone's words, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Who told you to cook such delicious food? It's a bargain for you. Gurgling. Yi Xian was naturally not polite and finished the drink in just a few gulps. Honey, you smell so good. Lying in bed, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Really? After hearing this, Su Mengyao's heart beat faster involuntarily. She felt very happy to hear that guy say that. Actually, you're pretty handsome too. Bathed in the warm yellow light, Su Mengyao turned to look at Yi Xian, but the distance between them was very close, and they just stared at each other on the spot. Wife, you are so beautiful. For some unknown reason, Yi Xian covered her red lips, and Su Mengyao's mind went blank, with the scenes that happened appearing in her mind again and again. Ding! The host has triggered the mission and has taken down Su Mengyao's second health. The reward is unlocking the system mall and giving you a bonus of +1 constitution. Note, as long as the host has enough wealth, they can purchase all items in the system mall. Reject the mission, constitution +1. But obviously Yi Xian didn't care about the sound in his ears, because he had more important things to do at the moment. This night is destined to be sleepless. 18,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, and the remaining darkness dissipated. After struggling for a while, Su Mengyao woke up and saw a handsome face, which was Yi Xian as expected. And at this moment, she was being held in his arms, feeling so warm. Then, a wave of memories emerged in her mind like a tiger out of a cage, making Su Mengyao's face turn red. It's so embarrassing. But soon, she became very sensitive and started to worry. He won't think I'm being casual, will he? What if he misunderstands? Su Mengyao, what have you done? You should be more reserved. Wife, what are you thinking about? While she was daydreaming, a magnetic voice rang in her ears, which made Su Mengyao's heart tighten. Yeah. You're awake. After calming down, Su Mengyao stole a glance at Yi Xian. Yesterday. Yi Xian, are we going too fast? Su Mengyao's heart beat faster and faster, not knowing what she was thinking about. Fool. As if sensing the uneasiness of the naked beauty in his arms, Yi Xian hugged her tightly. Actually, my husband has dreamed of our encounter that night many times over the past year. Really? After hearing this, Su Mengyao's face turned even redder and she buried herself in Yi Xian's arms. I'll go wash up first. Feeling the burning gaze of a certain guy, Su Mengyao fled in panic for fear that he would do something inappropriate again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to take down Su Mengyao's second health. The reward is unlocking the system mall and giving you a bonus of +1 constitution. Hearing the sound of the reward arriving in his ear, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 12 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate capped at 10 million, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, singing god ability. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, extended Lamborghini Veneno. Wealth, 35.2 million renminbi. System mall? Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up, and then he started to browse it. Ding ling ling. Before he could take a closer look, his cell phone rang. When he saw it was his mother, he felt guilty. Hello, Mom. After answering the phone, Yi Xian glanced towards the bathroom and greeted. Stinky boy, where have you been? From the other side came my mother's special greeting, aren't you in school? Mom, how did you know? Yi Xian said this, realizing something, and his mouth twitched slightly. Ahem, you're not coming to Tianhai, are you? Nonsense. I'm at your school right now, come back here right now. Beep beep. After saying that, his mother hung up the phone, leaving Yi Xian confused. Crash. Just then, Su Mengyao came to the bedroom after taking a shower and asked curiously. Well, what? Yi Xian coughed dryly. My mother is here, she's at school. Well. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mengyao's pupils suddenly shrank and her heart rose to her throat. Auntie is here. How can this be good? After all, they got pregnant before marriage and it was 3 babies in one. Fine. Yi Xian was as steady as an old dog, and gave the person in his arms a comforting hug. My mother is very open-minded. Her anger disappeared immediately after seeing Sanbao. Really? Although she said so, Su Mengyao was still a little worried, and she was even more unsure because it was her first time meeting her mother-in-law. I am responsible for everything. Yi Xian said, then said, my mother is alone, it's not a big problem. After washing up, Yi Xian drove away from the villa. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast, Yi Xian drove his supercar into the campus, attracting countless envious voices along the way. Look! That's Senior Yi Xian, the hidden rich man. Along the way, classmates were envious because it was a top luxury car worth 80 million. Squeak! Downstairs of the boys' dormitory, a beautiful drift stopped. Ha! Lu Zixuan and the other two were accompanying his mother, and they were under a lot of pressure. The eldest son's mother had such a strong aura that they couldn't hold it together. Auntie, the boss is here. Seeing the supercar, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. That brat. The mother was about to speak when she saw her son getting out of the extended luxury car and was stunned. Mom, why are you here? Yi Xian looked at his shocked mother and naturally understood everything. You're crazy, you little brat. The mother looked at the luxury car and glared at her son, who rented this luxury car. Return it to the owner immediately. Mom, this car is mine. Yi Xian gave a bitter smile and then said, let's talk about it on the way. Goodbye, boss. After Lu Zixuan and the other two saw the boss off, they breathed a sigh of relief, hoping nothing serious would happen next. Chapter 10. How could I be so superficial? Speak. The mother came to the car and looked at her son like a criminal interrogating him. Where did this car come from? Mom, your son, have become rich. Yi Xian then called up the income records, which was naturally done by the system in advance. I previously traded a lot of Bitcoin and then invested in several companies. After confirming again and again that the source was legal, the mother finally accepted that her son had made a lot of money. Poof. You are quite promising, kid. Looking at the luxurious interior, Ye's mother nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Thinking of this, my mother narrowed her eyes and said, now that you've made it, I'll ask your aunt to introduce you to a few marriages. Let's go on a blind date and talk about getting married. Your mom and I are looking forward to having grandchildren. Hold grandchildren? Hearing this, Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Yi Xian didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. Mom, forget about the blind date. I just have something to tell you. You need to be mentally prepared. When Ye's mother saw her son suddenly become serious, she couldn't help but have a bad feeling. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, kid? No one knows a child better than his mother. Whenever this brat uses this tone, nothing good will happen. He was beaten a lot when he was a child. That's right. With a dry cough, Yixian said, Mom, you're going to be a grandmother, and I'm going to be a father too. Oh, I'm going to be a grandmother, what? My mother realized something was wrong midway through her words and immediately said with wide eyes, You are teasing my daughter. You bastard, how did I teach you? After talking a lot, Yixian turned his phone to the photos of the three little guys. You rebellious son, eh? As she spoke, Ye's mother's eyes fell on the photo, 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, exactly like you when you were a child. Good boy. These are my 3 granddaughters. He. Ye's mother, who was burning with anger, smiled instantly when she saw the cute triplets and was no longer angry. You kid, you gave me 3 babies at once. Looking at her granddaughter whom she loved so much, Mother Yi smacked her lips and didn't know how to blame the little bastard for a moment. Not bad. After holding it in for a long time, Ye's mother said 3 words, and Yixian's mouth curled up cunningly. Okay, Mom has it figured out. That's right. Soon, Ye's mother thought of something. Where is my daughter-in-law? Turn to the back and you'll see the photo of your daughter-in-law. Oh, really? He swiped the screen, and a picture of a beautiful girl appeared before his eyes. Hiss. Indeed. His extremely high appearance value made his mother gasp. Good boy, are you sure you didn't lie to your mother? Indeed. The girl in the photo is so beautiful, no, to be more precise, she is so beautiful that it's unbelievable. Can I lie to you about this? Yixian rolled his eyes, then curled his lips. I'm your son, and I'm handsome too, okay. Tisk. Mother Yi glanced at her son and then rolled her eyes. Well, he inherited my genes. All right. Yixian didn't intend to delve into this issue. Her name is Su Mengyao, the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Tianhai University. 1 year ago during summer vacation. No wonder. Mother Yi nodded after hearing this, then looked at her son. Fortunately, you are not a scumbag, otherwise I would have killed you with my own hands. Ahem, Mom, am I that kind of person? With a dry cough, Yixian chuckled and said, By the way, let's say it's amazing to have 3 babies in 1 pregnancy. Then you can show off as much as you want in front of your sisters. Go away. Hearing her son's words, Ye's mother rolled her eyes. How could I, a mother, be so superficial? Although she said so, the smile on her face completely betrayed her. When she thought of the envious eyes of her little sisters, she couldn't help but feel happy, and the smile on her lips was harder to suppress than AK. As they were talking, they arrived at Diyuan Villa. Hello, madam. When I pushed the door and got out of the car, Tang Wansu and the maids gave me a grand welcome. My mother was stunned by such a grand ceremony. In particular, these are all beautiful women. In the past, if any son married one of them, his ancestors would be very happy. However, they are still inferior to his own daughter-in-law. These people are all serving their son. It would be a lie to say that they are not proud at all. Wow. With a nod, Yi Muley arrived at the villa and was stunned by the extremely luxurious decoration. Stinky boy, this villa must have cost a lot of money, right? After all, even the luxurious villas shown on TV are not as luxurious as this one. Not much. Yixian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, It's only 1 billion. What? Hearing her son's words, Ye's mother couldn't help but shudder. 1 billion, you wasteful thing. Hello, Auntie. But before Ye's mother was ready to teach her son a lesson, a pleasant and sweet voice came from the side. It was Su Mengyao's. Ahem, eh. Mother Yi agreed with a change of expression, then looked over and was stunned by the beautiful girl. Good job. She was much prettier than in the photo, and then she smiled and said, You must be Xiao Su. The brat told me everything. Don't worry. I've already taught him a lesson. As she spoke, Ye's mother took off the jade bracelet on her wrist as if prepared. Since this is our first meeting, consider this a gift. Auntie, this is too expensive. Su Mengyao looked at the jade bracelet and saw that it was worth a lot of money. However, Ye's mother put it on her wrist and said, It's not expensive. It's a family heirloom of the Olji family. Besides, only daughters-in-law can wear it. Hearing what Ye's mother said, Su Mengyao's face flushed. Thank you, Auntie. Hi. Mother Yi waved her hand nonchalantly, then said with concern, You must have suffered a lot during this period. Auntie has been through this before. Ouch. As she spoke, Mother Yi looked at the 3 little ones in the stroller on the other side and said, These are my 3 granddaughters, right? So cute. When the three little guys saw their grandmother, they happily waved their arms and legs. The scene was very heartwarming. You guys chat, I'll go cook. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he walked towards the kitchen. Well. Mother Yi was stunned when she heard this and couldn't help but look towards the kitchen. This brat, he can even cook. Don't you know, Auntie? Su Mengyao asked suspiciously. Although it was their first meeting, she felt that her future mother-in-law was easy to get along with. That kid, I never let him wash the dishes at home. Yeah. Hearing this, Su Mengyao looked towards the kitchen with her eyes full of emotion. Did he learn to cook just for her? It turned out that he had done so much for her silently. Xiao Su. Mother Yi looked at her son busy in the kitchen, then looked at her daughter-in-law. That kid is super rich now, spend as much as he wants. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll break his legs. Chapter 11, Brat, why did you transfer so much money to me? Phew. Hearing what her future mother-in-law said, Su Mengyao couldn't help but smile, and the scene of that guy being chased and beaten by her aunt emerged in her mind. Auntie, he is very good to me. Talking to Ye's mother, she felt unprecedentedly happy, a feeling she had never experienced before. You can say that. For her, who has been loved by both her parents since childhood, this is a complete blessing and she really enjoys the atmosphere here. At a certain moment, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, attracting the two of them. That brat, his cooking skills are, okay. Looking at the dishes brought to the table by the maids, Ye's mother was stunned. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement. Yi Xian's cooking skills are superb. As he said this, the guy was also very good in other aspects. I don't know what he was thinking about, but his face turned red. You have some conscience, kid. After taking a bite of her son's cooking, Ye's mother was shocked. His cooking skills were much better than hers. I didn't expect that he has such a high talent for cooking. While eating the dishes, Ye's mother sipped her food and sighed that she had to admit that the cooking skills of those restaurant chefs could not compare to her son's. Wow. Not long after lunch, the three babies started crying loudly, obviously they were hungry. Don't cry, baby. Su Mengyao picked up Debeo, then unbuttoned her clothes to reveal her breasts, and started working. Wow. When Ye's mother saw this, she was shocked. She thought, my daughter-in-law is so capable. It seems that Sanbao will never go hungry in the future as there is enough food in stock. The Fuyuan Olji family is not only experiencing smoke coming out of their ancestral graves, they are about to explode. It's really a bargain for my son. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He could brag about this for at least half a year. You're so lucky, little bastard. Sanbao fell into a deep sleep after finishing his rations. Mother Yi couldn't help but sigh and said this. Mu Xiner blushed when she heard it. Ahem, what is mom talking about? Yi Xian coughed dryly, and the maids looked at him with envy. After all, no girl could remain calm about this. Ding dong. But at this moment, Ye's mother received a message on her cell phone. Dear Huaxia Bank user, your account number ending in 8723 has received 2 million renminbi on September 10, 2025. Please check it. Huaxia Bank. Looking at the transfer record on her mobile phone, Ye's mother was stunned, but when she saw the party to whom the money was transferred, she looked at her son. Stinky boy, why did you transfer so much money to me? Hi. Yi Xian waved his hand, then said, Isn't your son not successful? Isn't it normal to be filial to your mother? You kid, you're thoughtful. Her son was now well off, so as a mother, she was naturally very happy and relieved. She said, For your filial piety, I will take care of your father's affairs. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. Yi Xian said with a smile, while Ye's mother waved her hand, It's hard work, your mother's position at home is not easy. It's your dad, I have the upper hand. Ye's mother said this without exaggeration, and Yi Xian deeply agreed with this. After all, he had the most say in his mother's family status. Stinky boy, take good care of my daughter-in-law. Outside the villa, before leaving, Ye's mother reminded him, Xiaotang, just send me off. You go take care of my triplets. Wave your hand. Tang Wansu drove the car towards the station. Ha! Seeing her future mother-in-law leave, Su Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her worries. Yi Xian, Auntie, does she have a high status at home? Thinking about what she just said, Su Mengyao asked curiously. It's more than high. Yi Xian looked in the direction his mother left and said meaningfully, "When it comes to matters not related to principles, my mother is the one who has the final say at home." So amazing. Su Mengyao was also stunned and seemed to understand why this guy was so responsible. Of course. Yi Xian thought of something and said with a smile, "Besides, our family has a family tradition. This is the saying, he who dotes on his wife prospers, and he who abuses his wife never gains a fortune." Tisk. Su Mengyao blushed as she listened to someone's words. Is this true or not? I don't believe it. She said so, but the happy smile on her face betrayed her. Ding. The host spends 2 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and receives 10 million renminbi. Capped. Hearing the sound of the rebate arriving in his ear, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Yes, another 10 million is in hand. But, the cap is 10 million, which seems a little insufficient. Ding ling ling. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, boss. After the call was connected, Lu Zixuan's voice came from the other end. Where are you? Are you still going to attend the welcome party tonight? After all, the boss is a wealthy man now, so the welcome party is a low-end event that is really too cheap. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Sing for your wife at the welcome party and show off your affection. You'll be rewarded with 2 Qilin kidneys and a bonus of +1 to your physical fitness. Note, this ability allows the host to rapidly recover their physical strength and possess top-level perception. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Kirin's kidneys? Sure enough, the ability to strengthen that aspect has arrived. Are you okay? Su Mengyao felt the strange gaze of someone and felt a little scared for some reason. Ahem, no, nothing. With a dry cough, Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "It's the school welcome party. I might have to go." Is that so? Su Mengyao nodded, then said, "It just so happens that I also have to go to school for my final graduation defense. Let's go together." After thinking for a while, Su Mengyao said so, but their relationship was not suitable for the outside world to know yet. Okay. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he also wanted to go to school. Night falls in Tianhai University auditorium. Boss. Seeing the extended supercar parked in the middle of the field, Lu Zixuan and the other 2 immediately surrounded it because they knew that their 3 eldest nieces were also there. Yi Xian put the 3 little ones in the stroller. Lu Zixuan and the other 2 laughed. Ouch. Our eldest niece, Sanbao, is becoming more and more beautiful. When they met again, the 3 of them were so cute that their rosy cheeks made people's hearts melt. What? Those 3 cute babies, could they be Senior Yi Xian's children? Yes, don't you think he looks a bit like the senior? 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, my goodness. Senior is amazing, and he seems to be even more handsome now. As soon as they appeared, as expected, Sanbao became the focus. Can't help it. Thinking of the scene of the breakup between Mayor and the school beauty, if she saw this, she would probably faint in the toilet from crying, right? Second brother, I leave the 3 treasures to you. Hearing the boss say this, Lu Zixuan patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. Zhao Yang and Zhou Hang exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. Whoever dares to hurt my niece will be killed by me. The group entered the auditorium and heard the boss's words. What? The 3 of them widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Boss, you said your sister-in-law will be coming to the party today. Yi Xian nodded and glanced at the 3 surprised people, but we must not reveal our relationship, at least not today. Gulp. Lu Zixuan and the other 2 swallowed hard. My goodness. Isn't the boss going a little too far? Chapter 12, Woo-woo, sister-in-law, you must take good care of the boss later. The party is going on, at some point. Look. That's Goddess Mengyao, oh my god. At a certain moment, the students in the audience were excited, and their eyes lit up when they saw the beautiful girl sitting in the VIP seats. So beautiful. Su Mengyao, dressed up carefully, came up to them and immediately shocked Lu Zixuan and the other 2. Her beauty was so stunning that it seemed as if their breath stopped. Hello, sister-in-law. With a dry cough, the 3 of them didn't dare to lose their composure and greeted each other in a low voice. The 3 little guys waved their arms and legs, obviously they were very excited to see their mother. Hello. Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly, which made the 3 old men blush. This was too enviable. Ahem, sister-in-law boss is about to come on stage. With a dry cough, Lu Zixuan sipped his lips and spoke. Good. At this moment, the voice of the host in an evening gown suddenly rang out from the stage. Next, we would like to invite Senior Yi Xian, the campus idol of Tianhai University, to perform a song called Little Dimples. Everyone, please welcome. Ah. After brewing for these days, Yi Xian's identity as a wealthy man had already caused a sensation in the whole school, and the whole school was immediately filled with uproar. Look, Senior is so handsome. My heart is beating so fast, I think I like you, Senior. What should I do? Senior, I want to be a stepmother, take me home. The lights focused, and Yi Xian appeared on the stage. His handsome appearance, bathed in white light, stunned Lu Zixuan and the other two. Wow, boss, he's so handsome. Is this the boy I met before? Su Mengyao looked at the handsome boy on the stage and couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. He was really much more handsome than usual. Next is the song Dimples, I hope you all like it. The voice fell and a quiet accompaniment sounded. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? Be angry for me, make trouble for me. I'll go. When Lu Zixuan and the other two heard the singing, they couldn't help but feel numb. Wow, the boss is such a great singer. Oof. Su Mengyao listened to the sweet song and couldn't help but curl her lips. The song is so sweet, it can't be. It's for myself, right? Can't help it. Su Mengyao's mind flashed back to their first meeting, their first time holding hands, and various scenes that happened. Turn out to be. That guy is so good at singing. He is rich, super handsome, and knows how to pamper people. Now he sings so well. I really found a treasure. The originally noisy scene has now become quiet. Good guy. Senior, this is awesome. So sweet, I love it so much. I'm so envious of the mother of 3 adorable babies who can have the senior all to herself. Under everyone's attention, the song was heard again on the stage. Happiness begins to have signs. Hiss. The school leaders were all stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Xian's musical attainments were so high. It's a pity not to sing, but he lives in a luxurious villa and drives an 80 million supercar, so why would he care about the money from the music industry? A bitter smile, it turns out that people cannot be compared. Impossible. Su Mayer was in a corner of the auditorium at the moment, staring at the stage in disbelief. How can he sing so well? Why didn't you notice it before? And thinking about the discussion among classmates before the party, 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, that guy cheated on me a year ago. Turn out to be. I have been the clown all along. Thinking of this, tears kept falling. I feel so wronged, and I really regret it. All of this was originally within her reach, but unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in this world. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful marks. I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete. Pa 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 pa. When the song reached its climax, the entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, interweaving in the air and hitting the ceiling. Oh my God. Lu Zixuan and the other two were envious and looked towards the stage with resentment. Boss, is it really okay to show off your affection like this? Damn it, it's shameless to force dog food on me. Woo woo, sister-in-law, you must take good care of the boss later. The 3 of them were talking one after another, which made Su Mengyao blush. Although it sounded nice, they should at least consider the feelings of the single man. Chuckle. The 3 little ones in the stroller giggled excitedly and waved their hands as if to cheer for their dad. Ahem, sister-in-law, you seem. Lu Zixuan glanced around and coughed dryly, so many new rivals in love. After the song ended, Yi Xian left the stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the welcome party's singing for your wife mission. Reward, Qilin kidneys and +1 constitution. Buzz. When the system's voice fell, Yi Xian clearly felt the dual effects, and he felt indescribably comfortable, especially the warm feeling in his kidneys, and all the fatigue disappeared. In addition, his perception and hearing were much better than before. He could even sense the flapping of a mosquito's wings several meters away. Good job. These Qilin kidneys are quite impressive. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 13 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate capped at 10 million, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, god of song, curing kidneys. Items: Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa, extended Lamborghini Veneno. Wealth: 43.2 million renminbi. Boss, that's awesome. Back in the VIP seats, Lu Zixuan and the other two gave a thumbs up. Chuckle. The three little guys were extremely excited, and at this time, the principal Zhao Zicheng also came over. Student Yi Xian, you are really amazing. Thank you, principal. Yi Xian smiled slightly. With his current status, the principal probably couldn't even approach him, so he naturally didn't look down on him. That's right. The principal looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile, Student Yi Xian, this is someone your senior Su Mengyao should have heard of. Student Su Mengyao just graduated from school with a master's degree in economics and management. You should get in touch more often in the future. Junior Yi Xian. Su Mengyao calmed herself down and gave a sly smile, nice to meet you. Senior, please give me your guidance in the future. Lu Zixuan and the other two had a group of black lines on their foreheads. What a joke, the boss and his sister-in-law are really good at playing. Chapter 13. I've already said that your man is omnipotent. Leaving the campus, running. Yi Xian, you sing so well. Su Mengyao looked at the boy who was driving. He looked really handsome when he was singing just now, especially the song which was super sweet. Yeah. I've already told you that I, your man, can do anything. Pinching her tender cheeks, Yi Xian said with a smile, are you captivated by your man's excellence? Put. I didn't. The two of them flirted for a while, and Yi Xian thought of something. That's right. After a pause, Yi Xian asked curiously, wife, you are a master's student with a double master's degree in economics and management. Of course. Seeing Yi Xian's surprise, Su Mengyao said proudly, I am a genius. Gurgle. Her handsomeness didn't last more than 3 seconds before her stomach started growling in protest. Ever since she started feeding her 3 children, she became particularly hungry easily. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Take your wife out for a feast. The reward rebate cap has been increased to 100 million renminbi. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Ha! Hearing the mission voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He is coming, he is coming. Walk. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, husband will take you to eat something good. After hearing this, Su Mengyao face flushed slightly and she nodded modestly. Emperor Hotel. In Tianhai City, the few top-tier hotels here have a minimum charge of 100,000. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to eat? Arriving at room number 1, the waiter with fair skin and a pleasant voice asked. When I opened the menu, I saw the main set meal. Top package price, 388,888 renminbi. Super rich package price, 588,888 renminbi. The price of the Supreme Emperor package is 888,888 renminbi. After taking a look at the set meal, Yi Xian made up his mind. Supreme Emperor set meal, please. Yi Xian ordered the most expensive set meal. The waiter was shocked when he heard it. Sir, are you too sure? You know. This is the Supreme Emperor set meal, which is rarely ordered in a month, let alone for 2 people. Oh well. After confirming the menu, the waiter didn't say anything else. After all, the happiness of rich people was beyond her imagination, and she would also get a considerable commission for this large order. Yi Xian, it's too much. Fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and took a photo, call Lu Zixuan and the others. Half an hour later. Hiss. Boss, you are too arrogant. After Lu Zixuan and the other two arrived, they looked at the dishes that were just being served and sipped their food. Of course. Zhou Heng took a deep breath and sipped his lips. I checked online, and even at the Tianzi Hotel, the minimum entry fee is 200,000. Boss, you are so loyal. Chaiyang gave a thumbs up and looked at the table full of food. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. Sir, your Supreme Emperor set meal is ready. The waiter with a sweet voice bowed and said, I wonder if there is anything else you need? Yi Xian glanced at the dining table and said, bring a few bottles of red wine and a bottle of drink. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the waiter turned and left the box. The Imperial Supreme set meal is quite high-end. Lu Zixuan said as he flipped through the menu. Wow. Wow, the Emperor's Supreme set meal is 888,888 renminbi. What? After hearing this, Zhao Yang and Zhou Hang looked over and then took a deep breath. Oh my god. The boss's behavior is so cruel and wasteful. Thank you, boss, for your arrogance. Lu Zixuan and the other two raised their glasses to thank the boss. This meal was enough for them to brag about for half a year. Congratulations to my sister-in-law on her graduation. Then, the three of them toasted Su Mengyao. Thanks. Su Menyao's face was slightly flushed as she drank her drink. She felt a little embarrassed when she heard them calling her sister-in-law one after another. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 3 little guys fell asleep without knowing when. Boss, come and drink more. Before he could finish his words, Lu Zixuan fell asleep on the table. Although Yi Xian had a good alcohol tolerance, he was also drunk. These few people. Looking at the drunk people, Su Mengyao envied their friendship. Please, get a room for the 3 of them. Yi Xian was talking to the waiter while being slightly tipsy, and the dinner party came to an end. Sir, including the drinks, your total spending is 980,000. Swipe the card. Yi Xian handed over a black card and the transaction was completed with a beep. Ding. The host spent 980,000 renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 9.8 million renminbi. As for Lu Zixuan and the other two, they were sleeping soundly in the room. Yi Xian, you, let me drive? After putting the 3 treasures away, Su Mengyao looked at the car keys in her hand with some uncertainty. After all, this was a luxury car worth 80 million yuan. Open boldly. Yi Xian didn't care. He looked at the 3 girls who had sobered up a little and said, my husband is not short of money. Oh well. Knowing that her man, that guy's financial resources, Su Mengyao didn't say anything else. Return to the villa. Young madam, just leave the 3 treasures to us. Tang Wansu and the maids handed over the sleeping Sanbao, while Su Mengyao felt her face flushed as she felt the full inventory. It seemed that someone was going to take advantage of her again. Drip. After washing up, Su Mengyao returned to the room and met the passionate gaze on her. Wife, you are so beautiful. Also, you scared me while driving today. Ugh. Before Su Mengyao could finish her words, Yi Xian covered her red lips with his, raised the corner of his mouth and began to clear out the inventory to sober up. More than half an hour later. After successfully sobering up, Su Mengyao fell asleep soundly in Yi Xian's arms, with a happy smile on her lips, looking particularly charming under the light. Is this the pinnacle of life? It's really great. Recalling the scene just now and smelling the pleasant body fragrance of the beauty beside me, I felt very calm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of taking his wife out for a feast. The reward rebate cap has been increased to 100 million renminbi. While I was in a daze, the system voice suddenly rang in my ears. The ceiling is 100 million? Upon learning that the reward had arrived, Yi Xian's mood instantly became better. Looking at the beauty so close to him, he leaned over and lightly kissed her delicate, rosy face. It tastes just like a ripe peach and feels great. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. It was a message from Lu Zixuan and the other two. Boss, that's so grand. I love you. Thank you, boss, for the royal suite. Looking at the messages sent by the 3 people, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. The people at Tianzi Hotel were quite capable and arranged the best room for the 3 people. Kneel down and pay your respects. Yi Xian sent a message, and soon Lu Zixuan and the other 2 sent kneeling emojis. I wish my godfather, have a good time. Smirk.jpg. Chapter 14. If you dare to disrespect my wife, no one, not even the Lord, can stop you. The next day, early morning. Bathed in the golden sunlight, Su Mengyao woke up after struggling. Seeing herself naked and tightly pressed against the octopus again, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn red. This guy, you let me bully you yesterday. Now you're quiet, right? Looking at the man next to her, Su Mengyao couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and couldn't suppress it at all. Oof. With a delicate hum, Su Mengyao raised her slender finger and poked Yi Xian's cheek. Your skin is really good. A grown man actually has better skin than this lady. It's so unfair. At this point, Su Mengyao looked at the handsome profile under the golden sunlight, but this guy is really handsome. Bo. At a certain moment, Su Mengyao kissed Yi Xian's cheek for some unknown reason, and then her face suddenly turned red. Oh my god, Su Mengyao, what are you doing? You actually kissed that guy secretly. With the slight stimulation, Su Mengyao's heart beat faster and her face became even redder. Wife, you are so brave. At some point, a voice came to Su Mengyao's ears, and her thoughts came back to her mind, just as she was facing someone who was very close to her. Yeah. When did you wake up? In fact, Su Mengyao wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, and her heart beat even faster. Kissing your man secretly will be punished, okay? Yi Xian, who had just woken up, didn't expect his wife to be so brave. You know everything. Whatever you fear will come true. As expected, he knows everything. What should you do? Hubby, kiss me back. After saying that, Yi Xian held her slender waist and kissed her soft and cool red lips, and a passionate French kiss began. When the camera zoomed out, you could see the beautiful scene of her bathing in the sun. After being affectionate for a while, Su Mengyao gave someone a coquettish look. He. This guy is so vindictive. He wants to teach me a lesson just for a stolen kiss. Yi Xian. Su Mengyao raised her fair neck and said, "Let's get the certificate today." Get a certificate? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard it, and looked at the girl beside him in surprise. Wife, are you sure you are ready? Isn't it a bit too fast? What are you thinking about, you guy? Su Mengyao blushed and rolled her eyes. It's because Sanbao will be registered in a while, and we need a marriage certificate. Although he said this, his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Oh well. After breakfast, after feeding the 3 babies, Yi Xian drove Su Mengyao to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Squeak. Just as I arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a voice came from not far away. Mengyao. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Mengyao looked towards the nearby area with a slightly gloomy expression. Zhao Ziming. It was none other than one of Su Mengyao's suitors. It's really you. Seeing the girl he was pursuing being close to a pretty boy made Zhao Ziming feel hostile. Who are you, boy? It was obvious that Zhao Ziming discovered that this pretty boy had a complicated relationship with his white moonlight. Yi Xian, don't misunderstand. Seeing that Zhao Ziming had come with ill intentions, Su Mengyao hurried to explain. Mengyao is my girlfriend, and we got the marriage certificate today. As he spoke, Yi Xian domineeringly put his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. What? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Ziming's mind suddenly roared. Mengyao, this is true. It's none of your business. Su Mengyao's face was cold. She wanted to get rid of Zhao Ziming but was afraid of causing trouble for Yi Xian. You are fine. When Zhao Ziming heard this, he had no idea what was going on, but he just couldn't accept that he would lose to a pretty boy. I didn't even get your third grandma's approval when I was pursuing her, and now you're getting married to a gigolo. Furious and frustrated, Zhao Ziming revealed his true nature. Shameless bitch. Bang. Before Zhao Ziming could finish his words, Yi Xian had already slapped him in the face, with a fierce light in his eyes, as if he was ready to die. Put. After spitting out a mouthful of blood with 2 teeth in it, Zhao Ziming's expression turned ferocious. Boy, you dared to hit me. Zhao Ziming couldn't believe that this powerless pretty boy dared to touch him. You motherfucker, do you know who I am? Bang. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped again with his backhand, which caused his facial bones to be shattered and he lay on the ground wailing in pain. Asshole. He covered his face and struggled to get up, looking at Yi Xian with resentment, and said fiercely, Boy, wait for me. After saying that, he fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Xian, you are too impulsive. Su Mengyao looked off into the distance worriedly and sighed. This Zhao Ziming is the son of the Zhao group. I'm afraid he won't let this go. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, not taking that little character to heart at all. If you dare to disrespect my wife, even the emperor cannot do that. You. Hearing those domineering words, Su Mengyao was deeply moved. Is this the feeling of being protected? All right. It's such a nice day, don't let a fly ruin your mood. Holding the beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Xian smiled and said, Your man is not a pushover either. Then be careful. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Su Mengyao still couldn't help but remind him. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Number 32. As the number was called, Su Mengyao, who was a little nervous, looked at the number in her hand and said, It's our turn. Holding the number, the two came to the designated window. Can you prepare your documents? Shen Xiaoting looked at the 2 parties registering, and when she landed on Yi Xian, she was stunned. Xiao Xian, why are you here? Auntie. Yi Xian was also confused when he saw the registration staff. Aren't you in Rongcheng? Isn't this just a flat tune? He said casually, then looked at Su Mengyao. But it's you, this girl is pretty enough. Mengyao, this is my aunt. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and Su Mengyao's face flushed. Hello, auntie. Indeed. She didn't expect to meet Yi Xian's relatives here. Hee, hello. Hearing the pleasant voice, the aunt gave Yi Xian a thumbs up subtly, thinking that her nephew was great. Come, let aunt help you. Click. He stamped it in no time, fearing that his beautiful niece-in-law would not agree. That's right. After getting the marriage certificate, my aunt suddenly remembered. Does your mother know that you are together? Yes. Yi Xian waved his hand and left after chatting for a few minutes. After all, he couldn't delay too much work time. This brat. After watching her nephew leave, the aunt smiled and found an excuse to call Ye's mother. But when he dialed the number, he was stunned. Ahem. Sis, what did you say? Xin Xiaoting looked in disbelief at the direction her eldest nephew had left, her face filled with astonishment. Xiao Xian and my nephew's wife had a baby, and 3 babies in one pregnancy. Chapter 15. What my wife chooses is worth it no matter how expensive it is. Rongqing, in the living room. What? Hearing that Ye's mother had hung up the phone, Ye's father was furious. That stinky boy actually had a child with someone else. This damn thing. He slapped the table with a slap. Does that kid still take him seriously? Old man, what are you doing? Mother Yi glared at Father Yi fiercely, and her death gaze was like a bucket of cold water poured down on him. Ahem, am I not angry? Father Yi coughed dryly, unable to muster up any more nerve. That brat is simply ruining the reputation of our Yi family. Tisk. Glancing at the serious Father Yi, Mother Yi rolled her eyes and said, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. You think you are a gentleman. At this point, Ye's mother couldn't help but complain, if you hadn't tricked me into drinking and going to the grove back then. I can marry you if I get pregnant with a son? Well. Father Yi felt more and more guilty after being told this. Damn, it was not that he had no choice at the time. It was just that the old woman was too beautiful and had so many suitors, so he had to take the initiative. It turns out that his decision was quite wise. Over the years, he has been the envy of every college classmate reunion. Well, let's put things in perspective. At least I've done my best for you. Ye's father tried to argue, but Ye's mother obviously didn't buy it. You know nothing. My son just found out. Listening to Ye's mother's cooling down operation, Ye's father frowned, obviously realizing that his son's crime was not a serious one. And, did you know, that girl gave birth to 3 babies? Puff. When these words came out, Ye's father was completely stunned. That brat is so powerful. Besides, my son is now successful. After a while of attacking, Ye's father coughed dryly, feeling ashamed. This brat is indeed worthy of being my son. He has quite a bit of my style back then. Roll. Ye's mother glared at him fiercely and said, my son is 100 times better than you were back then. Let him bring his daughter-in-law home in a couple of days. If you dare to turn your back on me, I'll divorce you immediately. Rest assured. Ye's father patted his chest and promised, I will fully cooperate with my wife's instructions. That's more like it. Mother Yi nodded with satisfaction, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of her mouth when she turned around. I said that this old guy was easy to control. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ha! Heaving a sigh of relief, Yi Xian looked at the 2 red books and said, Wife, are we getting the marriage certificate just like that? Su Mengyao was also a little bit unbelievable. Although it was because of Sanbao, it was still fast. But she wasn't disgusted, but rather had some anticipation. However, he didn't expect that the person who applied for the certificate would be his aunt. But at this time, Yi Xian, who was browsing the system, found something good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming 1 rejuvenating face cream, costing 100 renminbi. Note, this cream can beautify and nourish your skin. Long-term use can even achieve the effect of eternal youth. The longer you use it, the better the effect. Wow! Seeing the effect of the anti-aging cream, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was a temptation that no woman could refuse. After all, there is no such woman who doesn't want to stay young forever. Neezy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out the anti-aging cream he had redeemed from the system mall and handed it to Su Mengyao in an exquisitely packaged brocade box. Here, this is a gift for my baby to celebrate getting the marriage certificate. Wow! Looking at the exquisite brocade box, Su Mengyao's eyes lit up. This guy was so thoughtful. The invisible touch was the most fatal. Thank you, husband. Muah. After saying that, Su Mengyao kissed Yi Xian on the face to express her gratitude. It feels cool, just like jelly, and very comfortable. What's this? After opening the brocade box, I was stunned to see the face cream in a golden shell. This is a good thing I asked someone to import from abroad. Yi Xian smiled calmly, saying, this is a youthful face cream. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, and even keeping you young forever. Real. Su Mengyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. She knew that guy would not lie to her. She seemed to like him even more because of such a precious thing. However, she couldn't help feeling guilty when she thought about not having prepared a gift. I didn't prepare a gift for you. That's easy. After getting the marriage certificate, Yi Xian was in a particularly good mood. He waved his hand and said, I just want to buy a watch. Can my wife help me choose one? Aha! After hearing this, Su Mengyao nodded obediently. She always felt indescribably relaxed when being with this guy. We sped all the way to the Vacheron Constantin watch store. Sir, ma'am, how can I help you? The two welcoming guides were shocked when they saw the extended version of Lamborghini Veneno parked outside the store. This must be a big customer. After all, those who can drive a car like this are all rich people. When I entered the store, I was attracted by the dazzling array of Vacheron Constantin watches in the display cabinets. Each one was very valuable, often costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. Yi Xian, look at this one. In order to choose a gift for someone, Su Mengyao looked at various famous watches and was finally attracted by a Vacheron Constantin watch in a display cabinet. Miss, you have good eyesight. The two salesgirls exchanged a glance and hurried forward. This is a Vacheron Constantin overseas watch, designed by the internationally renowned luxury watch designer, Master Ons, and entirely handcrafted. It's also this year's latest model, and the price is 3.1 million renminbi. What? Hearing the introduction, Su Mengyao was stunned. This watch is over 3 million. Is what I chose a bit expensive? Su Mengyao said this with some hesitation. After all, that was an astronomical figure for her. My wife chose it, so it's worth it no matter how expensive it is. Swipe the card. Yi Xian directly took out the black card, and his arrogant behavior shocked the two beautiful shopping guides. It's not because of buying this watch, but because of Yi Xian's words. No matter how expensive the watch his wife chooses, it's worth it because he knows how to pamper her. This girl must be very happy. No way. Su Mengyao felt a little embarrassed by what she said. Her face flushed. You were so nice to me, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? She had no resistance to this feeling of being pampered. Then be proud. Yi Xian waved his hand and said he didn't care. Then he scratched his delicate nose and said, of course I have to pamper my own wife. Oh my god. The sudden appearance of dog food filled the mouths of the beautiful shopping guides so much that they almost choked. Beep. But at this moment, after swiping the card, Su Mengyao volunteered to put a famous Vacheron Constantin watch on Yi Xian. In return, she wanted her own man to pamper her too. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao's face couldn't help but blush. Her man, the name she called him, was pretty good. She seemed to have fallen in love with him. Chapter 16, a 15 million supercar for my wife? Sir, madam, welcome back next time. When I left the Vacheron Constantin flagship store, several shopping guides bowed and greeted me in sweet voices, which was very pleasant to hear. That handsome guy is so cute. Yeah, it would be great if it were my boyfriend. The shopping guides chattered together, fearing that only a girl as beautiful as that could be worthy of him. Yi Xian, do you like this watch? Looking at the boy driving, Su Mengyao asked with a smile. Certainly. She glanced at the watch on her wrist and said, my wife chose it, and my husband likes it. But Su Mengyao thought of something and frowned slightly. I bought it with your money, so it can't be considered a gift from me to you. Fool. Yi Xian rubbed her head lovingly. Baby, you yourself are the best gift for your man. Pooh. What are you talking about, pervert? After she finished speaking, she looked out the window with a blushing face. What's the best gift? I won't pay any attention to you. But I say this, but why do I feel so sweet in my heart? But how come I didn't notice before that this guy is so good at flirting? Ding. The host spent 3.1 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 31 million renminbi. Hearing the sound of the rebate arriving, Yi Xian's mouth curved even deeper. This feeling is pretty good. Ha! At some point, Su Mengyao came back to her senses and realized something. This is not the way back to the villa. Where are you taking me? How? Glancing at her rather nervous pretty face, she jokingly said, Are you afraid your husband will eat you? You, humph. Hearing that certain guy starting to act inappropriately again, Su Mengyao snorted softly and her face flushed, not knowing what was going on in her head. All right. Yi Xian waved his hand, and then said, I'm not teasing you, your husband will take you to the supercar club. Buy you a car. Hearing this, Su Mengyao was stunned. Ah. Buy me a car? Obviously, this took her by surprise. Boom. Seeing Su Mengyao in a daze, Yi Xian lovingly knocked her on the head, which made her hum and cover her forehead with her hands, looking very cute. Yes. Looking at his beautiful wife, Yi Xian kissed her cheek and said, Husband, I can't always drive you around. Buying a car will make things a lot more convenient. Yi Xian, you are so nice to me. That's it. Yi Xian rubbed her cheek, then raised the corner of his mouth slyly. Wife, why don't you call me husband? You. Su Mengyao's face flushed when she heard someone's words of taking an inch further. However, her cheeks were still blushing. Husband. The sweet and coquettish voice made Yi Xian melt. It sounds so good. I didn't expect that my wife is still a potential stock. Potential stock? Su Mengyao obviously didn't understand and asked suspiciously, What is that? Ahem, nothing much, I just want to say you're awesome. Yi Xian coughed dryly, completely unaware of how destructive the sound was. Supercar Club. What would you like to buy, please? When I arrived at the Supercar Club, I saw many people coming and going. The sharp-eyed shopping guide came forward and asked enthusiastically. Vacheron Constantine Overseas Watch, worth 3.1 million. This is a low-key rich man. Buy my wife a car. Yi Xian glanced around and asked, Is there anyone above the 10 million level? Really? After hearing this, the female salesperson couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, I started with tens of millions and I got a big order. Yes, sir. The saleswoman became even more enthusiastic after hearing this. Please come this way, both of you. Miss, your husband is so good to you. On the way, the saleswoman was very discerning and praised him. This is the first time I've seen a man be so generous to his wife. Thanks. Su Mengyao's face flushed, but she didn't say anything since they already had the certificate. Yi Xian, a sports car worth tens of millions is too expensive, right? Su Mengyao said this with some lack of confidence, but Yi Xian naturally didn't care about it. My wife is worthy of it. Wow. This gentleman dotes on his wife too much. During the conversation, they couldn't help but attract the attention of many people around, and the girls looked at Su Mengyao with eyes full of envy. Sir, this is it. The saleswoman led the two to the prime display area. This Ferrari SF90, powered by a 4.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine and 3 electric motors, boasts a combined output of 1,000 horsepower. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds and has a top speed of 340 km/h. The top-of-the-line model costs 15 million renminbi. Hiss. Su Mengyao gasped when she heard this. 15 million, this was an astronomical figure for her. Yi Xian, it's too expensive. Need not. Yi Xian looked at the red streamlined body of the car, which was very consistent with his wife's temperament. This one. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out a black card and said, Swipe it. Sir, would you like to take a test drive? The female salesperson was confused. This was a top-of-the-line supercar worth over 10 million yuan, and she was buying it without even test driving it. Never mind. Yi Xian waved his hand to refuse. I bought it for her to use as a means of transportation. Oh shit. A $15 million top-of-the-line supercar, bought just for transportation? As expected, the world of the rich is not something a person like her can understand. Ahem, alright then. Since the wealthy boss had said this, she didn't say much and just took out her black card and swiped it. Ha! But at this moment, a girl dressed up in fancy clothes happened to see him. Is that my cousin's boyfriend? Good fellow. 15 million supercar for my wife to get around? Lin Xianer immediately took a photo and then called her cousin. Hey, Mayor. Is that your boyfriend? He gave his wife a supercar worth over 10 million yuan without blinking an eye. After saying this, Lin Xianer learned that her cousin had broken up with him. You. If you don't fight for it, young Master Phone will be nothing but trash in front of him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xianer looked at the Ferrari SF90 with eyes full of envy. She wished she was that girl. However, on the other side is the Tianhai University playground. How could this happen? Su Meier stared at the photo sent by her cousin in disbelief. Senior Mangyao, why is it her? Could it be the mother of Yi Xian's triplets? Senior Mangyao just took a year off from school. Could she have gone to have a baby? A loud bang. At this moment, Su Meier suddenly realized something, and her eyelids twitched wildly. Did Yi Xian have sex with Su Mangyao a year ago? Chapter 17. With this little ability, you still want to learn how to kill people? Beep. After the card swiping was completed, the female salesperson returned to the venue. Sir, please keep your card and receipt. After that, the saleswoman continued, we offer a variety of rare license plates. I wonder which one you would like to choose. The car pickup process only takes 1 hour, and you can get the license plate on the road. Wife, choose one. Looking at the various license plates that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, Yi Xian smiled slightly and thought that the supercar club had a good eye. Ding! The host spends 15 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 100 million renminbi. Capped. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 13 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate capped at 100 million, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, god of song, curing kidneys. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, extended Lamborghini Venom, anti-aging cream X3. Wealth, 183 million renminbi. Oh. Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel, and it had exceeded 100 million. Really? He who dotes on his wife will prosper. Bo. After choosing the license plate, Su Mangyao was about to ask something when Yi Xian kissed her on the lips. Su Mengyao's eyes widened and her face immediately turned red. So many people are watching, are you crazy? Wow. I'm so envious, I like it so much. The girls in the club were all staring at him with their eyes wide open. That handsome guy was so generous and charming. Look at you. After the kiss, Su Mengyao glared at someone coquettishly. Forget about kissing when there is no one around, but now. No surprise. Su Mengyao knew that she had become the focus of everyone's envy. Let them envy you. They can't get your man anyway. Puff. Listening to the guy's shameless words, Su Mengyao couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is so naughty. So angry. If those girls knew this, she couldn't even imagine what would happen. But at this moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed the inexplicable murderous intent coming, especially after the Chilin's kidneys. His perception increased by more than 10 times than before. It's directed at me, that's for sure. Honey, I need to go to the bathroom. Then, hurry up. Su Mengyao looked around and reminded them that it was very stressful for a person to be stared at by all those girls. Good. After answering, Yi Xian walked towards the bathroom, his eyes narrowed. Looking at the system mall, he quickly found the necessary artifact items for killing people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming an isolation card X1, costing the host 100,000 renminbi. Note, this card can be transformed into any shape according to the host's wishes. No matter what happens inside the isolation card, the outside world will not be aware of it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging bone-eating powder X66, costing the host 66,000 renminbi. Note, bone-eating powder can corrode corpses, making it an invisible, essential corpse-destroying artifact for every household. After exchanging the two, Yi Xian sneered. Everything is ready. Next, let us see what kind of monsters dare to attack him, the chosen one who possesses the system. You've been following me for so long, come out now. Arriving at a place where few people go, Yi Xian spoke out loud. Pa 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 pa. As the voice fell, applause sounded from the corner, and then a familiar figure appeared. Zhao Ziming. That's right, it was him who took action this time. When he learned that the two had already obtained their marriage certificate, he suddenly felt the desire to kill them. Not to mention, this kid is so bold that he actually hits him. How can he survive in Tianhai if he doesn't take revenge? Isolation card, use. Looking at Zhao Ziming in front of him, Yi Xian silently used the isolation card to cover the field and also sentenced him to death. Boy! Haven't seen you for a long time. Zhao Ziming waved his hand, and more than 10 of his men surrounded Yi Xian, sneering, "Dare to hit me? Have you thought about what's going on now? A young brat dares to attack me." At this point, Zhao Ziming was furious, "And that bitch Su Mengyao. I actually got married to a pretty boy like you, what for? Catch that bitch for me." At this point, Zhao Ziming's mouth curled up into a ferocious expression. "I'm going to kill her in front of this kid and let him know how powerful I am." Bang! Just as Zhao Ziming was about to finish his words, he was slapped in the face and flew several meters away. He hit the wall with a bang and the sound of bones cracking was endless. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the isolation card. His facial bones were shattered and at least 7 or 8 ribs were broken. The pain directly pierced his limit. "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." Zhao Ziming, who had just come back to his senses, had a murderous look in his eyes. "What are you standing there for? Kill him. I will be responsible for all consequences." Zhao Ziming was unable to move at all. He looked at Yi Xian not far away with resentment, determined to break his bones one by one. "Boy, you dared to hit young Master Zhao. You are tired of living." Dozens of people rushed towards Yi Xian. Just kidding, it was obvious that this kid had extraordinary skills. Okay. Looking at the dozen people rushing up, Yi Xian flexed his wrists, just to loosen up your muscles. Bang! 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 The slaps were continuous and the shadows of the hands were flying. Every slap would knock one person away, and the person would hit the wall and be beaten to death, and his body would fall to the ground. After all, now Yi Xian has the strength of a martial arts master. Although his physical condition is a little behind, it is no problem for him to deal with the minions. Half a minute later, dozens of corpses were lying on the ground, and Zhao Ziming was completely stunned. That kid actually dared to kill people, and killed more than 10 people in a row. With this little strength, you still want to imitate others and kill people? Yi Xian looked at Zhao Ziming sarcastically, which made Zhao Ziming feel a chill down his spine. That guy was simply a living devil. Just right, use them to practice. Sizzle. As the voice fell, dozens of bone-eating balls scattered on the corpse, making a harsh corrosive sound. The visual and auditory impact shocked Zhao Ziming to the point of horror. Ah, no. Don't come over. Because he saw that more than a dozen of his men had disappeared without a trace, not even a bone was left. I'm warning you. I'm the young master of the Zhao group. I'll be in control of the group in the future. If you dare to touch me, ah. Before he finished speaking, the bone-eating powder had already fallen on him. The terrified Zhao Ziming watched with his own eyes as his body was corroded by holes, and his shrill screams resounded throughout the place. There was no doubt that death was a relief for him at this moment. Asshole. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Chapter 18. Mom, oh no, Auntie, let's go tomorrow. It works well. Looking at the empty field, it seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Only. Yi Xian shook his right hand and frowned slightly. It seems that the bonus to physical attributes still needs work. After leaving, returned to the club lobby. Just got back? Su Mengyao complained, it takes so long to go to the bathroom. Well enough. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, then jokingly said, it's not like the wife doesn't know the husband's inventory level. Put. What nonsense are you talking about, you guy? Su Mengyao was frightened and looked aside quickly. When she found that no one was paying attention to them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her face turned red and spread to her neck. Hateful. Is that guy crazy? I didn't understand a single word he said about inventory volume. Yes, I had no idea what he was saying at all. You've been there for so long, don't you know how stressful it is to be watched here? You deserve to bleed so much money, I don't care about the money. Let's go. After signing and completing the formalities, Yi Xian drove away with his wife, and asked the club to send the car back to the villa. After leaving the supercar club, Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. I can't believe I actually own a supercar worth over 10 million. Tisk. Seeing Su Mengyao's emotional look, Yi Xian knocked her head and said, Wife, be happy that you have such a rich husband. What's wrong? It's because I have good taste. During the time with Yi Xian, Su Mengyao herself was optimistic and cheerful, at least she was more relaxed and proud than before. Of course, my baby is amazing. He even has more food than others. Put. Ration, you big head ghost, are you crazy? Even though there was no one here, Su Mengyao's face was so red that it spread all the way to her neck. That guy was really getting more and more excessive. Didn't he feel any pang of conscience for treating her like this? Ding ling ling. After a while of noise, the charming atmosphere was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. It was Ye's mother calling. Hello, Mom. Clicking on the hands-free mode, Yi Xian greeted her, but Su Mengyao felt a tightness in her heart because it was her future mother-in-law calling. Mother Yi responded, but she didn't know her daughter-in-law was right in front of her. Stinky boy, why don't you bring Xiao Su to Rongqing tomorrow? After all, I have to formally meet the parents. Tug. Hearing what her future mother-in-law said, Su Mengyao's face flushed like a rosy cloud. Is it so soon for her to officially meet the parents? Ahem, Mom, how about waiting a few more days? Noticing his wife's shyness, Yi Xian asked tentatively. Fart. Ye's mother rejected the idea outright and went straight to the point. I had a hard time suppressing your father's words. If he comes to the villa with 7 wolves and beats you up in a few days, I won't ask. Yi Xian. Mom, oh no, Auntie, let's go tomorrow. Hearing that her uncle was going to use the 7 wolves to beat her man, Su Mengyao quickly changed her words, but it was obviously too late. Even Yi Xian, who was standing next to her, was shocked. This girl gets into the role so quickly. Cough cough. Ye's mother was obviously also panicked by this address, and her heart immediately blossomed with joy and said with a smile on her face, Oh, Xiao Su, you are here too. What did you call me just now? Speaking of this, Ye's mother was extremely happy. Can you call that again? Mom. Tiantian's voice was full of coquettishness, and Ye's mother almost fainted with happiness. Su Mengyao said with a blushing face, after all, it would be bad if she didn't call out since her future mother-in-law had spoken. Hey! Mother Yi was so happy in her heart, she was happier than knowing that her son lived in a villa worth 1 billion yuan. The biggest regret in her life was that she didn't have a caring daughter, but now it's different now that she has a daughter-in-law. Come to Rongqing tomorrow, and Mom will make you something delicious. After talking for a while, Ye's mother changed her expression and instructed her son, as if her daughter-in-law was her true love and her son was just an accident. Stinky boy, drive slower tomorrow, you hear me? Beep beep. After saying that, Ye's mother hung up the phone and no longer pretended to be partial to her. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Bring your wife to meet the parents. Reward, all-around game, plus Constitution plus 2. Reject the mission, Constitution plus 1. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system sound ringing in his ears. All-round gaming? What the hell, making yourself the god of esports? But this time when I go back, it would be nice to take the opportunity to make some money. Why, are you nervous? Yi Xian came back to his senses and looked at the girl beside him and asked anxiously. Who's nervous? I didn't. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth and said one thing, but her heart was beating faster and her face flushed, spreading to her neck. Hello, master. Hello, madam. I pushed the door open, got out of the car and walked to the front of the villa. The maids bowed and greeted me. Chuckle. The 3 little ones saw their parents and excitedly waved their arms and legs, giggling. The heartwarming scene made Tang Wansu and the maids envious. Gurgle. After being together for a while, Su Mengyao's lower abdomen couldn't help but cry out in protest of hunger, which made her face turn slightly red. Are you hungry? Hearing the voice, Yi Xian caressed her delicate nose and said, Wait, your husband will make you something delicious. Feeling a guy scratching my nose like a daughter, I felt a little embarrassed and lowered my head to respond. Is it really okay for this guy to pamper me like this? Squeak. After taking a short walk, just as I was about to return to the villa, a van drove up and stopped in front of the villa. The carriage opens. Suddenly, a cool supercar appeared in front of everyone, which was undoubtedly the red Ferrari SF90. Excuse me, who is Miss Su? The club's head, Zhang Yunxian, came to the center of the field and looked at Su Mengyao, but he still asked for confirmation. I am. When Su Mengyao saw the supercar that was delivered, she agreed reluctantly. Hello, Miss Su. Seeing that his guess was correct, Zhang Yunxian came closer and said, My name is Zhang Yunxian, the owner of Tianhai Supercar Club. This is the Ferrari SF90 you bought for 15 million. After confirming that everything is correct, please sign for it. As he spoke, Jiang Yunxian looked towards the Duyuan No. 1 villa. Yi Xian, who had bought the supercar for him, was indeed of extraordinary status. A villa worth billions. Not everyone can afford this, and the houses in the Duyuan Villa district are not available to you just because you have money. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. Okay. Su Mengyao signed her name on the delivery note, and the maids looked incredulous. Good job. This super sports car worth 15 million was actually given by the young master to the young mistress? The young master is a little too doting on the young mistress. Chapter 19. Am I the kind of person who was greedy for money? The next day, Rongcheng. Ha! The closer they got to the residential complex, the faster Su Menyao's heartbeat became. Yi Xian, what's my uncle like? Don't worry. Yi Xian said comfortingly, your husband already has a solution. Real. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, as he knew his father's weakness very well. Ha! At this moment, Aunt Wang, the gossip master next door at the community gate, was chatting with a few sisters about family matters. Look, when did our community have such a rich car? Rolling down the car window, Yi Xian saw several people and naturally greeted them. Auntie Wang, are you playing here? Hearing the familiar voice, Aunt Wang looked over and couldn't help but shudder. Young man from the Yi family. Good boy, you are so rich. Seeing that the person driving the luxury car turned out to be the son of the Yi family, Aunt Wang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and it was obvious that she had noticed unprecedented gossip. I guess so. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then introduced, I brought my girlfriend to meet my parents today. Ha! Aunt Wang was stunned when she heard this, then she looked towards the passenger seat and what caught her eye was a stunningly beautiful girl. Wow! This girl is so pretty. As Aunt Wang spoke, she gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. You have a very good eye. That's right. Thinking of something, Aunt Wang said, your parents just came back from buying groceries, and they should be talking to someone in the park now. Then we'll go first. After chatting for a few words, Yi Xian drove into the community. Sister Wang, who is that person? Looking at the car entering the community with envy, a sister next to her asked Aunt Wang. Hey, Yi family boy. He was one of the few top students in our community who was admitted to Tianhai University. Before the demolition, his family and I were neighbors. Aunt Wang sipped her lips and said with emotion, I've watched this kid grow up since he was little. I never thought he would become so successful now. But, I remember that the Yi family kid should still be in college? Aunt Wang immediately uploaded the video she took to the neighborhood communication group. Wow. My goodness, this car costs a lot of money. This guy looks familiar. Looking at the heated comments, Aunt Wang smiled and said, how could he not look familiar? This is the boy from the Yi family. What? Oh my goodness, is it true? As expected, under Aunt Wang's guidance, the communication group soon learned that Yi Xian brought his beautiful girlfriend to meet his parents. On the other side, next to the community garden, Old Yi, Father Ye's poker buddy, Old Chen, was holding his grandson in his arms, his mouth full of pride. See, this is my granddaughter. You'll be one in a few days, and I'm planning a big birthday party. Tisk. Father Yi curled his lips, isn't it just a grandson? What's there to be proud of? Although I just won several $100s playing cards, the fun suddenly faded after seeing this, and I felt disgusted. This old man Chen is so pretentious. Sister-in-law. Old Chen then looked at Ye's mother and continued to brag, I heard that your son is still in school, right? It will probably take a few more years before you can have a grandchild. Well. When Ye's mother heard this, she became furious. How could this old man Chen be so shameless? Squeak. Just when Ye's mother was about to retort, a cool extended car stopped in the middle of the field. Dad, Mom, are you playing here? Yi Xian saw his parents with gloomy faces from a distance, and then he came closer. Hey! Mr. Chen is here too? Looking at Old Chen standing beside him, Yi Xian greeted him. Well. When Old Chen saw the extended version of the top-of-the-line supercar that Yi Xian was driving, he was completely stunned. Little Yi, is this car yours? Yi Xian nodded slightly, then introduced Su Mengyao who got off the car. Mengyao, these are my parents, and this is Uncle Chen. Yi Xian winked at his mother and introduced her, a scene that pleased her mother greatly. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, sir. Old Chen obviously looked a little unhappy. The girl brought by the boy from the Yi family was much prettier than his daughter. And, looking closer, Old Chen was surprised to see triplets in the stroller. They looked exactly like little Yi Zi when she was a child. Ouch. Seeing Old Chen like this, Mother Yi knew it was time to show off, and hurriedly said happily, "These must be my triplets. Xiao Su, you are so amazing. Father Yi. Good guy? I didn't expect that I would meet my triplets in this way." As soon as he came on, he scored a goal for himself. Xiao Su, walk home. Mother Yi pushed the stroller, with no attempt to conceal the pride on her face. Old Chen, come visit me when you have time? He. Seeing this, Ye's father smirked. "Oh, there's nothing I can do, my son is too outstanding. 3 treasures in 1 pregnancy, tisk tisk." He looked at Old Chen's granddaughter with a meaningful look, which made Old Chen's head full of black lines, and suddenly his own granddaughter was no longer attractive to him. Joke? How can a granddaughter compare with other people's triplets who have a legitimate family background? Ha 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 ha, so cool. Ye's father followed him away with a haughty look on his face. He glared at his son as he passed by him and said, "You little bastard, I'll settle the score with you when we get home. Return home. Xiao Su, you must be tired." Mother Yi came home and put Sanbao away, then she took her daughter-in-law and said with concern, "Come, here are the fruits we just bought today." "Thank you, auntie." Looking at the beautiful girl, Ye's father suddenly became furious. "Brat, come with me to the room." After saying that, he called his son into the room and slammed the door shut. Seeing that her future father-in-law called her son into the room as soon as he arrived home, Su Mengyao couldn't help but worry. "Auntie, uncle won't embarrass Yi Xian, right?" Su Mengyao said nervously. After all, he can't be blamed for what happened a year ago. Rest assured. Mother Yi patted her daughter-in-law's hand in a comforting manner. "If he dares to hit Xiao Xian, I will kill him." Hearing this, Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief, but she also became somewhat aware of her future mother-in-law's status in the family. "You're so bold, you little brat." In the room, Father Yi looked at his son who was wearing designer clothes and said, "How do I usually go home?" Yi Xian didn't say much. Instead, he silently took out a black card. "Dad, there are 300,000 yuan in this card. This should be a lot more than your private money, right?" When Ye's father heard this, his heart was shocked. "You little bastard, are you trying to stop me with money?" Glancing at his son, Ye's father said righteously, "Am I the kind of person who was blinded by money?" So, Yi Xian was not in a hurry at all, and the corners of his mouth curled up, plus, a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "You." Hearing this, Ye's father's eyes widened. How dare this little bastard push him like this and hit his soft spot? Hateful. A real man stands between heaven and earth, how can he succumb to money? Make a deal. Taking the black card, Father Yi nodded slightly. "I'm not doing this for you, I just don't want my triplets to suffer." But damn, this brat has good taste and found such a beautiful daughter-in-law, who is quite like himself in his youth. Chapter 20 Xiao Su, Auntie tells you that this man is destined to be ordered around. Clear. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, saying seriously, "Father, you have a great vision. I admire you." Ahem, this kid is teachable. With a dry cough, Father Yi felt embarrassed. This brat was even more shameless than him. "Let's go." Father Yi was in front, opening the door with a serious expression as if he was acting. Ding. The host spent 300,000 renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 3 million renminbi. As expected, Yi Xian heard the sound of the rebate being credited to his account, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking that it felt pretty good. Xiao Su. Father Yi looked at his daughter-in-law and said in a serious tone, "I told you, brat, it's us, the Yi family, who owe you. From now on, if he dares to bully you." As he spoke, Father Yi put the black card away without leaving a trace. "Uncle, beat him to death with 7 wolves." Well. Heike's actions were naturally seen by Ye's mother. It turned out that this old man was indeed under the control of his son. This money-hungry guy wants to teach his son a lesson? Thinking of this, Ye's mother felt that the role she had played before was somewhat redundant. "Yi Xian, uncle didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Su Mengyao came to Yi Xian and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not beaten by his uncle. He dares. Ye's mother felt that the assist was not good enough and looked over with a sharp look, which made Ye's father, who was already feeling guilty, cough dryly. He would never hand over the private money given by his son. Without. Yi Xian shook his head and looked at his father. My father is wise and powerful, he is not comparable to those pedantic parents. Right, Dad? Hearing his son's praise, Ye's father was as calm as an old dog. After all, he had to maintain some dignity in front of his daughter-in-law. That's it. Father Yi coughed dryly, then looked at his son. Think back then, wasn't it your mother Xiao Shulin and I who got pregnant with you before we were married? Su Mengyao, this. Hearing this, he looked at Yi Xian in surprise, and Yi Xian nodded bitterly. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the case. Old thing. Ye's mother's face flushed immediately, and she glared at Ye's father fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about in front of the child? Puff. Listening to what her future mother-in-law said, Su Mengyao thought about her encounter with that guy. It turned out that this was hereditary. Dad, you take care of Sanbao. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he looked at his father who was getting along well with Sanbao and smiled. Go ahead. Father Yi didn't even raise his head, but waved his hands impatiently. It was obvious that his son was so redundant at this moment. Joke? How could that brat compare with his triplets? Leave them alone. Mother Yi glanced at the two of them, took her daughter-in-law's hand and asked about her well-being, which made Su Mengyao feel full of security. She looked at her future father-in-law who was teasing Sanbao, and someone who was busy in the kitchen. Is this the feeling of home that I have always dreamed of? Warmth, happiness, sweetness. It feels amazing and comfortable. At a certain moment, the tempting aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Father Yi finally came back to his senses from playing with Sanbao. Shawan, am I seeing right? Is that brat cooking? Auntie, I'll go help. Seeing the dishes coming out of the pot, Su Mengyao volunteered. Mother Yi glanced over, which made Father Yi shudder. Ahem, no need. Well, I'll do it. Seeing this, Su Mengyao stopped insisting. Instead, Ye's mother took her daughter-in-law's hand and looked at the busy father and son. Xiao Su, Auntie is telling you that this man is destined to be ordered around. Listening to the aunt's brainwashing, Su Mengyao nodded as if she understood. Oh. During the meal, Father Yi took a bite of food and put it in his mouth. This tastes amazing. Father Yi gave a thumbs up and kept giving thumbs up. Good boy, you have quite a bit of your father's style. Roll. Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi and said unhappily, your daughter-in-law is still here. Have some dignity. After hearing this, Ye's father coughed dryly and said secretly, this old woman doesn't give me any face at all. It seems that the lesson is not enough. After lunch. Xiaoxin, where are we going? Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi who was expecting her, and asked her son suspiciously. Oh. Yi Xian glanced at his father in the passenger seat and said with a smile, auto sales center, buy a car for my dad. Buy a car? Hearing this, Ye's mother looked at the expectant old man and seemed to understand something. It seemed that this was a secret deal between the father and son. No wonder. That old guy, he let his son go so easily. TSK. Father Yi was in a very good mood, feeling the push on his back. Stinky boy, this car must have cost a lot of money, right? Sipping his lips, Father Yi spoke leisurely. He is beginning to understand more and more the happiness of the rich. Well enough. Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's not much, just 80 million. Oh, only 80 million. What did you say? Halfway through his words, Ye's father lost his composure and looked at his son in astonishment. This car, 80 million. Oh my goodness. Boy, you robbed a bank. Obviously. Ye's father couldn't believe it. His son was now richer than he had imagined. You kid. Ye's mother was also shocked by her son's words. Su Mengyao sighed, thinking that her reaction was similar to that of the old couple. After all, to spend 80 million to buy a car is simply a fantasy for ordinary people. But it's not hard to accept. Mother Yi calmed down and waved her hand, saying casually, after all, if you live in a villa worth 10 billion, it's not too much to drive an 80 million extended-length supercar. Poof. The saliva that Mr. Yi had originally intended to spit out to calm himself down was all sprayed out, and he looked extremely embarrassed. What? Ye's father looked at Ye's mother in astonishment. Xiaowan, you said the villa this brat lives in is worth 1 billion. Yes. Mother Yi looked at Father Yi and frowned. Why, didn't I tell you? Father Yi, all right. Seeing Ye's father's bewildered look, Ye's mother nodded slightly. It's not too late to know now. Well, now you know. Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi unhappily. I've already told you that my son is at least 100 times better than you were back then. Ahem, why didn't you say so earlier? With a dry cough, Ye's father looked at his brat with a changed look. Strictly speaking, this boy was more than 100 times stronger than himself, and it would not be an exaggeration to estimate that 1,000 times was not an exaggeration. Mr. Yi, who was originally a little embarrassed to buy the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, now has no worries at all. Joke? It's just a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. I'm afraid I can't even afford the wheels of this super sports car. Haha, okay. Thinking of the shocked and envious looks on old Shen's face after his son bought him a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the curve of his lips could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 21, Encountering a love rival during the car buying incident, Yi's father was so happy. Rongqing, Automobile Sales Center. Ha! Father Yi took a deep breath, walked to the hall, and looked at the dazzling array of cars in front of him with his heart pounding. Once upon a time, he also had a dream of traveling around the world. You little bastard, I'm only getting what I want thanks to you. After a few sighs, Father Yi finally came back to his senses. Mother Yi was rare in not saying a word at this time. Because she knew very well that it was not easy for Yi's father to work like a slave for this family over the years. Old Yi. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. After seeing the person coming, Yi's father and mother both frowned. Wang Si-hai. That is right, this was Yi's father's love rival back then, and he was also one of the people pursuing Yi's mother. Xiaowan, I didn't expect you to come to a place like this? Looking at the two of them, Wang Si-hai's lips curled up with a subtle sarcasm. Although this place is not where those top supercars are, it is not a place that ordinary people can come. As for the situation of Yi's father's family, he knew it very well. It took him half a year to recover from the fact that he failed to defeat Yi's father. This is your son, right? Wang Si-hai's eyes fell on Yi Xian, and an inexplicable hostility emerged in him, which Yi Xian clearly noticed. I heard you're graduating next year. Why don't you come to my company and be my driver? Wang Si-hai. Just kidding. Wang Si-hai waved his hand and stopped talking about this topic. He then looked at Yi's mother, who still had her charm. But Xiaowan, I really feel sorry for you. If you hadn't married old Yi, you might be a wealthy lady today. Click. Upon hearing this, Yi's father clenched his fists, as if a needle was piercing his heart. He had worked very hard over the years but still could not achieve class advancement. Yi Xian, this person. Su Mengyao naturally noticed that the atmosphere was not right and asked her man in a low voice. His name is Wang Si-hai. He was one of my mother's suitors back then, and he's always been at odds with my father. Oh. Su Mengyao nodded and looked at the field, vaguely guessing the situation back then. What kind of car would you like to buy? At this time, the female salesperson, noticing that the atmosphere was not right, came over and asked in a sweet voice. In this way, a battle without gunpowder ended here. Is the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class available now? The female salesperson's eyes lit up when she heard this. The top-of-the-line version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is the main model promoted by their sales center, and the commission for selling one is very considerable. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the saleswoman's attitude became more enthusiastic. Then, Father Yi followed him to a car. The car had a majestic appearance and a very domineering visual impact. It was obvious that Father Yi liked this car after seeing it. Dad, is this the one? Seeing my father's happy expression, I already knew his decision. Father Yi couldn't help but examine the interior with his hands full, his face full of joy, while Mother Yi's expression of indulgence made Wang Si-hai very envious. Snort! With a cold snort, Wang Si-hai looked at Yi Xian. A young boy with such a family background dares to buy a Mercedes-Benz G. It must be an installment plan, just to make it look fat. Ding! However, before Wang Si-hai could continue to despise him, a sound of successful payment was heard. Sir, payment successful. The saleswoman took a deep breath and respectfully handed over the black card. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth 1.8 million is yours. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were in an uproar. Wow, he bought the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth 1.8 million yuan just like that, and he bought it for his father, which shows how filial he is. How come? Wang Si-hai was stunned. He couldn't believe that the kid who was still in school could actually afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in full. Ding! The host spent 1.8 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 18 million renminbi. Yi Xian heard the sound of system rebates, which made him feel very good. Really? It's the perfect time to go back to Rongqing and spend some money. Gentlemen. Just as I came back to my senses, the sales manager approached me with an extremely respectful attitude. Excuse me, is that extended-edged Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million yuan outside the store yours? Yes, I don't know what happened. That's right. The sales manager was shocked and said respectfully, your car is too expensive. Passing cars don't dare to get close to it. Please park it in the designated parking space. I see. Yi Shen then tossed the car keys to the sales manager. Just park it. Cough cough. The sales manager hesitated to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, sir. It's not that he doesn't want to refuse, but he doesn't dare. Afraid of offending this super rich boss. Joke. A car worth 80 million, even a fool knows what that means. What? Seeing the sales manager taking the keys and leaving, everyone in the room looked at Yi Xian. I'm so angry. A supercar worth 80 million, is that crazy? That guy, who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Gulp. Wang Sihai listened to the discussions of the people around him, and the Lamborghini worth 80 million that he had just seen and made him extremely envious came to his mind. Good job. That car actually belongs to the son of the Yi family. Broken. It was terrifying to think about it carefully. When he thought about the playful arc on Yi Xian's lips just now, he felt cold all over. Now. Only then did he realize how terrifying the son of the love rival he despised was. Hiss. The female salesperson nearby couldn't help but gasp when she heard this. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian changed. Oh my god. A top-of-the-line extended edition luxury car worth 80 million. This was the richest client she had ever received. She felt extremely fortunate for a moment. Fortunately. She just settled the dispute, otherwise if it had gotten out of hand, something terrible would have happened. Human nature, it turns out that when you have money you are surrounded by good people. Ye's mother looked around coldly, taking in everything including Wang Sihai's reaction. The reason why she chose Ye's father was because he simply liked her, not just because she was beautiful. Ye's father naturally knew how she had treated him over the years. Obviously, her decision was a wise one. After the car purchase is completed and the formalities are signed. Old Yi. Wang Xinghai struggled again and again, coughed dryly, licked his face and came forward. I'm sorry for what happened just now, I was blind. You, don't bother with me. Indeed. He had no choice but to do so. Yi Xian's eyes just now made him more and more uneasy. If such a being really wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Seeing his arrogant rival like this, Father Yi glanced at his son and a barely perceptible smile curled his lips. My mother is so lucky to have a son like this. What more could I ask for? Chapter 22. My son is too outstanding, I can't help it. Haha, no problem. Father Yi smiled magnanimously. His son was so capable that this guy would probably take a detour when he saw him in the future. Thank you, old Yi. Wang Sihai took a deep breath and was really shocked. What the hell was a supercar worth 80 million? His net worth was not even 10 million. Xiao Wan. Taking a deep breath, Wang Sihai looked at his former lover. Bai Yueguan, you made the right choice back then. You gave birth to a good son. After some preparation, Wang Sihai looked at Yi Xian with fear. Xiao Xian, Uncle Wang was abrupt just now. I hope you don't mind. Seeing his humble attitude, his father and mother looked at him with sarcasm. This guy really has no backbone at all. What are you talking about, Uncle Wang? Yi Xian glanced at Wang Sihai, then said meaningfully, I heard from my dad that Uncle Wang took good care of him back then. If possible, I will definitely repay Uncle Wang well in the future. Gulp. Wang Sihai almost peed himself when he heard this. If he was given special care, he would die without knowing how. Ahem, don't worry, Xiao Xian. Uncle Wang, you must be careful about your words and actions from now on. Wang Sihai's eyelids were twitching as he spoke. While he said this, he secretly swore in his heart that he would stay away from these two people in the future. Old Yi, goodbye. In front of the car sales center, Wang Sihai watched Yi Xian and his family leave until they disappeared from his sight and his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Bang! After coming back to his senses, Wang Sihai slapped himself hard. Damn it, it's all your fault for being so rude that you almost killed me. Ha 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 ha, awesome. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Father Yi looked at the rearview mirror with great joy. Xiao Wan, seeing Wang Sihai's expression just now, it must have been very satisfying. Now, I'm happy. Mother Yi rolled her eyes. She knew that the old man had been holding this grudge for decades. Of course. Father Yi was very happy and smacked his lips. That brat really made me proud. From now on, Wang Sihai won't bother me anymore. Seeing him like this, Ye's mother was also very happy. Having such an outstanding son is undoubtedly their best work. Rongqing Shopping Mall. Chanel Flagship Store. Son, how about this cosmetic? Purchase. This dress is nice too. Purchase. Yi Xian waved his hand proudly and took everything his mother mentioned. This really made Ye's mother happy, and she did not forget to discuss it with her daughter-in-law. Auntie, your son is so generous. I'm so envious. It was the first time for the shopping guides to see someone so generous with their purchases. Ye's father looked at his son with satisfaction, thinking that he had made great progress. Ha, really? Mother Yi smiled from ear to ear. I am also benefiting from his influence. My son is so outstanding, I can't help it. Versailles words really attracted envious glances from many passers-by around. Snap. After taking several photos in succession, the mother sent the photos to the neighborhood communication group and WeChat moments. Naturally, she wanted more people to see her son's filial piety. Neighborhood communication group. Wow, my sister-in-law is awesome. So enviable, luxury brand, Mrs. Yi has a good son. Yes, Xiao Yi is indeed the most promising young man in our village. Various comments emerged in the communication group, with dozens of them every second, which made Ye's mother satisfied. Then, I looked at my circle of friends. The curve of his mouth became a little deeper, and relatives and friends liked and commented on his post, and he was in a particularly good mood. Sir, your total purchase amount is 1.24 million renminbi. Would you like to pay by cash or card? Swipe the card. Yi Xian casually took out a card, and his arrogant behavior made everyone in the flagship store envious. Ding! The host spent 1.24 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 12.4 million renminbi. After swiping the card, Yi Xian also received a consumption rebate. TSK. Leaving the flagship store, Mother Yi looked at the bags in her hands and said, I never thought that one day I would become a wicked capitalist. Walk. Yi Xian naturally would not miss such a good opportunity and took his parents to the next flagship store. Dad, this watch is great. I want a few sets of these clothes. Spend money lavishly and buy. As expected, the money swiping operation is in progress. Ding. The host spent 1.08 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 10.8 million renminbi. Ding. The host spent 1.36 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 13.6 million renminbi. Ding. The host spent 1.19 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 11.9 million renminbi. The sound of continuous consumption rebates ringing in my ears is undoubtedly very pleasant. When we left the shopping mall, it was already dark. Ha! Mother Yi looked at the car full of things inside. What a waste. You. Father Yi glanced at Mother Yi. This woman hadn't been vague when she bought it. Be happy in secret. He rushed back to the downstairs of the Emerald City community. Ouch. Look, the Yi family is back. The neighbors who had been waiting for a long time were revived after seeing the two cars. Click. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, his father and mother's faces were flushed and the smile on their faces never stopped. Old Yi, are you buying a car? The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class costs 1.8 million, right? When several of Ye's father's poker friends saw this, their eyes widened and they were extremely envious. Hi. Seeing his fellow card players envious, Ye's father was very happy. He didn't let his son buy it, but he insisted on buying it for me. This old thing. After hearing this, Ye's mother rolled her eyes in annoyance. Her ability to tell lies with open eyes has improved. Walk. Father Yi was in a very good mood. He waved his hand and said, brothers, get in the car and take you for a ride. Old Yi, you are so generous. I really envy you for giving birth to such a good son. With a step on the accelerator, Ye's father drove his card-playing friends for a ride. Mrs. Yi, your son is really successful? This car must have cost a lot of money. Ye's mother was obviously surrounded by neighbors, chattering at the extended version of the Lamborghini Veneno. Not much. Mother Yi glanced at the supercar and smacked her lips. This kid is really impressive. He only spent 80 million. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, all the neighbors were stunned, and their eyes changed as they looked at the extended version of the cool supercar. Good fellow. This car is worth 80 million. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with horror. Wasn't this too exaggerated? After searching online, everyone fell silent. What on earth did the Yi family kid do to be so rich while still in college? How can I describe how jealous I feel? Chapter 23, the game is all-powerful and unparalleled, overwhelming the whole audience. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This pushback feeling. Old Wang sipped his lips, feeling the seat. Very good. Yes, this car looks very impressive. Old Ji, I really envy you. Father Yi waved his hand and said nonchalantly, but his fellow card players soon noticed the watch on Father Ye's hand. My goodness, this watch is a Befadari, right? You know old Wang. Looking at old Wang, Father Yi asked doubtfully. He didn't know how much the watch cost at the total price he paid. More than just knowing each other. Taking a deep breath, old Wang swallowed his saliva. This watch is the latest model from the year, the 5396G by Perfettari. It's made of 18K white gold, 38 mm in diameter, 11.2 mm thick, water-resistant to 30 meters, and has a sapphire crystal glass caseback. The market price is 500,000 renminbi. Hiss. The others gasped and their eyes changed when they looked at Ye's father's watch. What? Hearing what old Wang said, Ye's father was shocked. What a filial boy. Hi. But soon, his face was replaced by joy, and this invisible pretense was very effective. My son too, why did he buy such an expensive watch? Versailles words really made old Wang and others secretly envious. On the other side, back home. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Mengyao looked at her future mother-in-law playing with Sanbao and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at his beautiful wife, nodded and smiled evilly. Wait for your man after washing it. Put. Waiting, you big-headed ghost, wishful thinking. After glaring at someone, Su Mengyao went to the bathroom. Mother Yi cast a subtle glance at her, indicating that the couple had a pretty good relationship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of bringing his wife to meet his parents. Reward, all-rounder in the game, plus constitution plus 2. Looking away, Yi Xian suddenly heard the sound of system reward in his ears. All games can be received? Moreover, the physical attribute directly increased by 2 points, which made him feel a warm current flowing through his body. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 15 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate capped at 100 million, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, god of song, curing kidneys, gaming almighty. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone Eating Powder X53. Wealth, 253 million renminbi. The system is pretty good. Coming back to my senses, I heard the sound of water dripping beside my ears, and my mother was enjoying the family happiness with Sanbao. As for Dad? Now, I am probably bragging to my poker friends. Before he knew it, he had reached the peak of his life. Ding-ling-ling. While I was thinking, a cell phone rang. Hey, boss. After the call was connected, Lu Zixuan's voice came from the other end. The 3 of us were killed, let's team up and get revenge. The 3 players in the King of Glory team have lost several games in a row. If they lose again, they will drop to the gold level of glory. Just like before the world background was redesigned, the levels of the King of Pesticides from low to high are Stubborn Bronze, Order Silver, Glory Gold, Noble Platinum, Eternal Diamond, Supreme Star, and Strongest King. Oh. After hearing what Lu Zixuan and the other 2 said, Yi Xian thought of the all-powerful game he had just obtained. Well, it turns out that the system is either allowing you to show off, or you are on the way to showing off. Good. Then Yi Xian logged into the Platinum Premium account, which he hadn't played for half a year. With the full support of the game, it wouldn't be too much to pick it up again, right? Thank you, Godfather. Lu Zixuan and the other two were filled with gratitude. The eldest brother was the best among them, and now with his joining, the rookie on the opposite side could be easily defeated. Soon, the four blacks started. Yi Xian used his best hero, Zhao Xian. His favorite line was Zhao Xian's, "A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Leave the top order to me." Yi Xian said this, then bought some equipment and headed towards the top laner. With the all-around blessing of the game, he felt like he was cheating. Boss is awesome. Lu Zixuan and the other two were inexplicably moved. As expected of the boss, he took charge of the entire journey. First blood. But at a certain moment, just as Lu Zixuan and the other two were in place, a voice was heard and text appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Peerless Warrior for killing the player, Pig Riding, Berserker. The first blood was easily taken, and Yi Xian was also stunned. Wow, this operation. Just now, he seemed to be assisted by God and destroyed the opponent in one encounter. He is worthy of being a product of the system. Fuck. Boss, awesome. You got first blood right away. Now that the boss is so good. I cleared the minion line and killed a wave of jungle monsters. Just as I was about to go back to lead the minion line, I ran into the opponent's Lee Sin. Double kill. After easily killing the enemy, Yi Xian returned to the middle lane, and the four opposing black players were also confused at this moment. Damn it, he came up and got a double kill. That Jisai Wushwang is a master. Obviously. Yi Xian was the focus of attention. 666666, the boss is so brave. Hey, the newbie on the other side, come and fight. How lonely it is to be invincible. The three of them were chattering in the chat window, and the five people on the opposite side had sullen faces. This was too much of a bully. Hateful. Fuck him, you're the best. Indeed, this kind of arrogance must not be allowed to grow. Retreat. Let us go and kill the Zhao Xian together. I'm the unrivaled one and I'll smash your balls. Ha! Lu Zixuan and the other two quickly noticed something was wrong. Where are the people? The atmosphere is not right, it can't be. Zhao Yang sent a message, have you all sought revenge on the boss? Fuck, it really is. When the jungler Zhou Hang saw this, he quickly said, go support the boss. The other side is so shameless. Okay. Yi Xian noticed the arrival of 5 people and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's time to show off your skills. Get started. Several people were waiting quietly on the opposite side of the bush, and at some point they all attacked. Triple kill. Seeing the boss kill another person, Lu Zixuan and the other two widened their eyes, and their support was about to arrive. Yi Xian used a skill and flashed away. Quadra kill. 4 people were killed in succession. Someone on the opposite side wanted to escape when he saw this situation, but it was obvious that he had nowhere to hide under Yi Xian's show of skills. Just like that, another person was sent down. Congratulations to Peerless Wushwang for killing the player's angry red panda. The official announcement appeared on the screen, and then Yi Xian got a pentakill. Pentakill. With a pentakill, Lu Zixuan and his 2 companions wiped out the minion line. Hey, let's kill him while he's sick. Push the tower. The 5 of them attacked together and began to attack the high tower. As expected, the middle tower was shattered after a few seconds, and then they pushed forward horizontally. By the time the opponent resurrected, the middle lane had already destroyed 2 towers and reached the high ground. Give up. Give up. When the 5 people on the opposite side saw the scene, it was obvious that the game was over and their expressions were uglier than if they had eaten a fly. They voted to admit defeat after being entangled. Ha ha ha, so cool. Lu Zixuan watched the other party admit defeat, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Boss, damn, his gaming skills are unbeatable. Chapter 24, Wife Mengyao, you are trying to murder your husband. Ha? While Yi Xian was playing with other players, Su Mengyao came out of the shower and looked at the screen. Yi Xian, you can also play King of Glory and take me with you. Since she gave birth to her 3rd child, she hasn't relaxed in this way for a long time. Wow. Hello sister-in-law, boss, take your sister-in-law with you. When Lu Zixuan and the other 2 heard their sister-in-law's voice, they were suddenly shocked. Wow, the most beautiful campus beauty in Tianjin University is playing King of Glory. I get so excited just thinking about playing games with my sister-in-law. Well, alright. Yi Xian nodded. With his all-around gaming skills, it would be no problem for him to lead someone. Have you played it before? Su Mengyao nodded obediently, then skillfully logged into the account Rage, Yandere, with a smile on her lips. She didn't expect that she and this guy had a common hobby of playing games. Well. However, when Su Mengyao opened the interface, Yi Xian was stunned. This level, Eternal Diamond. Wow, this girl is so talented that I didn't realize she is still hiding her true abilities. Well, my bestie likes to play. I'm just playing around. Su Mengyao spoke a little embarrassedly when she saw Yi Xian's noble platinum rank. Oh my god. Lu Zixuan and the other two also saw Su Mengyao's rank information while playing together. Eternal Diamond, sister-in-law, you are a master. No. Hearing the greetings from Lu Zixuan and the other two, Su Mengyao blushed slightly. It's just that I played more before, so this song is not that difficult. Lu Zixuan and the other two. It's not that difficult. Is sister-in-law in Versailles? Why? They had such a hard time winning a game. I like playing Mulan, just leave the mid lane to me. Su Mengyao looked at her highest rank and said after weighing the pros and cons that of course she had to give it her all when playing games with him for the first time. Hey, okay. Zhao Yang chuckled and said, with the addition of a great sister-in-law, we are even more powerful. Second brother, let's go to the bottom lane. After assigning the routes, Lu Zixuan and the other two headed towards the bottom lane. Come on. Su Mengyao said playfully, and then said, Mulan, I am very powerful. Watching the four people set off, Yi Xian also went to the top lane alone. First blood. The two armies were facing each other. Yi Xian, controlling Zhao Xian, had just reached halfway when good news came from the middle lane. Congratulations to the Violent and Yandere player for killing the player who made me gain 10 pounds. Yi Xian looked at his wife beside him in surprise, and Su Mengyao smiled proudly. I told you, I'm awesome. All right. Seeing Mulan in the middle lane pushing down the line of soldiers, Yi Xian sighed, saying that she was indeed a top student and this game was obviously not difficult for her. Fuck. Sister-in-law is going to be killed right now? Great, my sister-in-law. Lu Zixuan and his two companions had just fought with their opponent in the bottom lane, and they were surprised and impressed to see that his sister-in-law had already gotten the first blood in the middle lane. As expected of an Eternal Diamond level master, this low-end game is no different from torturing a child. It is. Before they could think about it, the official announcement appeared on the screen again. Congratulations to Juesher Wuxuan for killing player Yixiking Izui. As expected, Yi Xian also got the first kill in this round. Seeing this, Mu Xiner also looked over. Judging from the speed of the battle, he seems to be faster than himself. Actually, your man is pretty good too. Feeling Su Mengyao's gaze, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This, my baby should know. Put. I know you're a big-headed ghost, who cares about you? After finishing speaking, Su Mengyao started to push the tower in the middle lane to vent her anger. Several gangs. Lu Zixuan and the other two were confused in the bottom lane, and the opponents were also dumbfounded. From the very beginning, both lanes seemed to be collapsing. Damn, it must be lucky, right? Only. Following the top and middle lanes, we destroyed the first and second towers one after another. At this time, they wanted to go back to provide support, but it was obviously too late. With Yi Xian and the other person controlling Zhao Xian and Hua Mulan's tacit cooperation, the three towers on the high ground were soon breached. Lu Zixuan and the other two followed closely behind to pick up the missing pieces, and in less than 5 minutes the opponent's crystal was shattered. Victory! Looking at the sound coming from the screen, Lu Zixuan and the other two were very excited. Boss, sister-in-law, is so awesome. Yeah, the cooperation is amazing. Hey, say a few more words. The three of them laughed. After all, it was rare to play with the boss and sister-in-law at the same time, especially since sister-in-law was an Eternal Diamond level master. They don't want to miss such a good opportunity to increase their winning rate. 2 consecutive wins. 3 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. When Ye's father came back, Lu Zixuan and the other two had all reached Glory Gold 2, while Yi Xian had reached Honorable Platinum I. Yi Xian, you're so good at playing games. Su Mengyao looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Apart from studying, Su Mengyao's best skill was King of Glory, but few people knew about it. Of course. Yi Xian lifted Su Mengyao's chin and said in a teasing voice, your man is omnipotent. Ahem. Ye's mother, who was not far away, couldn't help coughing when she heard her son's shameless words. Su Mengyao then realized that her future mother-in-law was still in the living room. Her face suddenly turned red, and then spread to her neck. "It's all your fault," she muttered softly, then her slender hand ran to the soft flesh and pinched it. Hiss. Yi Xian felt the pain and gasped, "Mengyao, you are trying to murder your husband." "Ha, what are you playing for so happily?" But at this moment, his father came in from outside with a smile on his face. "Xiao Xian, look who's here." Following Yi's father in came his eldest uncle, second uncle, and his aunt Shen, who had previously obtained the marriage certificate. "Big brother, second brother, little sister, you are all here." When Ye's mother saw her relatives, their faces were full of smiles. Obviously, she didn't expect that they would all come today. "Of course not." Uncle Shen Sinhai said with a smile, "This is the first time that my nephew's wife is visiting us, so of course we have to give her a formal reception." "Xiao Xian, you can do this." Second uncle Shen Xiron patted Yi Xian's shoulder, obviously seeing the beautiful Su Mengyao. "Xiao Su, you've become beautiful again." Aunt Shen shouting took Su Mengyao's hand and said, "Her skin is much better than hers, and her figure doesn't look like that of a mother who had just given birth to triplets." "Hello, Auntie." Su Mengyao's face flushed, and her heart was in her throat. She was very nervous. "Mengyao, this is my eldest uncle and second uncle." Yi Xian introduced them with a smile, and Su Mengyao did not dare to be arrogant and spoke in a sweet and obedient voice. "Hello, uncles." He, eh. When the eldest uncle and second uncle heard the name of their eldest nephew's wife, they immediately smiled and took out a big red envelope. "A little thought is not too little." "Ah, this." When Su Mengyao saw this, she was stunned and looked at Yi Xian for help. "Take it." Yi Xian put his arm around her shoulders and said, "It's our custom. If you don't take it, it's a waste." "Thank you, uncle." Su Mengyao said gratefully, she had never felt so valued before. "This is mine." My aunt also took out a red envelope, and then said with a smile, "Don't be angry if I didn't have time to give it to you last time during work." "How could it be?" Su Mengyao was moved by the enthusiasm and said quickly, "Thank you, Auntie. Look at you guys." At this time, Ye's mother came over, holding two large red envelopes in her hands. "I originally wanted to give them to you during dinner time, but you were so quick. Xiao Su, this is given to me by your uncle." As they were talking, two thick red envelopes were placed in Su Mengyao's hands, which made Su Mengyao's eyes a little sore, because this warm feeling made her very comfortable. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." After some pleasantries, the eldest and second uncles finally set their eyes on the three little guys. "Oh, let your uncle take care of you." Chapter 25, So what if he's a top student? He was still conquered by your son. Chuckle. Being held by his uncle and aunt, Sanbao smiled happily, saying that the three of them were just right. This face. The aunt hugged the little guy lovingly and said, "He looks exactly like Xiao Xian when he was a child." Of course. My nephew's genes are powerful enough. The corners of the mouth are raised, and the plump three treasures feel super good, making people love it. That's right. The aunt then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Nephew, have you chosen a name for Sanbao?" Yi Xian nodded, and then said, "The eldest baby is called Hanin, the second baby is called Xinxin, and the third baby is called Tongtong." Hanin, Xinxin, Tongtong, these names are really nice. The aunt murmured, and then the uncle looked at his nephew's wife. "Xiao Su, I heard that you are 1 year older than Xiao Xian. Are you still in school?" "No." Su Mengyao shook her head slightly, then said, "Uncle, I just graduated a few days ago." Graduate? My uncle was a little confused. This was not the right time. Ahem. As if seeing his uncle's confusion, Yi Xian coughed dryly, "Well, uncle. Mengyao is actually a top student with a double master's degree in economics and management from Tianhai University." What? Upon hearing this, both Ye's father and mother were stunned and looked at Su Mengyao in surprise, wondering why she had graduated with double master's degrees at such a young age. This is not a nerd, this is a genius. You kid, really? My second uncle sipped his lips and was genuinely stunned by the information, while my aunt's eyes showed even more satisfaction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye's mother realized it belatedly and glared at her son. She didn't expect that her daughter-in-law was so much better than she had imagined. Well. Yi Xian coughed dryly, "Mom, you didn't ask." But that's not important. Yi Zuan Baishu said indifferently, "So what if he is a top student? He was still conquered by your son, me. This child." Father Yi rolled his eyes. He wondered who this guy got such thick skin from. Puff. Su Mengyao's face turned red, she really couldn't help it. What was that guy talking about? Uncle, second uncle, aunt, please chat. Nephew, I'm going to show you my cooking skills tonight. After saying that, she put on an apron and went into the kitchen, only to hear her uncle and the other two looking at each other in bewilderment. Third sister? The uncle looked at Ye's mother suspiciously. When will Xiao Xian learn to cook? Of course I learned it specifically for Xiao Su. Mother Yi looked towards the kitchen with satisfaction in her eyes. Second uncle and aunt looked at each other in surprise. This boy is quite responsible. Su Mengyao looked towards the kitchen and felt warm in her heart. Her man was really good to her. After some conversation, my uncle and the other two became restless. Brother-in-law, Xiao Xian actually bought you a 1.8 million Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Of course. Father Yi then showed off the watch on his wrist. Brother-in-law, look at this watch. The Bifatari 5396 G watch is said to cost 500,000. As the vice president of a company, he naturally had a lot of knowledge and recognized the watch at a glance. Well. My second uncle's eyelids twitched wildly. This watch, 500,000. Where have we gotten to? Seeing her brother and sister's shocked expressions, Ye's mother then boasted and said with a smile, see that extended supercar parked downstairs? That's a stinky boy, worth 80 million. Boom. After this wave of exposure, what did my uncle think of? On the way here, he was still wondering when such a big shot came to Rongcheng. I didn't expect it to belong to my own nephew. A stretched supercar worth 80 million, Xiao Xian, what have you done in Tianhai? The aunt sipped her lips. This news was really too much of a shock to her. Nothing much, just some Bitcoin speculation and investments in a few companies. Yi Xian spoke vaguely, he had thought about this a long time ago. TSK. When the eldest uncle heard this, he sighed and said, third sister, you and your brother-in-law have a good son. You can directly retire early. Of course. Yi Xian glanced at his parents and then said, I told my parents during the day that I wanted to buy them a villa to live in, but they refused to agree. Hi. Mother Yi waved her hand, what are you going to do with that money? That's right, Emerald City is nice too, everyone is a neighbor. There's no place for so many people to talk in a villa. Father Yi said this with a smile, and the curve of his mouth made the uncle and the other two vaguely sense something. Based on their understanding of the couple, they thought that living in Emerald City was just a lie, but they were afraid of showing off. The conversation was in a pleasant atmosphere until one moment the tempting aroma coming from the kitchen ended, and my uncle and others all protested with rumbling stomachs of hunger. Dinner is ready. Mother Yi brought the dishes to the table and saw the reactions of the three siblings, which made her feel very proud. See, everyone says Emerald City is much better than the villa. The table full of dishes was a delight to the eyes. Even my uncle and the other two couldn't bear to eat them. They looked like pieces of art. Wow! After taking a bite of long fong chang xiang, my uncle's eyes lit up. Good boy, your cooking skills are better than even those of a 5-star chef. Sharp. As someone who has seen the world, he naturally has the most say. Xiao Xian, awesome. My second uncle was also sighing, and my aunt didn't care about being reserved and started to eat. My nephew is really outstanding. The table was full of dishes, which were all eaten while drinking. Ding ling ling. As the meeting was nearing the end, my uncle Shen Sanghai's cell phone rang, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw the call. Hello, Xiao Zhang. The caller was none other than the secretary of the chairman of Xingshu Group, where my uncle worked. Mr. Shen. Something terrible has happened. The chairman and his family have fled abroad with the funds. The company is now just a shell, a mess. Hearing the words from the other side, the drunk uncle woke up instantly and his face changed drastically. Damn, those bastards. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Shen Sanghai's face was gloomy. He never expected that this day would come so soon. He had been worried before, but he never expected that the chairman would just leave the mess behind and leave. Brother, what's wrong? The second uncle frowned and asked. After all, he was the captain of the Rongqing Judicial Department and could mediate many things. Second brother, something happened to Xingshu Group. Luo Tian and his family fled abroad, taking all the money on the books with them. What? Second uncle Shin Shirong's face was solemn, and he immediately made a phone call. Don't worry, brother, I will contact the Ministry of Justice immediately. Hey. My aunt sighed, I've long said that Xingqiu Group is unreliable. When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes narrowed. This might be a good thing for him. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. Help the uncle's company overcome the crisis. The reward rebate is increased to 1 billion, and a bonus of +1 physical fitness. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. As expected. Listening to the system's task, Yi Xian's smile deepened. If he didn't take action now, when would he take action? Chapter 26, The arrogant acquisition of Xingqiu Group shocked the whole family. Third sister, brother-in-law. Uncle Shen Sunhai couldn't sit still any longer and apologized. Something urgent happened at the company. I may have to go back right away. Brother, I'm with you. My second uncle Shen Shurong was silent for a moment, then said. That's okay. After thinking about it, Shen Sunhai didn't refuse. If it was an ordinary matter, he would naturally not bother his brother, but now it is different. Uncle, don't be anxious. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Xian said, perhaps I can handle the Xingqiu Group's affairs. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally panicked crowd seemed to have found their backbone. After all, Yi Xian's strength should not be underestimated now. Xiao Xian. The aunt looked at her nephew seriously at this moment. This matter is very serious. Are you sure? Yes. Father Yi glanced at his son. He was also unsure at the moment. If you have any ideas, tell me quickly. It's very simple. Knowing that this matter was urgent, Yi Xian went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Use the money to buy out Xingqiu Group. This. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. You know, Xingqiu Group is a well-known large company in Rongcheng. Although it is not as good as the top ones, it is also very good. Xiao Xian. Uncle Shen Sunhai calmed down a bit and looked at his nephew seriously. Do you know what this means? Xingqiu Group's market capitalization is over 100 million. Even in its current crisis, a takeover would cost at least 80 million. It's just money. Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently, then looked at his uncle Shen Sunhai meaningfully. My uncle has worked hard for Xingqiu Group for many years. Doesn't he want to move up a position? At this point, my uncle was obviously interested. For example, Chairman of Xingqiu Group? You little bastard, what on earth do you want to say? Ye's mother was also a little confused at the moment, but she knew her son well and would not make fun of his uncle. Snap. Yi Xian then took out a black card. It's only 80 million. I acquired Xingqiu Group. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Shen Sunhai's pupils shrank, and the whole place fell into deathly silence. This card has 10 million. I need to deal with the urgent matter first. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, I'll make up the rest within a month. Furthermore, second uncle can have the Ministry of Justice and other relevant departments intervene in this matter, thus eliminating all potential risks. Xiao Xian, are you really going to acquire Xingqiu Group? My uncle naturally knew the situation of the group. As long as the drawbacks were eliminated, the company would soon turn losses into profits. Nature. Yi Xian looked at his uncle and smiled bitterly. I want to frame you. Do you think my mother will let me go? Good. After weighing the pros and cons, the uncle finally agreed. Uncle, I'll listen to you. Seeing his uncle put away the black card, Yi Xian continued, I am only responsible for investing money. Everything else in the later stages of the company's operations will be managed by your uncle. As for the shares, you can own 51% and I can own 49%. How can this be possible? When my uncle heard this, he immediately lost his composure. I didn't invest anything, how can it be so much? Only 10% at most. Big brother. When Ye's mother heard this, she understood her son's intention and interrupted, just listen to my son. You may not know this yet, but this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Taking a deep breath, Ye's mother continued. You might not believe this, but this brat spent 1 billion to buy the Emperor Abyss No. 1 villa in Tianhai. Boom. Hearing this, even my aunt was shocked. 1 billion, for a villa. The second uncle's eyelids were also twitching, and the look in his eyes when he looked at his eldest nephew changed. No wonder this kid didn't even blink when he just spent 80 million to acquire Xingqiu Group. Is this kid now so rich that he can't even imagine? Brother-in-law, this is true. Uncle Shen Sunhai looked at Ye's father because this was very important to him. Father Yi sipped and nodded, although, I still can't accept it until now. Ha! After thinking for a while, Shin Sunghai breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed heartily. Nephew, your uncle really loves you well. Since you are not short of money, I will not be polite to you, uncle. When Ye's mother saw that her eldest brother agreed, she felt relieved. Her eldest brother had loved them all since they were young, and he was the one who suffered the most among them. Smelly boy, thank you. Hi. Yi Xian waved his hand, feeling a little uncomfortable seeing his mother being so sentimental. I feel like I'm more used to you scolding me. You kid. Mother Yi glared at her son. She was naturally not used to this, but after all, it concerned her eldest brother's future. He is worthy of being my man. Su Mengyao saw everything. Compared to her cold and ruthless family, Yi Xian was much better. Ding! The host spends 10 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 100 million renminbi. But at this moment, Yi Xian heard the sound of rebate arriving in his account, which made him feel instantly better. Really? The decision to go home was extremely wise. With this kind of money-making speed, big and small horses are just little brothers in front of him. After a brief chat, my uncles left and rushed to the group. Sister, I'm leaving too. The aunt thought for a moment and said, looking in the direction where the eldest and second brothers left, when I worked in Rongqing before, I knew some people and saw if I could help. You little bastard. Watching his sister-in-law leave, Father Yi patted his son on the shoulder and said, well done. Old Ji, let's go take our 3 grandsons to bed. When Ye's mother saw her son and his wife, she expressed her gratitude with this help. Although he was her son, she naturally had to make up for the friendship. What's more, isn't this also my job? Hey, okay. Father Yi chuckled, naturally knowing what Mother Yi intended, and then followed her into the room happily. Besides, she also liked playing with her 3 granddaughters. Husband, that's amazing. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Su Mengyao couldn't help but praise him. Mengyao, my dear, what did you just call me? Yi Xian was stunned, looking at his beautiful wife who was staring at him infatuatedly, feeling incomparably comfortable. What? Did I say anything? When Su Mengyao reacted, her face flushed. She didn't know why she called him husband just now. Now she felt so embarrassed when she thought about it. Certainly. Someone just now stared at me and called me husband? Yi Xian spoke with great interest, and Su Mengyao, feeling his fixed gaze, lowered her head guiltily. Who is so crazy? I didn't. By the end of what she said, Su Mengyao couldn't hear herself, and she didn't dare to look at him. Her heart was beating fast, and her cheeks were flushed, looking breathtakingly beautiful under the light. Chapter 27. Even if it rains knives from the sky, your man will be killed on the spot. Wife, I'm hungry. Looking at the beautiful woman under the warm yellow light, Yi Xian couldn't help but speak. Put. Who cares about you, you bastard? Ugh. As expected, before Su Mengyao could finish her words, someone had already succeeded and an indescribable scene happened. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Mengyao leaned in someone's arms and fell asleep peacefully with a happy smile on her lips. She liked the feeling of having this guy by her side more and more. With a beautiful woman like this, what more could a man ask for? Looking at his beautiful wife, Yi Xian sighed, thinking that if the outside world knew about this, who knows how many people would envy him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of helping the uncle's company overcome the crisis. The reward rebate has been increased to 1 billion, and a bonus of +1 physical fitness. As I was sighing, the system sound suddenly rang in my ears. 1 billion? Yi Xian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and from this moment on he began to accelerate on his path to becoming a wealthy man. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 16 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists. Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate capped at 1 billion, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, god of song, curing kidneys, gaming almighty. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, extended Lamborghini poison, anti-face cream X3, isolation card X6, bone-eating powder X53. Wealth, 353 million renminbi. Feeling the warmth running through the whole body, the added physical fitness makes him feel very comfortable. If this continues, I can't imagine how powerful it will be in the future. The next day, early morning. Have you brought all your ID? After breakfast, Ye's mother looked at her son and his wife. Today was a big day for their Yi family. Because 3 new members will be added to their household registration book. Take care of mom.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Meng Yao checked it several times.
You kid, your father doesn't even care about your household registration.
Listening to her son's words, Ye's mother rolled her eyes in annoyance, then glanced at Ye's father beside her. Men are really unreliable.
Well. Ye's father listened to Ye's mother's hint, and his forehead was full of black lines. Oh my god, this is his own fault. Take good care of my mother and daughter-in-law. Anyone who dares to bully her will be beaten to death. New.
After saying this, Yi Xian and the other person entered the elevator. Su Mengyao felt warm in her heart when she heard what her future mother-in-law said.
Yi Xian, I feel like Auntie is a very nice person. When the elevator door closed, Su Mengyao couldn't help but praise her mother-in-law. Is there? Yi Xian thought of his mother in his memory and said unhappily, that's for your own good. My mom has always wanted a daughter. It's all my dad's fault for not being good enough. Puff.
Listening to the guy's lewd words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but smile. Her face flushed. You guy, what nonsense are you talking about?
That's what it is.
Yi Xian said proudly, and then said, unlike me, I can kill the triplets with one shot.
Put. You're crazy, you're telling everyone everything.
Fortunately, there was no one in the elevator, otherwise Su Mengyao would probably find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Isn't this guy afraid that his uncle will beat him with 7 wolves for talking like that? Go to the town police station and sign the application form. Wow.
The staff member who was processing the paperwork was stunned when he saw the 3 birth certificates. Young man, you look in good health.
It's okay.
Yi Xian was as steady as an old dog, but Su Mengyao beside him had a flushed face and ran her slender hand to Yi Xian's ribs and pinched it.
This scene.
They happened to be seen by the staff, who couldn't help but envy the loving couple.
That's right.
The staff member thought of something and then said, this year, Rongqing has a new policy, a one-time subsidy of 100,000 yuan for first marriages and 200,000 yuan for childbirth. At this point, the staff looked at Yi Xian with envy. Given the situation of you two having triplets, you should be able to get a birth bonus of 600,000 renminbi, plus the first marriage bonus, a total of 700,000 renminbi.
Oh.
Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. There are policies, great.
I want to give birth to 10 or 8 of him, hiss. Su Mengyao pinched someone's soft flesh hard. Do you think 10 or 8 of them want to kill her?
After completing the household registration, the 2 men came out of the police station.
Get out of here. Not far away, a ferocious man was rushing towards Su Mengyao from afar.
Wife, be careful. Yi Xian's face turned cold.
How could such a blind man dare to offend his own wife? Bang.
He held Su Menyao's slender waist and kicked her directly, sending the ferocious wanted criminal flying 2 or 3 meters away on the spot. If this wasn't a public place, the wanted criminal would have been kicked to death.
Cough cough.
The wanted criminal, spitting blood from his mouth, felt 2 of his ribs broken and crawled up with a ferocious look on his face. As a fugitive, he had never been treated like this before.
Boy, I'm going to kill you.
As a man with several murders on his back, he immediately took out a dagger from his right hand and stabbed Yi Xian's neck with a very cruel move.
Go to hell. Obviously, the speed was extremely fast, which scared Su Mengyao who was standing by. Careful. The wanted criminal's eyes immediately warmed up when he saw Su Menyao's pretty face. This woman is pretty enough, so he kidnapped her, and then he. Bang. While the wanted criminal was imagining, before he could start, he was slapped in the face unexpectedly. The slap directly hit him against the street lamp next to him, and the bang made a dent in the lamppost. There was a cracking sound, and the wanted criminal's facial bones were shattered, and he was completely stunned. How is that possible? The wanted criminal's mind suddenly buzzed with an idea. Normally, 3 or 5 people couldn't get close to him, but this guy was not his match in one move. Not good. Thinking about his situation, he forced himself to stand firm. Get down here. With a bang, he was kicked to the ground just as he stood firm. Then he was handcuffed skillfully and subdued by the 2 men behind him. Second uncle. Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian was also stunned and spoke. Well. Second uncle Shen Xiaoron looked over and saw his eldest nephew and nephew-in-law, and then looked at the pitiful wanted criminal. Good boy. I didn't realize it was quite impressive. Shen Xiaoron sipped his lips and patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. This is a AAA level wanted criminal with a bounty in Beijing. You have helped my second uncle a lot. Let's not talk about it for now. This guy is very involved.
I'll take him back to the Ministry of Justice first. After chatting for a few words, Shin Xiaorong carried the wanted criminal like a dead dog into the car and soon disappeared from sight.
Ha!
Su Mangyao, who had returned to the supercar, was terrified.
If it weren't for her man, the consequences would be disastrous. I was too impulsive just now. He's a class AAA wanted criminal, and he has a weapon. What's the big deal?
Yi Xian waved his hand without caring. You almost hit my wife.
Forget about the murder weapon.
Even if knives rained down from the sky, your man would be killed on the spot.
You're awesome, alright?
Su Mangyao rolled her eyes, but she felt very safe in her heart.
The guy's move just now was super cool. Chapter 28 Mayor actually broke up with such a potential stock? That's it.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and said jokingly, hey.
Give your husband a reward. Bo. Su Mangyao blushed and gave him a light kiss. Snort. Alright, let's go.
Su Mangyao urged a certain guy because he saw many people around looking at this place, which was too embarrassing.
Ding ling ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. Hey, uncle.
Yi Xian greeted him when the call was connected.
After some pleasantries, his uncle Shin Sunhai got to the point. Are you free now?
If you have one, come to Xingqiu Group to sign the contract.
Oh.
After hearing what his uncle said, Yi Xian thought about the rebate consumption increased to 1 billion. Such a good opportunity to make money should not be missed.
Good. I'll be there soon.
After hanging up the phone, Su Mengyao came over curiously and asked, Uncle, I have something to talk to you about. As she addressed him, Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly, and she was obviously a little embarrassed.
Yi Xian didn't care and stepped on the accelerator to drive towards Xingqiu Group.
A quarter of an hour later, downstairs of Xingqiu Group.
Squeak. The car stopped in front of Xingqiu Group and arrived at the first floor lobby. Yi Xian. As soon as he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, a good-looking girl at the front desk recognized Yi Xian. Is it really you?
This is. The girl then looked at Su Mengyao, her face cold. You scumbag, you actually have another woman behind Mayor's back. Obviously, as Su Mayor's best friend, Zhao Xiaoyun didn't know that she had broken up with her best friend.
Zhao Xiaoyun?
Yi Xian naturally recognized this person and couldn't help but frowning slightly.
This world is really small. Young Master Yi. But before Zhao Xiaoyun could continue to slander, a girl in a tight skirt came over from a distance.
This person was Xiao Zhang, the former chairman's secretary.
Xiaoyun, how do you talk to the new director of the group? You don't want to do this anymore, right?
Xiao Zhang glared at Zhao Xiaoyun fiercely. Whoever invited this person here had no good eyesight at all. Yi Xian, he is the new director of the group.
How could this happen? Snort.
Without giving Zhao Xiaoyun a chance to continue, Secretary Zhang said, do you know that the new chairman, Mr. Shin, is young Master Yi's uncle, who holds 51% of the shares, and young Master Yi holds 49%?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi.
I'll have HR fire her later.
Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Xiaoyun, then took Su Mengyao into the elevator. Boom. Until the elevator door closed, Zhao Xiaoyun couldn't believe what she heard.
That guy actually held 49% of the group's shares.
How could it be possible? Isn't that guy a poor boy?
Zhao Xiaoyun immediately called her best friend.
Hey, Mayor. You and that Yi Xian.
After a conversation, Zhao Xiaoyun didn't even notice that her phone had fallen to the ground.
Mayor actually broke up with such a potential stock? Zhao Xiaoyun.
But at this moment, a voice pulled him back. Manager Wang from the Human Resources Department wants to discuss your dismissal.
Zhao
Xiaoyun wanted to say something, but hesitated before finally sighing, okay. Obviously, she was regretting it deeply at this moment. On the other side, the chairman's office.
Xiao Xian, you're here.
When the uncle saw Yi Xian, he greeted him with a smile. He never thought that one day he would become the chairman of Xingqiu Group. Young Master Yi, the receptionist, has been fired.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. His uncle's secretary was very perceptive and efficient. Front desk? The uncle asked suspiciously, and Yi Xian waved his hand. It's okay, just a misunderstanding. But.
Looking around, Yi Xian smiled and said, Uncle, this place is spacious enough.
It's all thanks to you.
Uncle Shin Sunhai looked out at the beautiful scenery of Rongqing in the distance and sipped his lips with emotion. If you hadn't spent money to acquire Xingshu Group, how would I have had the opportunity to become the chairman? Speaking of which, my uncle has taken advantage of you for quite a while.
Uncle, you're too polite. We're all family. Secretary Zhang was stunned by the conversation between the two. The person who acquired Xingshu Group was actually the chairman's nephew. Good job.
He understood what was going on at once and couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had dealt with it in time.
Xiao Zhang, bring the contract here. Yes, Chairman. After hearing the order, Secretary Zhang dared not neglect it. Brush.
Yi Xian signed without even looking at it, which made Secretary Zhang confused. Even his uncle Shin Sunhai sighed. Xiao Xian, do you trust me, your uncle, so much?
Shin Sunhai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
His nephew didn't even look at such an important contract.
Hi.
Yi Xianhun didn't care, and then said, my uncle has taken good care of our family over the years.
I don't mind even if he gives Xingshu Group to you. You kid. Shin Sunhai felt embarrassed. As the eldest brother, wasn't it his responsibility to take care of his younger siblings? That's right.
After a brief conversation, Yi Xian took out another black card and said, it just so happens that the dividends from a Tianhai project have arrived.
Here are 30 million as the second batch of acquisition funds. 30 million? After hearing this, my uncle was stunned. It's too fast. I can still handle Xingshu Group now. No problem.
Yi Xian stuffed the black card into his uncle's hand. If he was not worried that he would not accept it, he would have wanted to give him 70 million in one go.
You know, your nephew, am not short of money. Ahem, okay. After a dry cough, my uncle didn't insist anymore.
After all, what the boy said was right.
Ding.
The host spent 30 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 300 million renminbi. At this moment, the sound of rebate arriving rang in Yi Xian's ears.
Goodbye, uncle.
After the two said goodbye, they left the chairman's office.
Ha!
It wasn't until the two of them left that Secretary Zhang came back to his senses and exclaimed, Chairman, is young Master Yi so rich? After all, the young master in front of her is not even older than her.
More than just money. Shin Sunhai looked at the direction his nephew left.
He drives an extended-edged Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million yuan and lives in the Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa worth 1 billion yuan.
Do you have money?
Hiss.
Secretary Zhang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. An 80 million supercar and a mansion worth over 1 billion.
That young Master Yi was actually richer than she had imagined.
No wonder.
Just now, he didn't even blink an eye at the 30 million, so it seems like it's just a drizzle.
Wife, do you want to practice driving?
In the parking lot of Xingshu Group, Yi Xian looked at the girl beside him with a smile.
That's okay. Su Mengyao thought about it and nodded.
After all, he also bought her a Ferrari supercar.
Mengyao baby, which city do you like?
While driving, seeing that he was a little nervous, Yi Xian asked with a smile.
Me.
Modu, I heard the scenery there is very beautiful.
Yeah.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said seriously, actually, I like the Magic City too.
Then why?
Su Mengyao looked over curiously, and at this moment, Yi Xian's mouth curled up with a triumphant arc. Because I love a person, I fell in love with a city.
Put. Listening to someone's words, Su Mengyao's face turned red.
She was teased by this guy again.
Chapter 29, Women Don't Love Men Who Are Not Bad.
Poof. Su Mengyao, with a flushed face, snorted softly, this method has seduced many girls.
How could it be?
Yi Xian smiled slightly and said seriously, not every girl is as beautiful as my wife.
Cut. Why didn't I realize before that you were so sweet? Obviously, Su Mengyao had little resistance to such words.
The atmosphere was very pleasant, and my beautiful wife's driving skills improved rapidly. After all, she was a top student who graduated above her grade.
Good opportunity.
But not far away, an old lady with a shifty look was looking around, and suddenly she saw an extended supercar coming and her eyes lit up. When he got close, he pounced and lay on the ground.
Squeak.
The extended Ferrari came to an abrupt stop, and the old lady began to wail like a dramatic actress.
Ouch.
The old lady holding her knees acted out the scene so realistically, my legs hit someone. The commotion here immediately attracted a lot of people around to watch. Yi Xian, I bumped into an old lady. After saying that, the frightened Su Mengyao pushed the door and got out of the car, regretting it very much. If she had known earlier, she would not have practiced driving.
Go down and take a look first.
Yi Xian glanced at the old lady who was acting. He had noticed from a distance that the old lady looked cunning, and it was obvious that she was using the old scam tactics.
Grandma, are you okay?
Arriving at the center of the field, Su Mengyao asked with concern. How do you drive, girl? Seeing Su Mengyao, the old lady worked even harder. I am old and can't withstand your impact. My bones must be broken. I'm sorry, I should have braked. When Su Mengyao saw this scene, she panicked. Hey! Seeing this, the old lady's mouth curled up with a barely perceptible cunning, and Yi Xian saw it all. This old lady is really experienced in scamming people. Get in the car first, leave this to me. Yi Xian patted Su Mengyao's shoulder to comfort her. Seeing this, Su Mengyao wanted to say something, but finally nodded and got into the car.
Hey young man, you young people can't drive like this.
The old lady who was trying to scam people spoke with full energy, and she didn't look like she had been hit by a car at all.
The people around her were pointing and talking.
Alas, this young man is afraid of getting into big trouble. Of course. Listening to the discussions of people around her, the old lady who was trying to scam people raised the corners of her mouth.
How about this, just give me 100,000 yuan. Let's just forget about the collision with me.
After saying that, the old lady who was trying to scam people continued to act and groan.
You want money, right? Wait.
Seeing the old lady doing this, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully, which made the old lady's heart skip a beat.
Could it be that the boy had discovered something? Hey, boy, you. The car door closed with a bang, and before the old lady could finish her words, the roar of a supercar suddenly rang out, which made her feel even more uneasy. Wife, sit down. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and reversed rapidly, leaving 2 black scratches on the ground. Boom! Then, the beast roared and rushed straight towards the old woman lying on the ground. Whoa gee! That kid tricked me. With a whoosh, the old lady who was trying to scam people rolled to the side in a panic under the threat of death, and Yi Xian drove past quickly. What bad luck! The old lady who scammed the car looked at the departing extended supercar with a gloomy expression. That kid knew he was scamming from the beginning. This? When the people around saw this scene, their eyelids twitched wildly. My goodness, the old lady was actually a scammer. A bunch of idiots. The old lady who scammed people was furious and glared at the people around her. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me scam people? Braze. A tattooed angry young man heard this and kicked him. I'm going to see your sister. Beat her. With a loud noise, 7 or 8 people rushed forward. Normally, they hated this kind of old lady who tried to scam people the most. Bang bang bang. Half a minute later, the old lady who committed the scam lay on the ground with a bruised face and nose. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Is there still any law? The old lady who tried to scam people was crying and screaming, looking like she was in a terrible state. This is unscientific. No one should dare to hit her at her age. The script is wrong. This. On the other side, Su Mengyao, who was in the supercar, saw in the rearview mirror the scene of an old lady who was trying to scam people and being beaten by a group of people. That old lady is a scammer. Obviously. At this moment, she realized something and then thought about what she had just experienced. Yi Xian, you knew it from the beginning. I guess so. Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, how could you possibly deceive your man with that little trick? Poof. Hearing someone's words, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. If you knew, why didn't you tell me? I was scared to death just now. Hey, that old lady is trying so hard to scam me. To expose someone is so unethical. Puff. Thinking of what that guy had done just now, Su Mengyao couldn't help but laugh out loud without any conscience. You are so mean. If a man is not bad, women will not love him. Yi Xian was as steady as an old dog, speaking jokingly, and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Mengyao blush. Put. I don't understand what you're saying, you big-headed ghost. Although she said so, Su Mengyao's heartbeat couldn't stop accelerating. How could that damn guy like him for being bad? It's not like what he said. As he was talking, he had already returned to the downstairs of the community. Yo. Xiao Yi, take your wife out to play. As soon as I got off the car, I ran into Aunt Wang, the next-door neighbor of the Bagua leader, and her eyes were full of envy. Hello, Aunt Wang. Su Mengyao recognized Aunt Wang's nice voice and greeted her. He, eh.
Aunt Wang from next door smiled happily, her voice very pleasant. Your mother has always wanted a daughter. Now that she has such a beautiful daughter-in-law, she must be very happy.
After a brief conversation, he took the elevator back home. I'm back.
Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return from registering their household registration, Ye's mother hurriedly put down the housework she was doing.
Nah.
Yi Xian handed the household registration booklet to Ye's mother, then go and have a look, and be happy in secret.
Go away.
Mother Yi rolled her eyes at her son in anger, saying that her daughter-in-law was still there but he didn't even give her any face.
Where's my dad?
Yi Xian looked around and didn't see his father, so he asked curiously.
Hi.
Hearing about Ye's father, Ye's mother curled her lips and said, don't mention it. He put on a Bafadari watch early in the morning and drove off to show off.
That's right.
Yi Xian thought of something and handed the brocade box to his mother. Mom, this is a face cream. It is imported from foreign countries through special channels.
It can beautify and nourish the skin and keep it young forever. It's your son's filial piety to you.
Oh. Hearing her son's words, Ye's mother took the brocade box and said, Stinky boy, I love you so much.
Chapter 30 Mengyao, you and your man already have a child. After dinner, in the room. Drip.
Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Su Mengyao's face flushed as if she knew what would happen next.
Ding ling ling.
Until one moment, the ringing of her cell phone interrupted her thoughts, and her heart tightened when she saw the incoming call.
Hey, Ruyan. After answering the call, Su Mengyao took a deep breath to calm herself down. Because
the person who called was her best friend Lu Ruyan, and she didn't know her current situation, let alone Sanbao's affairs.
Mengyao, I miss you so much.
Then a sweet and pleasant voice came from the other side, just returned to Tianhai today.
I haven't played games for a long time. Do you have time? After chatting for a while, Lu Ruyan got down to business.
After all, playing Honor of Kings was her favorite thing in her spare time while abroad over the years. Su Mengyao naturally would not let her best friend down, so she nodded in agreement.
I want to treat you.
After saying that, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone.
Crash.
At this time, Yi Xian had just finished washing and came to Su Mengyao. His unique masculinity made her face blush slightly. Yi Xian, my bestie wants to play games with me.
Do you want to join us?
Su Mengyao said this, and just took this opportunity to get to know her best friend.
Good.
Yi Xian rubbed Su Mengyao's head lovingly, then held her in his arms and logged into the Zhishe Shuang account.
Remind you.
Looking at the boy hugging her, Su Mengyao said playfully, Ruyan is better at playing games than me.
Yeah.
Yi Xian said it casually, and then he saw an ID nicknamed Internet Addict Girl sent an invitation to Su Mengyao. Obviously it was her best friend.
Just like that, Su Mengyao also invited Yi Xian into the room. Ha! When Lu Ruyan saw the boy her bestie had invited, she couldn't help but exclaim, Mengyao, is this Jusai Wushuang your friend? Hello? Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, my name is Yi Xian, and I'm Mengyao's boyfriend. Wow. After hearing the introduction, Lu Ruyan was obviously surprised. Mengyao, what's going on? You actually have a boyfriend and I didn't know anything about it?
Although I don't know what he looks like, judging from his voice, he must be a very handsome guy.
Don't ask why. This is a woman's sixth sense, a very accurate intuition. With a dry cough, Su Mengyao spoke frankly, well, it's been a while.
Yi Xian looked at his eternal diamond eye. It was obvious that he was about to reach the supreme star rank.
Judging from the rank, his level should be very good. Let us get started.
After choosing the character, the game begins, which is obviously the key qualifying round.
Leave it to Ruyan on the road.
Su Mengyao knew her best friend's style. Yi Xian, come with me to the middle lane.
Good.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the two of them walked towards the middle.
You have good skills, I will be your assistant.
When they arrived at the foot of the tower, Su Mengyao leaned in Yi Xian's arms and held the hero Hua Mulan.
Mengyao, be careful. The 5 opponents are all in the middle lane. But at this moment, the voice of Lu Ruyan, who was playing online games, rang out. I'll go first.
After saying that, Yi Xian successfully attracted 5 people out with his movement. Seeing this, Su Mengyao directly controlled the opponent's Demacia.
First blood.
A wave of Demacia was killed by Yi Xian, and then a celebration appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Jusai Wushwang for killing player Leixiao Zayagangju. Lu Ruyan, who was clearing the enemy lines in the top lane, was stunned when she heard this. My best friend's husband is really powerful. Double kill. Before Lu Ruyan had time to think about it, she killed 2 people in a row again. Congratulations to Peerless for killing the player riding a pig on the highway. After 2 consecutive kills, the opponent saw that Yi Xian was low on health, but was unable to get close to him at all. His positioning was really too amazing. Get started. Su Mengyao directly controlled the enemy again, and Yi Xian decisively harvested the enemy and achieved 5 consecutive kills. Ace. The soldiers pushed the tower, and Lu Ruyan watched as her 2 best friends in the middle lane cooperated and went crazy killing. It turns out, the 5 opponents were completely wiped out, and such a record really stunned Lu Ruyan. Good job. He got a pentakill right away, and the opponents were at least at the platinum level. The man in my best friend's family might be even stronger than I thought. Fuck. This is impossible. How could we all be wiped out? Peerless, your uncle. The 5 people on the opposite side were stunned, but this was just the beginning of their despair. As Demacia defended the mid-lane tower, Yi Xian performed a series of impressive moves and the 2 of them cooperated tacitly to kill the enemy again. 3 minutes later. With the cooperation of Yi Xian and the other 2, they pushed the middle lane to the high ground. Lu Ruyan looked at the defeated opponent and was completely unable to stop the 2 men. Finally, Lu Ruyan and the other 2 gathered in the middle and started a massacre. As expected, the 3 of them won consecutive victories for the first time together. Sharp. Mengyao, where did you find this amazing boyfriend? Lu Ruyan couldn't help sighing. Judging from the performance in this game, Jusai Wushwang, who was crowned MVP, was obviously better at the game than her. Although his rank is only Platinum Noble, but his strength is definitely comparable to that of Supreme Glory. 2 consecutive wins. 3 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. After a few sentences, the battles were all ended with a crushing momentum, and the heroes that Lu Ruyan was proud of were reduced to supporting roles. But in this way, she successfully advanced to the Supreme Glory, which made her very emotional. Because she hadn't expected that advancing to Supreme Glory would be achieved in this way. It's getting late, I hope you have a good time. After she finished speaking, the malicious laughter left the room. Su Mengyao blushed when she heard her best friend's joke. As for Yi Xian, at this moment, his rank has also entered Eternal Diamond, but this is not too surprising to him. Honey, I need to go to the bathroom first. Wait for me, Mimi. After a sneak kiss on her red lips, Yi Xian left. Put. Seeing that someone had secretly kissed her, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at him and then looked at her phone. Ah. But I found out that she sent the family photo to her best friend. Originally, her best friend asked her to send the photo of that guy. It's broken. Su Mengyao deleted the photo immediately, but it was too late. Ding-a-ling. Soon, Su Mengyao received a call from her best friend, which made her heart beat faster. Hello, Ruyan. After answering the phone, Su Mengyao sighed resignedly. Mengyao. You and your man already have a child. Obviously, that photo had a great impact on him. And they are triplets. Well, what? Su Mengyao felt guilty and coughed dryly. I want to say that I photoshopped that photo. Do you believe it? What do you think? Lu Ruyan stared at the photo intently. Oh my goodness, what did I miss during my time studying abroad? Chapter 31 Mengyao, you have fallen into a honeypot. Mengyao, are you going to be tortured like this? Lu Ruyan said sourly that from now on her best friend no longer belonged to her. Ruyan. What are you talking about? Su Mengyao recounted the whole story of what happened, and Lu Ruyan became even more confused. A one-night encounter can have such power. She gave birth to triplets. Isn't the man in my best friend's family a little too strong? Where are you? I'll go see. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said that she really couldn't digest the fact that her best friend not only had a man, but also gave birth to triplets. As a close friend, of course she had to see her eldest nieces. I'll send you the location. Su Mengyao knew she couldn't escape, so she sent her location. But I won't be back to Tianhai until tomorrow. After chatting for a few sentences, the 2 hung up the phone. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Lu Ruyan. The next day, morning. Ye's father and mother packed a lot of Rongqing local specialties and filled the back seat of the extended supercar.
Uncle and aunt, goodbye.
Su Mengyao waved goodbye to her future parents-in-law and drove towards Tianhai.
Ha! Thinking about the warm atmosphere these days, I feel a little reluctant to leave. That afternoon, I returned to Diyuan Villa. Master, hello, madam.
When she pushed the door and got out of the car, Tang Wansu and 8 maids had been waiting to greet her. Looking at the familiar villa, Su Mengyao felt much more comforted. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Tang Wansu pushed Sanbao into the villa, while the maids took the Rongqing specialties out of the car.
Wansu.
Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Tang Wansu, who was pushing Sanbao.
Master.
Hearing the young master's order, Tang Wansu naturally did not dare to neglect his response.
Didn't say anything.
He took out a black card and handed it to Tang Wansu. This card has 30 million, of which 25 million will be your and the maid's salary for the next 5 years. The remaining 5 million will be used as daily expenses for the villa for the next period of time.
This. Tang Wansu looked at the black card in her hand and couldn't help but take a deep breath in gratitude.
Thank you, master. The maids earn 500,000 yuan a year, and she, as a personal housekeeper, earns 1 million yuan a year, which adds up to exactly 25 million yuan in 5 years.
Only. Young master, aren't you being too generous?
Others only get paid once a month, but you're paying for 5 years right from the start.
Thank you for what? This is what you should do.
Yi Xian waved his hand and didn't care.
Of course, he couldn't miss this wave of money-making. Ding.
The host spent 30 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 300 million renminbi. Watching Tang Wansu pay the maid's wages, Yi Xian heard the system voice in his ears.
A small profit of 300 million, not bad. 30 million, how generous.
Looking at someone's handwriting, Su Mengyao curled her lips and felt a hint of jealousy rising in her stomach.
How?
Seeing the beauty beside him, Yi Xian pinched her delicate pink face and said, "My baby Mengyao is jealous."
How dare I?
Su Mengyao rolled her eyes, but her jealousy became even stronger.
Gurgle.
Before he could continue speaking, his lower abdomen started to protest, which made his face turn a little red.
Nah.
Yi Xian placed a black card in Su Mengyao hand. Here is 10 million, pocket money from your husband.
I'll go cook for you. When Su Mengyao came back to her senses, Yi Xian had already entered the kitchen.
Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This guy still has some conscience.
Holding the black card, Su Mengyao thought so. Ha! After a while, a car stopped in front of the villa. This is? Lu Ruyan pushed the door open and got out of the car. She was shocked to see a luxury car not far away. It's an extended edition Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million. My best friend's husband is ridiculously rich.
She knew her best friend's family background and knew she was definitely not that rich.
You are Miss Lu Ruyan, right?
While he was in a daze, a voice sounded beside him.
It was his personal butler Tang Wansu. Master, let me wait for you here. Well.
Looking at the girl in front of her whose appearance, temperament, and figure were not inferior to hers, Lu Ruyan could not help but stand there in a daze. Master?
Your young master is Yi Xian? Tang Wansu nodded slightly, and Lu Ruyan took a breath when she heard this. Really? Miss Lu, this way please? Tang Wansu led Lu Ruyan towards the villa, and was really shocked by what she saw along the way. This villa must be worth a lot of money, right? As Lu Ruyan said this, the magnificent villa was a pleasure to look at. Certainly.
Tang Wansu looked at the villa and explained, Diyuan number 1 villa is the most expensive in the entire villa complex, worth 1 billion.
What? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but take a breath. Worth 1 billion. Are you crazy? This is too wasteful. What kind of fantastic man did my best friend find? His behavior is so inhumane. That's right.
Tang Wansu knew that the girl in front of her was the young lady's best friend, so she explained to him, Miss Lu, you may not know this yet, but the young master has already added the young lady's name to this villa.
The young lady owns half of it. Hiss. When Lu Ruyan heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked. What a guy. Half ownership, isn't that right? A best friend is like having 500 million. Gulp.
She swallowed hard. She had originally wanted to teach that guy a lesson, but now it seemed that there was no point in doing so.
My bestie has found a treasure. Young madam. Miss Lu is here. Tang Wansu's pleasant voice was heard in the living room, and Su Mengyao looked over. Ruyan, you're here.
Su Mengyao greeted him a little embarrassedly. After all, she had kept it a secret from her best friend.
You're amazing. Lu Ruyan looked around, her heart in awe.
Mengyao, this operation is too well hidden. Where's your super rich husband?
Put. Listening to her bestie's words, Su Mengyao gave her a coquettish look. What husband? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ruyan was very envious of the embarrassing scene.
She thought her best friend's husband was very good at pampering her and treated her like a real little princess.
Ms. Lu, this is it. Tang Wansu bowed slightly and said, Young madam is hungry. Young master is cooking for her in the kitchen. What?
After hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked towards the kitchen in surprise. So rich, and still so spoiled.
Mengyao, you've fallen into a honey pot. What honey pot? I don't understand what you are saying.
Su Mengyao pretended to be stunned when she spoke, but it was indeed the fact, so what else could she say?
Hey.
Seeing her best friend's happy face, Lu Ruyan sighed secretly, feeling extremely envious.
Chapter 32. Your man is so handsome. If this gets out, I wonder how many people will be envious.
Lu Ruyan said with emotion that her best friend had married into a wealthy family so beautifully.
Miss Lu.
The young master is so kind to the young mistress. Tang Wansu looked at her young mistress, her eyes full of envy. The red Ferrari SF90 in front of the villa is the car that the young master gave to the young mistress.
It's worth 15 million. Ahem, this. Lu Ruyan was shocked again. 15 million was an astronomical figure for her. She looked at her best friend and asked, Mengyao, is this true? Although she didn't want to admit it, Su Mengyao nodded. After all, that was the fact. He's really good to me. Her beautiful eyes glanced in the direction of the kitchen, there was no doubt about that. As they were talking, at one point an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. This. Lu Ruyan looked towards the kitchen in disbelief. Mengyao, your man is such a good cook. It's okay. Su Mengyao spoke in a pertinent manner. After all, words of praise might seem biased. You call this okay? Lu Ruyan sighed, becoming more and more envious of her best friend. When Yi Xian came out of the kitchen, he saw a girl with great looks. Internet addict girl? Seeing Lu Ruyan, Yi Xian blurted out that her gaming skills were quite high. Puff. Listening to her man's words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but smile consciencelessly, while Lu Ruyan had a frown on her face. Never mind. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Since you're so rich and cook delicious food, I won't bother with you. But Mengyao. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Xian and was truly amazed by his handsome appearance. Your man is quite handsome. That's it. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter whose husband I am. This guy. After hearing this, Su Mengyao's face flushed red and she glared at that guy. Are you crazy? How dare you say that? You're so shameless. That's quite humorous, but the nickname Peerless is well deserved. Thinking about the gaming level of the guy in front of her, Lu Ruyan said with conviction. Good. Yi Xian waved his hand and then said, I just happened to be here today, so this table of food can be used as a welcome for you. Thanks. At this point, Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend and said, then I'm just taking advantage of Mengyao. Eat it while it's hot. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and Lu Ruyan also picked up a bite of food and started eating. Obviously. The taste was impeccable, which immediately refreshed her understanding of cooking. It was obviously the most delicious meal she had ever eaten. It's really enviable. During the meal, Lu Ruyan felt emotional, especially when she saw Yi Xian preparing her best friend's favorite dishes. She always felt that she seemed redundant here. After all, the role of a light bulb has never been pleasant. Sharp. After dinner, Lu Ruyan gave a thumbs up and said, no wonder Mengyao is so happy. It seems that your man has made great contributions. Ruyan. Listening to her bestie's jokes, Su Mengyao's face flushed red. She didn't understand a single word about what she meant by outstanding contribution. Ahem, okay. I won't say any more. Lu Ruyan coughed dryly and naturally noticed her best friend's embarrassment. Wow. But at this moment, the maids pushed Sanbao out. It was obvious that they were very hungry after waking up. Yeah.
When Lu Ruyan saw Sanbao, she remembered that her best friend and her husband had triplets, and she almost forgot about the important matter. But it was in his thoughts. Su Mengyao had already unbuttoned her clothes and started feeding him, her attention completely focused on Sanbao. This is good guy. Looking at her best friend's exposed breasts, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but gasp and was really shocked. My best friend Sheng Sanbao's figure not only didn't change, but it became even better. If other girls outside saw this, they would probably be envious. But the man of my best friend's family is so lucky. After Sanbao finished eating, he opened his eyes wide and stared curiously at Lu Ruyan, whom he met for the first time. His cute look made people laugh. Are these the 3 eldest nieces? So cute. Looking at Sanbao, Lu Ruyan's face was full of love. She really wanted to have one too, but it was a pity that she didn't even have a boyfriend now. Ha! After buttoning her clothes, Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about her bold behavior just now, her face couldn't help but turn red. You know. Her best friend was there just now, and that guy was watching. It was so embarrassing. If there was a crack in the ground, she would crawl into it without hesitation. Ruyan, let's go. Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief and saw the maids taking care of Sanbao. I'll show you around the villa. Okay. Lu Ruyan also wanted to visit the villa. After all, she had never even heard of a mansion worth 10 billion, let alone seen one. Ding ling ling. As soon as the 2 women left, Yi Xian received a video call on his phone. Hey, boss. After the call was connected, 3 figures appeared on the other side. They were Lu Zixuan and the other 2. Let's take a look at our eldest niece first. The 3 of them chatted with each other and joked for a while. Tell me, what's the matter? If you call me at this hour, no one will believe you unless you have something important to say. Hey, nothing can be hidden from the boss. After some compliments, Lu Zixuan and the other 2 got down to business. Boss, are you free tomorrow? Please take the children to the Grand Platinum. The 3 of them said so. Since their last rank improvement, their rank has dropped again in the past 2 days without the boss and sister-in-law. Ding. Host triggers a random quest. Assist Lu Zixuan and the other 2 in reaching the Noble Platinum Crystal and achieving 15 consecutive victories. Reward, God-level bone-setting massage ability, +1 constitution. Note, this ability can relieve fatigue in the recipient, making bone-setting massage comparable to that of a god. Reject the mission, constitution +1. Chiropractic massage? On par with gods? Listening to the sound of the task being triggered, Yi Xian already had a plan. Then, tomorrow night. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said. The 3 of them were immediately grateful when they heard the boss agreed, and looked forward to the boss taking them to show off and fly tomorrow. If they get the prestigious platinum certificate, they can brag about their mistakes in front of their classmates. But on the other side, somewhere in the villa. Mengyao. Lu Ruyan looked at her bestie curiously. Are you sure that triplets came out of that first encounter? Of course. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at her best friend. What was she thinking? Although it was a little unbelievable that she won the 3 treasures in one go, it was not impossible. So, your man is really awesome. Pft, cough cough. Su Mengyao almost choked on her own saliva. She wondered if her best friend was crazy to say such vicious words. Only. I have a feeling that this guy is much more powerful than before. I wonder if it's just an illusion. Chapter 33. To express my gratitude, the school beauty decided tonight to restore the wife's authority. At night, in the room. Nizi, what did you say? Looking at Su Mengyao coming out of the shower, he pulled her into his arms and asked lovingly. No. Nothing. Thinking of what her best friend said, Su Mengyao couldn't help but blush, which spread to her neck and made her look particularly charming under the warm yellow light. Really? Seeing Su Mengyao's expression, Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Are you saying bad things about your man? Poof. No, it's just that you're such a good cook. Su Mengyao snorted softly, thinking about the scene since she met this guy. To express my gratitude, this school beauty has decided to revive the wife's power tonight. Come on, let's hurt each other. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Mengyao leaned in her man's arms, enjoying the tenderness. Yi Xian. Su Mengyao thought of something and then said, tomorrow, I will go to school to get my diploma. Just take me there. Su Mengyao, who looked like a little bird, said this in a very sweet and pleasant voice. Haha, okay. Yi Xian rubbed his head lovingly and said with a smile, "Just treat me as your husband and reward you for your performance just now."
Put. What are you talking about?
At the end of the speech, her voice was so low that her face was burning hot.
What a damn thing.
This is a reward for my performance.
How could they do this to me?
But why don't I feel disgusted at all, and even feel a bit of enjoyment?
Su Mengyao, are you crazy?
Holding the beauty in his arms, he didn't know when she fell asleep in Yi Xian's arms, with a smile on her lips as if she had a sweet dream.
Not long after, a murderous intent came from afar.
This is directed at myself. Yi Xian frowned, and it was obvious that the other party's presence could not be hidden from his perception. Swish! Without thinking too much, he disappeared from the room.
It seemed that someone was seeking death again. The jungle behind Diyuan Villa. Mr. Lu, thank you for your help.
A girl with a nice figure snuggled in Lu Xiaoqiu's arms, her eyes looking towards the villa with a fierce look.
She was Zhao Ziming's sister Zhao Yuzhu.
As for the purpose of this trip, it was obviously to find his younger brother.
No problem. Lu Xiaoqiu waved his hand.
As the second son of the Lu family, a second-rate family in Tianhai, he naturally did not take the young man in front of him seriously.
Thanks. Zhao Yuzhu took a deep breath and said, "If Master Lu can find out about my brother, I will be Master Lu's from now on." Don't worry. Lu Xiaoqiu held the girl in his arms.
He had been thinking about Zhao Yuzhu for a long time. As he looked at her slender waist and beautiful figure, his eyes became even more fiery. "I brought dozens of people with me this time, that kid will definitely die."
Zhao
Yuzhu nodded, and then thought of something. "I heard that Yi Xian has a beautiful woman next to him.
Let's consider it a gift for Mr. Lu."
Oh, really? After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes showed even more interest.
Who?
Before the two of them could explain in detail, a voice was heard, and then a pretty boy appeared across from them.
It's him.
When Zhao Yuzhu saw the newcomer, her eyes were filled with hostility. "Master Lu, he is Yi Xian."
"I'm quite good. Boy."
Zhao Yuzhu's face was icy as she stared at Yi Xian. "Where is my brother Zhao Ziming?"
That piece of trash.
Glancing at the charming woman opposite him, Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly and said, "She's dead."
What?
Upon hearing that her brother had been killed, Zhao Yuzhu looked at Yi Xian with a pale face and eyes full of resentment.
"Second young master, I'm here to destroy him." Sniff.
One of his men, holding a dagger, rushed towards Yi Xian, obviously wanting to take the first place, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Go to hell.
The man attacked at a very fast speed.
Ding.
However, the dagger that was meant to strike straight at the dragon was caught by Yi Xian's two fingers and could not move forward an inch.
Not good.
Feeling this, the man's expression changed drastically.
Poof.
The blade flashed, blood splattered, and the body of the subordinate fell to the ground with a thud.
This kid.
When Lu Xiaoqiu saw his men being killed, he was shocked.
Go ahead, kill him.
Looking at Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoqiu smiled brightly. "Boy, I want to see how powerful you are."
"Yes, master."
Dozens of people drew their slingshots and rushed towards Yi Xian with a loud noise, obviously knowing that the boy in front of them was very skilled.
You're looking for death. In your next life, be a good person.
There are some people you cannot afford to offend. Soon, Yi Xian was overwhelmed by dozens of people.
Ha!
Seeing this, Zhao Yuzhu breathed a sigh of relief. This time the boy was not dead.
Later. I must cut this guy into pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart. Poof. Puff.
Blood splattered continuously. Yi Xian was like a killing god, holding a broken blade, and the isolation card had already been used, which made him have nothing to worry about.
No, this kid is a devil.
Dozens of people were killed in one encounter, each of them had his throat stabbed by a sword, which really scared the others.
Master, hurry up. With the help of flying hands, dozens of people were killed in just a dozen seconds.
For Yi Xian, this level was even easier than killing chickens and dogs.
How is it possible?
Lu Xiaoqiu looked at the dead bodies all over the ground, and his heart was pounding. The strong smell of blood made him nauseous.
Duh.
At a certain moment, the sound of Yi Xian's feet stepping on the ground pulled him back, making his back chill.
Yuzhu, go.
Lu Xiaoqiu pulled Zhao Yuzhu and was about to leave, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Before Zhao Yuzhu could express her gratitude, Lu Xiaoqiu threw her towards Yi Xian.
Boy, I'm not done with you. Mr. Liu, you. Poof.
Yi Xian didn't even look at it, and the broken blade in his hand flew out, directly cutting through Zhao Yuzhu's neck and finally sinking into the ground several meters away.
Thump.
Zhao Yuzhu's body fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. Obviously she died with her eyes open.
Yeah. But I'm afraid you don't have that chance anymore.
Yi Xian had appeared beside Lu Xiaoqiu at some point, which almost scared Lu Xiaoqiu to death.
You can't touch me, I'm the second young master of the Tianhai Lu family. He.
Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air.
The suffocation made Lu Xiaoqiu's face flush with fear. Snap.
With force in his hands, Lu Xiaoqiu's neck was broken on the spot and his body was thrown aside like garbage.
Too weak.
Glancing at the field, Yi Xian shook his head.
He hadn't even warmed up yet. The Tianhai Lu family is shit. I've never even heard of them. But Zhao Ziming's family is a trouble.
Yi Xian frowned as he looked at Zhao Yuzhu's body, but he soon found a good thing from the system mall, which was the crime evidence collection card.
Sniff.
An idea came to his mind, and he casually scattered dozens of bone-eating balls on the corpse. As the night wind blew away, everything seemed as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 34 Japanese Karate is vulnerable.
Detecting that the host possesses one evidence collection card.
Would you like to use it?
After exchanging the evidence collection card, a system voice suddenly rang in my ears.
Use. As Yi Xian operated, the system responded quickly. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for collecting evidence of the Zhao Group's crimes.
It took 0.001 seconds. Wow.
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. This speed was worthy of being a system.
System, help me post it online. Okay, host.
With Yi Xian's actions, the good days of the Zhao Group are over.
Soon, a forum on the internet.
One post topped the trending search list. Shocking, the unknown stories behind the rise of Zhao Donglai of the Zhao Group.
As soon as this post was released, the entire internet was in an uproar. What's going on?
Zhao Group, the chairman is actually such a person.
What a fellow.
Bribing high-ranking officials and taking human lives so lightly. You beast, that old scumbag is finished. When the lurking netizens saw the evidence that set the entire network on fire, they suddenly came back to life and contributed their own efforts to its spread. On the other side, the office of the chairman of Zhao Group.
Asshole.
With a bang, Zhao Donglai dropped the computer to the ground, and the screen was smashed to pieces.
No, we can't stay here for long.
Zhao Donglai knew that the evidence of his crime had already spread throughout the internet and it was impossible to ban him, so he had to leave Tianhai, and even China, as soon as possible. Only in this way can you escape.
Damn it.
If I find out who's behind this, I'll tear you into pieces. He took the money and gold bars from the safe and ran away.
Bang.
There was a dull sound of someone breaking into the door, and then a group of people came in from outside, led by Wei Zhenghua, the director of the Tianhai Judicial Department.
Chairman Zhao, where are you going?
With a cold smile, Wei Zhenghua had been keeping an eye on the Zhao Group for some time, and now the evidence was like timely rain.
Take away.
Without further ado, with the overwhelming evidence, Wei Zhenghua ordered his men to take him away. Zhao Donglai, you are suspected of bribing high-ranking officials and are involved in several murders. You are arrested first, and every word you say will be used as evidence in court.
Plop.
Zhao Donglai collapsed on the seat, and at this moment he knew that he was finished. This night, Tianhai Chief Justice was destined to have a sleepless night.
The next day, early morning. Morning, madam.
After Su Mengyao woke up and walked out of the room, the maids greeted her one after another.
The maids, in particular, looked at the young lady's rosy complexion with eyes full of envy.
I couldn't help but think of the scenes that might have happened last night.
Mengyao, you look so good.
Lu Ruyan came closer and looked at her best friend and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that you slept well last night.
Put. Not serious, what are you talking about? Being teased by her bestie, Su Mengyao's face turned even redder.
Looking at the figure busy in the kitchen, she couldn't suppress the curve of her lips. She thought that guy had a conscience.
Chuckle. Sanbao also woke up early.
When he saw his mother, he giggled and waved his little arms and legs, which was very cute. In this room, the LCD screen in the living room flashed a news report. Our station reports, at about 10 o'clock last night, the chairman of the Zhao Group was anonymously reported and evidence of his crimes spread all over the internet.
He has now been imprisoned. Our station will continue to report for you. Su Mengyao was stunned when she heard this. Zhao Donlai is in jail?
Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Before, she was worried that Zhao Ziming would cause trouble for Yi Xian, but now it seems that without the Zhao group, he can't make any waves.
Mengyao, I'm going to work. Lu Ruyan waved goodbye.
She knew yesterday that her best friend had just successfully applied for the position of operations director of the Emperor Hotel. This was obviously a good start.
Let's go. Then Yi Xian drove the Ferrari SF90 and took Su Mengyao to school.
Look! After arriving at the school, Su Mengyao got off the car in a crowded place. After all, she was not ready to make their relationship public.
As we drove into the campus, we unsurprisingly became the focus. That's a Ferrari SF90. Oh my goodness, it's worth 1,500.
So handsome, I wonder which rich second-generation guy he is. The students were chattering about it, and as expected, the school network was once again in an uproar.
Squeak!
At the school playground, Yi Xian stopped in a hurry, pushed the door open, got out of the car and walked to the ground.
That's Senior Yi Xian.
Obviously, Yi Xian was recognized by everyone at the first moment, and many girls had stars in their eyes when they saw the super cool luxury car.
Bang! But at this moment, a dull sound came from not far away. It turned out that several Japanese exchange students were clashing with students from Tianhai University. Waste!
Several young men from Japan glanced around arrogantly. A bunch of trash. Chinese martial arts are nothing more than this.
You!
The martial arts club members with bruised faces and noses looked unhappy.
These Japanese dogs were going too far. Get out of my way.
The young Japanese man in the lead sneered and raised his hand to slap him.
Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and then the Japanese youth was knocked 2 or 3 meters away.
The students in the martial arts club subconsciously looked around.
Senior Yi Xian.
He didn't expect that the person who would stand up at the critical moment would be a prominent figure in the school.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. He just felt like practicing with these Japanese bastards. He had nothing to do anyway. Where is the dog barking? He glanced at the people opposite him. These Japanese dogs were indeed as disgusting as before the founding of the country. Everyone gasped when he said this. Good heavens, Senior Yi Xian has really offended the exchange students from Japan. Baka!
Seeing this, several companions became furious and rushed towards Yi Xian.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several slapping sounds were heard one after another, and the next moment the Japanese karate exchange student was knocked to the ground.
Japanese karate is vulnerable. Good.
Everyone in the martial arts club was excited, and the students watching were clapping their hands.
It was so satisfying. Then,
everyone uploaded the video they took to the school network, and many students from nearby rushed over.
Your Excellency, this is too much.
As everyone was watching, a voice came over.
Captain Gongsuan. The person who came was none other than Ryokyo Okamura, the leader of the karate exchange student team from Tianhai University. It's him.
This year's Japanese youth karate champion.
Oh no. He's said to be a 3rd-degree black belt in karate. Everyone around was talking, and Gangsuan Liangjing curled up the corners of his mouth. He particularly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. This is...
Lu Zishuan and the other two came to the field and looked at the scene.
My goodness. What's going on? Why is the boss arguing with that guy Gangsuan Liangjing?
Chapter 35. This car is not mine, it is for your sister-in-law to use.
Boy, apologize.
Gangsuan Liangjing looked at his companion in such a miserable state and looked at Yi Xian with a cold face.
Just beat them up, just a few dogs. Glancing at the wailing Japanese bastards, Yi Xian didn't care about Gangsuan Liangjing's reaction. After beating the little dog, the big dog wants to stand up? Hiss. When Lu Zishuan and the other two saw their boss being so arrogant, they thought, is this guy crazy? The other party is a tough guy with a 3rd-degree black belt in karate. You're looking for death.
Gangsuan Liangjing's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he smiled coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Japanese karate will not tolerate bullying. Bullshit.
Yi Xian slapped him directly without giving him any face.
Bang. With the same slap, Gangsuan Liangjing was knocked unconscious on the spot, and his head hit the ground hard with a bang. Good.
When the martial arts club members saw this, They were all excited and felt so damn happy.
Senior Yi Xian is so amazing.
The third-degree black belt in karate was knocked down by a single palm strike.
Fog? Lu Zixuan and the other two looked at the scene, completely stunned.
They had no idea when their boss had become so powerful.
However, this operation feels so cool. Impossible.
Gang Su and Liang Jing struggled to get up and stared at Yi Xian with ferocious eyes. I don't believe it.
Die.
He stomped the ground hard, then rushed towards Yi Xian at an even faster speed, vowing to smash this arrogant guy to pieces with one punch.
In order to defend the face of their great Japanese empire. Haha, whatever.
Seeing Gang Su and Liang Jing, who was not giving up, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Let me show you what my Chinese martial arts are. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Yi Xian took off and pushed his hands forward.
Bang!
The endless force hit Gang Su and Liang Jing like a tsunami, and countless bones broke with the sound of crackling, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Just like that, he was pushed 5 or 6 meters away.
Plop.
In the end, Gang Su and Liang Jing fell limply to the ground and fainted with a strong sense of unwillingness. Until he fell unconscious, he could not believe that his strength was so strong.
Gulp.
When this scene appeared, everyone around was stunned.
This is Tai Chi push hands. This.
Su Meier also came to the scene at this moment. She looked at Gang Su and Liang Jing, who was lying unconscious on the ground with a look of surprise on her face. She looked at Yi Xian quietly with a complicated look in her eyes.
He's so powerful? Why? I had no idea before.
If he had slapped me like the scene here.
I couldn't imagine it. Stop it.
But at this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Yi Xian looked over and said, second uncle.
Obviously. The person who came was none other than my second uncle Shin Xiurong. Well.
He was also surprised to see his nephew Shin Xiurong. He didn't expect to meet his nephew on his first mission after being transferred to Tianhai. Captain Shun, Gang Su and Liang Jing is seriously injured and unconscious.
You kid.
Shin Xiurong heard his subordinate's report and smiled bitterly. Your skills are even better than last time. But the higher-ups have long been unhappy with these Japanese exchange students, and you've helped them vent their anger.
Really?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that there were quite a few people who wanted to bully the Japanese bastards.
Bang.
Second uncle kicked the Japanese exchange student next to him and said, remember, this is China, not your tiny country of Japan.
Pa.
Originally, everyone thought that Yi Xian would be held accountable, but they never expected that the captain of the criminal department would make such a bold statement.
Suddenly, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Yes, this is their China, even a dragon has to be coiled by them. Just leave this matter to my second uncle.
After giving a few instructions, the second uncle had the Japanese bastards taken away from the scene, leaving the crowd staring at Yi Xian with admiration in their eyes.
Good fellow. Boss, that's awesome. After the show, Lu Zixuan and the other two came over excitedly. Yes, these Japanese bastards deserve a beating.
The three of them chatted one after another, and then their eyes fell on the red Ferrari supercar beside them.
Ahem. Boss, you changed your car. I heard this car costs 15 million.
Listening to the three people's words, Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. This car is not mine, it is for your sister-in-law to use as a means of transportation.
What? Means of transportation? Wow, it turns out that the boss is as domineering as ever. But, boss, how come you have time to come to school?
You know, with the boss's current status, a place like school is very low.
Your sister-in-law is here to get her diploma.
Yi Xian said this nonchalantly, then drove the three of them around for a few laps, making everyone around him envious.
Really, I regret it so much.
Su Meier was watching the scene in a corner, tears falling uncontrollably. She knew very well that there was no medicine for regret in this world, and she had no competitive advantage in front of the most beautiful campus beauty in the world.
Slipped away for a while. Hello, sister-in-law.
When they arrived downstairs somewhere, Lu Zixuan and the other two greeted Su Mengyao warmly.
Hello? Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly. You have to know that this is a school, and it would be terrible if other people found out. And Sanba's affairs have been known to everyone.
Of course, there is a more important reason, which is that she does not want her parents to know, at least not now.
Because that would bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. Ha!
Only after getting in the car did Su Mengyao breathe a sigh of relief, finally safe.
Let's go. Su Mengyao urged, saying that it would be bad if more people knew about it. Soon we drove out of the campus. That's right. Thinking of something, Su Mengyao looked at someone and said, Yi Xian, are you okay? Are you hurt? No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, those little characters can't pose a threat to your man.
You.
Su Mengyao rolled her eyes, too impulsive.
If anything happens, what will Sanbao and I do?
After talking for a while, Su Mengyao finally felt relieved.
But he saw an unfamiliar road and asked someone suspiciously. Where are you, taking me?
Almost there. As he spoke, Yi Xian braked and stopped at a bar called Nightingale.
Nightingale Bar.
Looking at the familiar store, Su Mengyao's face flushed, because this was none other than the place where they first met.
That night, she broke up with her parents and got drunk. If it weren't for Yi Xian, the consequences would have been disastrous. Walk. Come in and sit down, reminisce.
Listening to someone's words, Su Mengyao nodded in agreement without refusing, but the scene of their encounter that night emerged in her mind, and her face couldn't help but turn redder.
Chapter 36. Don't you know how powerful your man is?
Night falls at Dun Villa.
Mengyao, I'm back.
When Lu Ruyan saw her best friend and her husband coming back, her eyes were full of envy, especially for a single person like her.
Ruyan.
Hearing her best friend's jokes, Su Mengyao hurriedly pulled her aside and taught her a lesson, and giggles could be heard from the two of them from time to time.
Yi Xian received a voice message from Lu Zixuan and the other two. Boss, are you free? Let's get started. Wait.
Yi Xian replied, then opened the game King of Glory. He logged into the Jusai Wushuang account and started to take his 3 sons to platinum. Yi Xian was still the top laner and dominated the whole field with his various fancy moves and postures, which made Lu Zixuan exclaim that he was awesome.
3 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins.
Soon, Yi Xian led the 3 of them to win 15 consecutive victories. As expected, the 3 of them reached the noble platinum rank.
Forever Diamond 4, Forever Diamond 3.
After Lu Zixuan and the other 2 knelt in greeting, Yi Xian looked at his rank and found that he had reached Eternal Diamond 2.
This felt pretty good. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of assisting Lu Zixuan and the other 2 in advancing to the noble platinum crystal and achieving 15 consecutive victories. You will be rewarded with the divine level bone setting massage ability and a bonus of +1 to your physical fitness. Listening to the system sound coming from his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up, and under the light, he fascinated the maids.
Lu Ruyan happened to see this scene, and her heart tightened.
My goodness, her best friend now has a lot of rivals in love around her. Then, look at the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 17 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists.
Abilities, driving versatility, 10x consumer rebate capped at 1 billion, god-level cooking skills, all-around dad, martial arts master, singing god ability, Shilin kidneys, all-around gaming, bone-setting massage ability. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Edition Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone-Eating Powder X53, Crime Evidence Collection Card X5.
Wealth, 953 million renminbi. Not bad.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian felt much better.
That's right.
Yi Xian thought about acquiring Xingshu Group, and then transferred the remaining 40 million.
Ding.
The host spent 40 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 400 million renminbi. The transfer was successful, and Yi Xian heard the sound of consumer rebates, making a small profit of 400 million.
What are you laughing at?
But at this moment, Su Mengyao's voice came from the side.
Nothing.
With a slight smile, Yi Xian rubbed her head lovingly, thinking that my precious wife is becoming more and more beautiful. I can't help but feel happy.
Pooh. Su Mengyao blushed as she listened to someone's words. What nonsense are you talking about, you pervert? Your man is telling the truth, okay?
The flirting actions really caught Lu Ruyan off guard.
My goodness. Is it really okay for the 2 of them to show off their love so openly? Wow. The young master dotes on me so much, and the dog food is so sweet.
The maids were stunned watching from the side, eating dog food with envy with their hands clasped together.
The young lady was so happy. Ding ling ling. But at this moment, Lu Ruyan received a call. Hello, Mr. Lu.
After answering the phone, the assistant Sisai's voice came from the other end. Something happened in the hotel.
After learning about what happened, Lu Ruyan could no longer remain calm.
What did you say? Lu Ruyan stood up, her face solemn. Okay, I understand.
What's wrong?
Seeing her best friend's worried look, Su Mengyao asked with concern.
Hey.
Lu Ruyan sighed and smiled bitterly. You may not believe this, but the Tianzi Hotel is going to be auctioned. I didn't expect to encounter something like this in my first job after returning to China.
Tianzi Hotel? Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Hasn't the operation always been good? The specifics are unclear.
Lu Ruyan shook her head and continued. It is said that the boss lost a lot of money investing in other businesses.
I see.
After hearing this, Su Mengyao didn't know how to comfort her for a moment.
Ding.
The host has triggered a random mission.
Acquire the Tianzi Hotel and appoint Lu Ruyan as the president.
The reward is a consumer rebate capped at 10 billion, and a bonus of +2 to Constitution.
Reject the mission, Constitution +1.
The sudden voice that came to his ears made Ji Xian stunned.
Wow, the rebate is capped at 10 billion. The system is really good at handling things. Really? Is this action going to make me stand out again?
Thinking of this, Yi Xian had obviously made up his mind.
Maybe I can help.
While Lu Ruyan was worried, a voice came from the side.
Stop talking nonsense, pervert. After hearing this, Su Mengyao blared at someone and said, That's the Emperor Hotel.
Its market value is said to be 1.5 to 1.6 billion.
Boom.
Before Su Mengyao could continue speaking, Yi Xian hit her on the head, causing her to groan in pain. However, this scene made Lu Ruyan feel a little better.
Who said that? Do you look down on your man? Glancing at Nizi beside him, Yi Xian said meaningfully, Don't you know how powerful your man is?
Tisk. Su Mengyao blushed and lost her temper after hearing someone's hidden meaning. Who cares about you?
Yi Xian, what you said is true.
Lu Ruyan had just found a good job, so naturally she didn't want anything to happen to her job.
Yi Xian nodded in confirmation, then smiled meaningfully and said, Isn't the Tianzi Hotel going to be auctioned? I want to buy it. You want to acquire it, so that's what it is. What?
Halfway through her words, Lu Ruyan realized something and looked at her best friend's man in surprise. Yi Xian.
You want to acquire the Tianzi Hotel? Well.
Su Mengyao, who was covering her forehead, was also stunned at this moment.
Is this guy crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? Isn't that strange?
Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly and said casually, I have some spare money now, and I was planning to invest in some big projects. The Emperor's Hotel is a good candidate, and since I have someone of my own there, it's a good fit.
In that case. Lu Ruyan knew that her best friend's husband was not simple. She hesitated for a moment and said, How about this? I'll contact the boss tomorrow to meet with him. Good. Yi Xian nodded.
After all, the rebate capped at 10 billion was too tempting.
Cough cough. Listening to what the two were saying, Su Mengyao coughed dryly. What do you mean by just meeting once and it's settled? Hey! This guy is too impulsive. The inspection will take at least 10 days or half a month. It's really a joke, but it's not right. It's not your own money, so why should you feel bad about it? At the same time, Rongqing Xingqiu Group Office. This is. After finishing his business, Uncle Shen Sunhai looked at the message on his mobile phone.
Dear CCB customer, your account number ending in 7283 received 40 million renminbi on September 18, 2025.
Please check it. CCB. Looking at the message on his phone, Shen Sunhai realized something. Wow, where did Xiao Xian get so much money? Chapter 37 Mr. Lu, are you interested in becoming the president of the Emperor Hotel? After dinner, in the room. Drip. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and a beautiful girl like a lotus emerging from the water appeared in the room. She was wearing a pink lace nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, and she was particularly charming under the light. What are you looking at, pervert? Su Mengyao face flushed, and the corners of her mouth curled up cunningly. You have never seen a beautiful woman before. My dear wife, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he took her slender hand and held her in his arms, and a pleasant fragrance filled his nose. Tisk. Rolling her eyes, Su Mengyao looked at someone and said, By the way, are you really planning to acquire the Tianzi Hotel? Certainly.
He lifted the beautiful woman's chin and looked at her delicate face so close. This is a gift from your future husband.
Once the Tianzi Hotel is back on track, my husband will be transferred to your name.
Yi Xian said nonchalantly that he had already made plans for this.
What? After hearing this, Su Mengyao's pretty face couldn't help but shudder. Tianzi Hotel is a gift for me, are you crazy? Indeed.
This information had a great impact on her, because that was the Tianzi Hotel, worth 1.5 to 1.6 billion.
Snort. This school beauty doesn't believe it.
After talking for a while, Su Mengyao stretched and showed off her perfect figure to the fullest.
How? Seeing the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm a little tired. Su Mengyao blared at a guy because his big hands were obviously getting naughty. Come, let your husband give you a massage.
She put it on the bed and then said meaningfully, my husband learned this specifically for our baby.
Is this true?
After hearing this, Su Mengyao felt sweet inside.
Is it really okay for that guy to pamper her like this?
When those big hands massaged her shoulders, Su Mengyao felt as if a warm current flowed into her body, and she felt very comfortable.
Su Mengyao, who noticed something strange, was a little unbelievable and looked at someone in surprise.
Yi Xian, your massage skills are so high.
Obviously.
Only at this moment did she realize that the man had not lied to her.
I've said it all.
Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Your man learned it specially for you.
Bo.
Listening to her man's words, Su Mengyao turned her head sweetly and kissed him on the cheek.
Thank you, husband. After the kiss, Su Mengyao's face flushed immediately, and her heartbeat accelerated. Don't get me wrong. This is my reward for the massage. As expected, this night is destined to be sleepless. 18,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. Goodbye, master.
The maids said goodbye in front of the villa and didn't come back to their senses until the supercar disappeared from their sight.
The Emperor's Hotel is about to become young masters? Yes, I wonder how much money the young master has. I'm so envious of the young lady, boo-hoo. Listening to the maids' heated discussions, Tang Wansu's lips curled up. There was probably no girl who wouldn't like a guy like the young master. Along the way, Lu Ruyan talked about the situation of the Tianzi Hotel, and Yi Xian also gained some understanding. Snap. Arrived at the Tianzi Hotel, top floor conference room. Boss, this is Yi Xian. Last night, Lu Ruyan told Feng Mingyuan about her intention to acquire the company, and he readily agreed. After all, if it really goes to the auction, there is no telling how much you will be exploited, and you will also have to pay the auction commission, which is a considerable amount. This is our boss, Mr. Feng. When Feng Mingyuan saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Yi, you are young and promising. Mr. Feng, you're welcome. Yi Xian waved his hand, and his calm and composed look made Feng Mingyuan look at him with higher regard. Director Lu has already told me about the acquisition. After talking for a while, Feng Mingyuan sighed. To be honest, if it weren't for some problems with my overseas business, I wouldn't easily sell a high-quality asset like the Tianzi Hotel. Since Director Lu introduced it, how about we stick with the price we agreed on last night, 1.5 billion? Yi Xian, look. Lu Ruyan put in a lot of effort last night and finally got this price. Can.
Yi Xian didn't say much, as this was just a small amount of money to him.
Brother Yi is straightforward.
Seeing Yi Xian agree on the spot, Feng Mingyuan looked at him with even higher regard.
Ha!
Seeing her bestie's husband agree, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. According to the payment agreement, the first payment is 300 million, and the remaining 1.2 billion will be paid within 6 months. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out a black card. Mr. Feng, this card is 300 million as the first payment.
Brother, you are so open-minded. He is in urgent need of cash flow now, and this money is undoubtedly life-saving money for him. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Mr. Feng, you're welcome.
Yi Xian waved his hand. Naturally, he would not take such superficial words too seriously.
Ding.
The host spends 300 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 1 billion renminbi.
Capped. Really?
Listening to the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was filled with emotion.
It was obvious that the rebate cap of 10 billion was imminent. In fact, the cap of 1 billion is not enough. Brother Yi, I have something else to do.
After chatting for a few words, Feng Mingyuan stood up and left. I'll find a time later and I'll treat you to a meal alone.
Director Lu, since we're friends, I'll leave the rest to you. No problem, boss. Lu Ruyan nodded and said this, and this was the last time she called him boss. From now on, her boss would become her best friend's man. After leaving the office, Feng Mingyuan received a message on his mobile phone. Yi Xian, a junior at Tianhai University, lives in the billion-dollar Emperor Abyss No. 1 villa and drives an $80 million extended-length Lamborghini Veneno. He recently acquired the Rongqing Xingshu Group. His net worth is unknown. He once had a girlfriend, Su Meier, but they've broken up. Oh? Looking at the information his man had found, Feng Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. That boy is not simple. Wrong. Soon he realized something. Tianhai University, Su Meier. Could she be that brat's new girlfriend? Thinking of this, Feng Mingyuan's eyelids twitched wildly and he called his son immediately. Congratulations, Yi Xian. After Feng Mingyuan left, Lu Ruyan congratulated him with a smile, saying that the Tianzi Hotel had made considerable profits. Thanks to you. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, then said meaningfully, Boss Lu, are you interested in becoming the president of the Emperor Hotel? Well. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan was stunned. President, Yi Xian, are you sure? Of course. Thinking about the system's task, which is now halfway completed, of course. Having said this, Yi Xian deliberately prolonged his voice. If you don't want to, then forget it. Willing. After coming back to her senses, Lu Ruyan hastily agreed to make a joke. Such opportunities don't come around every time. From now on, I still need the boss's support. Lu Ruyan looked at the man of her best friend's family next to her, and said with emotion that she didn't expect her status to change so quickly. In this case, the man of her best friend's family is her immediate superior. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. Yi Xian waved his hand, then took out a black card. Here is 10 million as a promotion gift. Find some time to buy a car. Thank you, boss. Seeing such a grand scene, Lu Ruyan naturally would not refuse. After all, with her financial resources, it would take her many years to save up 10 million. As for my bestie's husband, it's different. He lives in a villa worth billions and has now acquired the Emperor Hotel. He's definitely not short of money. He would not care about Yi Xian's words. After all, this was a good money-making tool, and in the future, maybe he would be a capable assistant to his wife. Ding! The host spends 10 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 100 million renminbi. Hearing about another small profit, the curve of Yi Xian's mouth deepened. That's right. Lu Ruyan looked at the man who was her best friend in front of her and thought of something. Yi Xian, there is something I think I should tell you. Although I always thought Meng Yao was of ordinary status, she sometimes gave me the aura of an extraordinary girl. Having said that, he continued, besides, I rarely hear her mention anything about her family. So, I think Meng Yao must be unhappy with her family. I see. Yi Xian was also aware of this, but it didn't matter to him. He would not allow anyone to let her suffer any injustice. No matter who it is, if he wants Meng Yao to suffer any injustice, I will destroy him. Chapter 38. It's no use for you to envy her. If you have the ability, you can also find such a great husband. I believe it. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, although they had not known each other for a long time, she could see that she doted on her best friend very much. Sometimes, I really envy Meng Yao. Looking at Yi Xian in front of her, Lu Ruyan said with emotion, it's a blessing to meet a man who dotes on him as much as you do. Yeah. After hearing this, Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, this is what I should do. If you don't love your own wife, do you expect others to do so? Look. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lu Ruyan was really envious again. This was the correct way to open her husband's heart. Her best friend really made a fortune. After completing the handover procedures, Lu Ruyan drove the Ferrari SF90 and took Yi Xian back to the villa. After all, such a good thing should naturally be shared with best friends. On the other side, next to the willows on the Tianjin University campus. Hey, Mr. Feng. When Su Meier saw the incoming call, she calmed herself down and spoke in a soft and enthusiastic voice. Snort! Feng Xiang snorted coldly and cursed, you bitch, you almost killed me. Don't contact me anymore. The sudden words really confused Su Meier. She obviously didn't understand why Feng Xiao was so angry. She used all her strength every time. I even paid a considerable price to try my best to satisfy him. Mr. Feng, are you in a bad mood? Fart.
Just as he finished speaking, Feng Xiang's voice came again. It's true that I'm in a bad mood now, but it's all because of you, bitch.
Your ex-boyfriend's name is Yi Xian, right? At this point, Feng Xiang's rage soared. You, damn it, do you know who that guy is? Yi Xian? Hearing this name, Su Meier felt guilty and had a strong bad premonition. It's related to him.
You bitch, Yi Xian just acquired the Tianzi Hotel under my family's name. He paused and continued, that guy lives in a villa worth 10 billion, and drives an 80 million supercar.
If you dare to appear before me again, I will destroy you. Beep beep.
After hanging up the phone in frustration, Su Meier's head buzzed loudly and she completely lost the ability to think.
For no other reason.
Because Feng Xiao had promised her that she would work at the Tianzi Hotel, and directly as a senior executive.
But now, the Emperor's Hotel was actually acquired by Yi Xian. How is that possible? Emperor Hotel.
That's a company with a market value of 1.5 to 1.6 billion.
We can acquire it just like that. Plop. Su Meier collapsed on the bench with a deathly pale face.
She felt terrible and it was obvious that she realized how stupid her original decision was.
Is this revenge against me?
Su Meier wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt unprecedentedly wronged and tears fell uncontrollably. Su Mengyao had been waiting for a long time in front of the Yuan villa.
After all,
this matter concerns her best friend's future, so she has no choice but to pay attention to it.
Squeak.
Accompanied by the sound of brakes, Yi Xian and Lu Ruyan pushed the door and got out of the car.
How about it?
Su Mengyao immediately stepped forward and asked her best friend with concern, as this matter was very important to her.
Okay. Lu Ruyan made an okay gesture and then looked at Yi Xian. From now on, your man will be my boss.
Hiss. When the maids around heard this, they obviously realized something and looked at the young master quietly with changed eyes.
Oh my god.
Young master, he really acquired the Tianzi Hotel. That is one of the few top-level luxury hotels in Tianhai.
Ha!
After hearing this, Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief that her best friend's future was saved, and then looked at Yi Xian with gratitude.
Mengyao, from now on I will be the president of the Tianzi Hotel. What?
Su Mengyao, who hadn't recovered yet, heard her bestie's words, Tianzi Hotel.
President? Certainly. This is what your man promised me, and...
At this point, she boasted, your man gave me 10 million as a reward to buy me a car.
I'm taking advantage of you. You? Listening to her bestie's jokes, Su Mengyao's face flushed. What do you mean by taking advantage of me? Don't talk nonsense. But
she was thinking about the guy's plan to transfer the Tianzi Hotel to her.
Was he paving the way for herself? Humph. Damn it, what should I do if I'm going to be so proud of myself? Thinking of this, Su Mengyao looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Thank you, Yi Xian. Boom.
But before Su Mengyao could continue to thank him, a head collapsed on her forehead. This time, when she came to her senses, her face flushed like a rosy cloud.
Is this guy crazy?
He actually hit her head in front of her best friend.
I've said it all. I'm your man, and this is what I should do.
This wave of teasing really made Su Mengyao feel warm and moved. The maids on the side watched quietly, and from their perspective, the young master was really handsome.
Dog food is so sweet. Lu Ruyan was eating the dog food of her best friend and her husband, and couldn't help but joke and sigh. Pooh.
Su Mengyao couldn't stand her bestie's teasing. Ruyan, come over to me and I'll beat you to death.
Finished.
She chased after her best friend in a panic, but Lu Ruyan, who was well prepared, dodged it easily.
Don't run.
Then, the two girls chased each other in the living room, attracting the three little ones to look at them and wave their arms and legs excitedly.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of the Tianzi Hotel and appointing Lu Ruyan as the president.
The reward is a consumer rebate capped at 10 billion, and a bonus of +2 to Constitution. At this moment, the sound of mission reward rang in Yi Xian's ears.
This sound is like the sound of nature. The rebate is capped at 10 billion.
Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't suppress the smile.
Gurgle.
When Yi Xian came back to his senses, he heard Su Mengyao, who was stopping the fight beside him, her stomach growling in protest.
I'm hungry.
Yi Xian saw the beauty beside him and spoke lovingly. Listening to her man's soft voice, Su Mengyao felt numb and comfortable in her heart, her face flushed.
I'm done for. What should I do since I have no resistance to that guy's affection? Won't. My bestie is making fun of me again.
However, when she looked at her best friend, she found that she was looking towards the kitchen with envy, and this scene made her feel relieved.
Fortunately, my best friend didn't take it seriously. Meng Yao. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, staring at her bestie busy in the kitchen. When are you going to divorce Yi Xian? Tell me in advance when the time comes.
At this point, Lu Ruyan sipped her lips and sighed, I'll help you take over.
It's better to keep the wealth within the family.
Well. After hearing what her best friend said, Su Mengyao's forehead was full of black lines.
Roll. What are you thinking about, girl?
I glared at my best friend. This guy is really a dog that can't spit out ivory.
Hi.
Lu Ruyan waved her hand and continued, I'm just saying this casually. Besides, with the love your man has for you,
I'm afraid I don't have a chance.
Lu Ruyan kept saying shocking things, while Su Mengyao rolled her eyes, as if to say, it's good enough for you to know.
As the two were whispering, the tempting aroma of noodle soup wafted from the kitchen, making Lu Ruyan's stomach growl in protest.
As for Su Mengyao, who was already hungry, there was no need to say more.
Really? Young master's cooking skills are totally irresistible.
The maids kept swallowing their saliva, their eyes fixed on the noodle soup on the dining table, unable to move away.
Look.
Seeing her best friend's appearance, Lu Ruyan sighed, based solely on Yi Xian's cooking skills, I feel like he has you under control.
Poof. Listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Su Mengyao snorted softly, it's no use being envious.
If you have the ability, you can also find such a powerful husband. Su Mengyao was full of arrogance. Seeing this scene, the maid sighed and felt extremely jealous.
You. Hearing her bestie's words, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but pause. Good boy, this girl shouldn't bully others like this. Chapter 39, Classmate Yi Xian, you acquired the Tianzi Hotel. At night, in the room. Crash.
Yi Xian came out of the bathroom and looked at the beautiful girl who was in a daze.
What are you looking at? He tapped Su Menyao's smooth forehead lovingly and said with a smile.
Coming back to her senses, Su Mengyao thought about what her best friend had said, my husband is so amazing.
Of course.
Pulling her into his arms, he sniffed the pleasant fragrance of her hair. Your man is capable of anything.
Tisk. I don't believe it. Listening to someone's words, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Let's do this.
After thinking for a moment, Su Mengyao said, then you have to make me laugh within 1 minute, but you are not allowed to touch me.
If you can do it, it means you are awesome, don't you dare? Why are you afraid?
Seeing Nizi's playful mood, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, it won't even take half a minute.
Boast. Su Mengyao glared at someone, obviously not believing it.
The guy must be bragging if he said he could make her laugh without touching her. Perhaps. Yi Xian waved his hand and ignored it, then looked at the girl in front of him with a smirk. There was a couple. The husband had a stomachache last night, and he accidentally farted while making love with his wife. A little embarrassed, they shyly finished making love and couldn't help but fart again.
The wife exploded, you are a train.
You have to shout before entering or leaving the station.
Puff.
The sudden and inappropriate story made her laugh out loud, but her face soon turned red.
You're going to die. Obviously, he didn't know that he had been tricked. Well, are you laughing?
Yi Xian said seriously and calmly, just tell me if your man is very capable.
Put. Awesome, you big-headed ghost. I glared at a guy fiercely.
He had the nerve to say such nonsense.
So bad.
Even so, he still wants himself to admit that he is a great dreamer.
Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said with a cheeky smirk, a few days later, the wife of this couple came to the fruit shop and asked, why are these bananas so green? How long do they take before they're ready to eat?
The shopkeeper said, just take them home and cover them in your bed overnight.
The wife was puzzled and asked, you're kidding me, aren't you? The shopkeeper replied seriously, it's true. My wife does this all the time. I've found her in my bed several times. Puff, cough, cough.
The sudden words almost made Su Mengyao choke on her saliva, and she stared at the guy next to her with wide eyes.
Put it on the bed? And a banana? Crazy, this guy must be crazy.
Also, this wife was on a business trip, and her husband excitedly asked his friends to give her a bath.
Stop.
Before Yi Xian could continue her story, Su Mengyao hurriedly stopped her for fear that she would say something vicious again.
How could this guy do this? It's so bad. Saying this to yourself, doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Snort. It's so hateful, but why am I not angry? It's so strange. You're awesome, alright. He said this with gritted teeth, really wanting to rush up and bite that guy. That won't do. Seeing Nizi's blushing face, Yixin pounced on her like an eagle catching a chick. They say practice is the only truth, husband should give it a try too. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Ding ling ling. The ringing of a cell phone pulled Yi Xian back from his sleep. Hello, Yi Xian. When the call was connected, the voice of Counselor Li Mingqi came from the other end. She had taken good care of her during college. Come to school if you have time today. Take care of academic matters. Study? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered that he had not graduated yet. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Go to the school and donate 30 million. The reward is 100% of the shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street and a bonus of +1 to physical fitness. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Red Leaf Commercial Street? The sudden task made Yi Xian narrow his eyes slightly. It was said that the market value of Hongye Commercial Street was nearly 10 billion. Good. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed. Who is it? After hanging up the phone, Su Mengyao woke up in a daze and asked. Counselor, let me go to school to handle the graduation matters. I see. When Su Mengyao heard someone's words, her face flushed. She almost forgot that this guy hadn't graduated yet. That's right. Thinking of something, Yi Xian said, Mengyao, my wife, you can go to the hotel with Rian to learn management during this time. Manage? Listening to her man's words, Su Mengyao thought of something. You are not really going to give me the hotel. What else? He scratched Su Mengyao's nose lovingly and said with a nonchalant smile, my wife has 2 master's degrees. It would be a shame not to use them. Well, okay then. Taking a deep breath, Su Mengyao agreed. The 2 little guys didn't need to spend too much energy, they had to do something. After breakfast, we drove to the gate of Tianhai University. Counselor. At this moment, a figure caught Yi Xian's attention. It was the Counselor Li Mingqi whom he had not seen for a long time. Student Yi Xian. Looking at the red Ferrari supercar, Li Mingqi couldn't help but be stunned. You guy, you are quite high profile. Feeling the gazes from everyone around him, the counselor smiled bitterly. Come on, I'll take you in. Yi Xian extended the invitation, and just like that, the goddess teacher from Tianhai University got into the car and came to the principal's office downstairs amid the envy of everyone. I'll go in with you. Li Mingqi thought about it. After all, she could also help by saying a few words. Yi Xian did not refuse, and the 2 of them arrived at the principal's office soon. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, Principal Zhao Ziqiang said come in and the 2 of them came into the office. Student Yi Xian. When Zhao Ziqiang saw that it was Yi Xian, he hurriedly stood up to greet him. This surprised Counselor Li Mingqi. What was going on? The principal actually stood up to greet me. Am I seeing this right? Haha, not bad. Looking at Yi Xian again, he felt that he was completely different from the last time they met. I never thought that classmate Yi Xian would acquire the Tianzi Hotel and become the boss at such a young age. It's so outstanding that it really puts the principal to shame. Well. When Counselor Li Mingqi heard the principal's words, her mind suddenly exploded. What? Indeed. She was a little bit unbelievable and looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Student Yi Xian, you acquired the Tianzi Hotel. Ahem, yeah. After a dry cough, Yi Xian said, I wanted to invest in some projects, so I bought the Tianzi Hotel. This. Listening to her student's words, Li Mingqi's mouth twitched. Why did she feel like a rookie in front of Yi Xian? Chapter 40, Classmate Yi Xian just donated 30 million to the school. Emperor Hotel. I was worried about him before, but now it seems that it was completely unnecessary. If this were to get out, it would cause a huge sensation. Headmaster. Yi Xian thought about the task and looked at Zhao Ziqiang. I plan to donate some money to the school. Well. After hearing this, Li Mingqi couldn't help but twitch her lips. This guy should be here to discuss graduation. Why donate money? Oh. The principal was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Yi Xian with a look of surprise. Student Yi Xian, are you sure? So, how much are you planning to donate?
It just so happened that the school wanted to introduce some equipment recently, and he was having a headache about this.
About 30 million.
Thinking of the system's task, Yixian took out a black card. I'll trouble you with the donation process, principal. Hiss. When the principal heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. He originally thought that donating a few million would be good enough, but he never thought that he would directly donate 30 million.
Ahem, thank you so much, classmate Yixian. After a dry cough, the principal said, how about this? I'll personally handle the early graduation procedures for you. This.
Li Mengqi was stunned. It was the first time she heard of early graduation.
Ahem, that's what.
At this point, the principal rubbed his hands and said, Student Yixian, the school has always wanted to cooperate with the Tianzi Hotel.
I wonder. Cooperate?
Seeing the principal's actions, Yixian obviously guessed what he was thinking.
Yes.
The principal looked at Yixian and sighed. You know, Tianhai University has so many graduates every year, and the employment pressure is very high.
I see.
Yixian pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. It should be no problem. I will send someone to negotiate with the school later.
Very good.
When the principal heard this, he looked at Yixian with even more relief and satisfaction.
Classmate Yixian, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you.
The two shook hands tacitly, but Li Mingqi on the side was confused.
What was going on? Ding.
The host spent 30 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 300 million renminbi. As for Yixian, the sound of rebate being credited to his account rang in his ears.
Sure enough, it's awesome. Principal, please stay. After the discussion, the principal personally escorted Yixian away. Li Mingqi was confused the whole time and didn't even know how to leave the office. Done.
After leaving the principal's office, Yixian looked at Li Mingqi, who was stunned beside him.
Counselor, I hope I didn't embarrass you. Ahem, you.
After taking a deep breath, Li Mingqi came back to her senses and felt like she was dreaming.
Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Although the money is not hers, it still hurts to think about it. Boss.
But at this moment, Lu Zixuan and the other two rushed over in a hurry.
How about it?
Principal, I hope I'm not putting you in trouble.
Shit, does he dare?
The three of them were talking one after another, and Yixian looked at them and smiled slightly.
It's settled. Helped me get early graduation.
Yixian did not hide it, and there was no need to do so.
Closing early? Lu Zixuan and the other two were completely confused when they heard this.
You know, the eldest brother is not a top student like his sister-in-law.
That's right.
Yixian thought of something and took out 3 gold cards. This is the gold card of the Emperor's Hotel.
From now on, all consumption there will be free. Tianzi Hotel? Free?
The three of them were a little confused. Looking at the high-end golden VIP cards in their hands, they were afraid that they could make a lot of money if they sold them.
Only. They were a little confused. How did the boss get it? You may not know it yet.
As if seeing the confusion among the three people, Li Mingqi glanced at Yixian and said, Student Yixian, he acquired the Tianzi Hotel and is now the owner.
Boom.
As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them opened their mouths wide and stared at the boss, their eyeballs almost popping out.
What? Tianzi Hotel was acquired by the boss. Wow, are you crazy? Gulp. Swallowing hard, Lu Zixuan and the other two finally came to their senses. Boss. Boss, is this true?
Seeing the appearance of the three people, Yixian nodded slightly.
Oh my goodness. Boss, that's awesome. The knife pierced my butt, and I opened my eyes. The three men's ferocious words shocked the instructor, but it also made her face faint. What the hell were they talking about? Besides.
Glancing at her students, Li Mingqi continued, Student Yixian just donated 30 million to the school.
Puff. When the voice fell, Lu Zixuan and the other two almost fell to the ground. Donation, 30 million? Oh my god. The boss's head was kicked in the door. Wouldn't it be better to give the money to their 3 sons? Ball. Yixian looked at Li Mingqi, who was stunned at the sight, and said, Whoever sees it gets it.
This is yours, counselor.
Me, too.
Li Mingqi obviously didn't expect that she would be given this kind of VIP card.
Nature.
Yixian waved his hand nonchalantly, then said, thanks to the counselor for taking care of me over the years.
That's what I should do. Li Mingqi waved her hand and said. Seeing this, Lu Zixuan directly stuffed the gold card into the counselor's hand. Just keep it, the boss can't miss it now. Ahem. Well, thank you, classmate Yi Xian. After a dry cough, Li Mingqi stopped refusing. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to donate 30 million to the school. Reward, 100% of the shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street, plus a bonus of +1 to physical fitness. Also in this room, Yi Xian heard the sound of the mission reward arriving in his account.
Obtained 100% shares of Hongye Commercial Street. Wow, this is worth tens of billions. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 20 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists.
Abilities, driving versatility, 10x consumer rebate capped at 10 billion, god-level cooking skills, all-around dad, martial arts master, singing god ability, Shilin kidneys, all-around gaming, bone setting and massage abilities. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Edition Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone Eating Powder X53, Evidence Collection Card X5, 100% shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street. Wealth, 2.753 billion renminbi.
Boss, what are you thinking about? Lu Zixuan looked at the boss with a sly smile on his face and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Is he smiling so sinisterly? Hey, you must be thinking about your sister-in-law.
The three of them were complaining, saying that the eldest brother's laugh was too obscene, and his sister-in-law must be in trouble.
Sister-in-law? Li Mingqi was slightly stunned when she heard what the three people said. Is she the mother of the triplets? Certainly. Lu Zixuan thought of something, glanced around to make sure no one was around, and whispered, the counselor is telling you a secret. Sanba's mother is actually the school beauty Mengyao. Mengyao, the school beauty, Su Mengyao.
Li Mingqi murmured for a while, then realized something and looked at Lu Zixuan and the other two in disbelief. When she saw them nod, a huge wave of shock rose in her heart. Quietly, the eyes looking at Yi Xian changed. These two people are too good at playing games that they didn't even notice it. Chapter 41 Wang Defa attacks, scaring the three roommates. Goodbye, counselor. Lu Zixuan and the other two saw the counselor off. What had just happened felt like a dream. Look, that's Senior Yi Xian. A donation of 30 million has gone viral on the school forums. The students around were discussing it enthusiastically. After coming back to their senses, Lu Zixuan and the other two looked at the school network. This is good guy. Zhao Yang stared at the screen with a strange look on his face. The principal is pretty fast. Hey, now the boss is going to be famous. Zhou Hang was laughing on the side, especially when many cute girls around were looking at him. His back straightened a little, even though he knew they were looking at the boss. Boss. Lu Zixuan glanced around and smacked his lips. Where are we going next? Red Leaf Commercial Street. I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, after all, it was his own business, so it would be nice to go and take a look. Real. Zhou Hang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Why don't we go to Prague? I heard the new place is delicious. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then walked towards the commercial street. The commercial street was adjacent to Tianhai University and was in a prime location, only a few minutes away. Ding ling ling. But at this moment, a cell phone rang. Hey, Master Yi. After the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end. Who are you? Yi Xian frowned slightly when he heard the unfamiliar voice. Oh, I'm so abrupt. The man opposite coughed dryly before introducing himself. My name is Wang Defa, the person in charge of Hongye Commercial Street. Here are some documents I need you to sign. After swallowing his saliva, Wang Defa continued, do you have time? I'll come find you. Person in charge? After hearing the purpose of the visit, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Prague restaurant, I'll eat there. Okay, Master Yi. Knowing that Yi Xian had time, Wang Defa did not dare to respond without delay. After all, his future depended on the decision of this new boss. Who is it? After seeing the boss hang up the phone, Lu Zixuan and the other two asked suspiciously. No one, just a friend. He said it casually, and the three of them didn't ask any more questions after seeing this. Prague Western Restaurant. Welcome. When we entered the Western restaurant, the fair-skinned and beautiful waitress greeted us warmly, and her voice was especially pleasant. This is really high-end. Lu Zixuan and the other two sipped their lips, looked around at the luxurious decoration, and came to a window seat.
What would you like to eat?
The waiter came closer and asked in a gentle voice.
You order, I'll pay.
Looking at the three people, Yi Xian smiled slightly.
Boss, you are so generous. You're welcome then.
Since the boss had given the order, they naturally had to follow it strictly. They looked through the menu and started ordering the dishes they had been planning for a long time.
Completely ignore the price. Joke?
If they hesitate for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the boss's status as a wealthy man.
Braised fish. Smoked salmon. Seared foie gras.
After ordering a few dishes, Lu Zixuan and the other two looked at each other and said, "For more Wellington steaks, medium rare." The reason for this is that this is the signature dish of the Western restaurant.
But the price is so expensive.
The steaks are made of premium beef flown in by air, and each one costs 20,000 yuan. For steaks alone cost 80,000 yuan, but the taste is said to be excellent. If the boss hadn't treated them to a meal, they wouldn't dare come here even if they were beaten to death.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, not caring about it.
In his opinion, it was just drizzle. Soon, the dishes were served. Lu Zixuan and the other two acted very gentlemanly, holding the knife in their right hand and the fork in their left hand.
They had obviously done some homework. After all, we can't embarrass the boss in such a high-end place.
The medium rare steak is smooth and mellow, which stimulates your taste buds.
Sharp.
After finishing the meal, the three of them said with shining eyes, "It's worthy of being a steak worth 20,000 yuan.
Not bad."
Yi Xian nodded slightly. Even so, he still noticed a few shortcomings.
The heat control was not precise enough, and there was a bit too much cumin. Especially since the heat was almost 6.5 minutes. Boss Wang, why are you here?
When the owner of the Western restaurant saw the person in charge of the commercial street, he hurried over to greet him. After all, the rent for this location was quite high per year.
I'm here to see the boss.
After saying that, Wang Defa took a look and saw Yi Xian walking towards him.
Boss?
Hearing this, the Western restaurant owner was shocked. Let me go with you.
Indeed. He was shocked.
He didn't even know that the owner of the commercial street came from his restaurant.
Such a big shot cannot be offended. Young Master Yi.
After arriving at the booth, Wang Defa bowed slightly, and the owner of the Western restaurant didn't dare to say much.
You are the one in charge, right?
Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Xian nodded slightly.
Yes, Mr. Yi. Wang Defa took a deep breath and handed over the document. This is the expansion plan for the commercial street.
If it's okay, please sign it before it takes effect. Yi Xian took the document, looked at it for a few seconds, and then signed his name.
Hello, Mr. Yi.
The owner of the Western restaurant finally dared to speak and said respectfully, "I am the owner of this Western restaurant. I don't know if you come to our restaurant, but I hope you don't mind."
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand, and the frightened looks of the two men stunned Lu Zixuan and the other two, and finally their eyes fell on the expansion plan of Hongye Commercial Street. A bold guess emerged, and the three of them couldn't help but gasp.
Young Master Yi. Then I won't bother you anymore.
When Wang Defa left, the owner of the Western restaurant also left, fearing that he would accidentally offend this big boss. He didn't expect that the owner of the commercial street was so young.
Ha! Seeing the two leave, Lu Zixuan and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good fellow, boss, you.
Red Leaf Commercial Street isn't yours, is it? The three people who were hesitant to speak finally couldn't help but speak out the issues that concerned them most. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. It would be abnormal if the three of them did not do so. A few days ago, this street was acquired.
Hiss. Hearing these understated words, Lu Zixuan and the other two took a deep breath.
They naturally knew that the Red Leaf Commercial Street was worth nearly 10 billion.
That's why I was so shocked. Crazy.
Zhao Yang pinched his thigh fiercely. It hurts so much, this is not a dream.
Ahem, boss is awesome.
Zhou Heng coughed dryly and sipped his lips. From now on, the children's future will depend on the eldest brother.
Damn it. This thigh is too thick. If I can get close to the boss, I will definitely take off in the future. Call me Godfather. Godfather. Lu Zixuan and the other two blurted out and almost knelt down to him. That's right.
Listening to the three older boys' words, Yi Xian thought for a moment. The university should be doing internship soon. You three can come directly to Hongye Commercial Street or Tianzi Hotel.
Find an area of interest and I'll send someone to train you specifically.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zixuan and the other two burst into tears of gratitude, as if the peak of their life was beckoning them.
Damn, if anyone dares to say bad things about the boss from now on, I will dig up his ancestral grave. Chapter 42, The Japanese are just a bunch of bastards.
I can kill them with just one finger.
Young Master Yi.
Just as I was about to pay at the cashier, the owner of the Western restaurant who had been waiting for a long time came over and said, "No need to pay, this meal is my treat." This big boss, he dare not charge a penny.
This is not good.
When meeting the owner of the Western restaurant, Yi Xian said that after all, the restaurant was also open for business.
Ahem, Master Yi, the entire commercial street is yours. How dare I accept money?
He coughed dryly and suddenly gave Yi Xian enough face, so, from now on, all your three friends will get free meals when they come to our store.
Lu Zixuan and the other two were shocked. What the hell? You know, the conservative estimate of spending here is tens of thousands. All right. The Western restaurant owner insisted, and Yi Xian didn't say anything.
After all, he could guess his intentions to some extent.
Goodbye, Master Yi.
The owner of the Western restaurant, along with several staff members, respectfully saw him off without any neglect.
Ha!
Only after Yi Xian and his companions left did the owner of the Western restaurant breathe a sigh of relief. He said to the staff behind him, "Remember those three people. From now on, they will be served for free no matter how much they spend."
Cool.
After leaving, Lu Zixuan and the other two had excitement on their faces.
Hey, boss is awesome.
Hee, I can't help but smile when I think about eating for free at that high-end Western restaurant in the future, especially if I bring a cute girl with me.
TSK. That scene, it's exciting just thinking about it.
As they were talking, the group returned to school.
Ha! Lu Zixuan and the other two frowned as they looked at the scene in the distance where people were surrounding the boss's supercar. Boss, is my sister-in-law's scooter being watched?
Looking around, I saw a lot of people gathered in front of the Ferrari SF90.
Brother Inoue, it's him.
A voice sounded from the field. The owner of the voice was none other than the Japanese Youth Championship champion Gangsuan Liangjing, who had been knocked down by Yi Xian earlier.
Swish. Then, everyone looked over. Not good. Senior Yi Xian is back.
The students watching all looked solemn when they saw this.
Boss, it's that bastard from Japan.
Lu Zixuan and the other two obviously also saw Gangsuan Liangjing, and the scene that happened that day is still fresh in their memory.
If it weren't for the boss, Tianhai University would have been in big trouble that day. Boy.
When Inoue Ichiro saw Yi Xian, his mouth was full of sarcasm, especially his pretty face.
It was you who beat up my junior brother Liangjing.
He smiled coldly, looked at Yi Xian not far away, and then looked at the entire marble slab placed in front of him.
Bang!
He clenched his right fist and, to everyone's shock, smashed the marble slab into two pieces.
Even a cow would have been crushed to death.
Hiss. Everyone around gasped when they saw this, and then looked at Senior Yi Xian with concern.
Woji. Lu Zixuan and the other two were really shocked when they saw this. Damn, that bastard is so fierce. Ahem, boss.
Zhao Yang coughed dryly and swallowed his saliva. Otherwise, let's avoid the sharp edge for a while.
There's no need to argue with the beast. Yes. Zhou Hang was also trying to persuade him.
After all, if that punch had hit him, he would have at least suffered a concussion if not death.
No problem.
Yi Xian glanced at the opposite side, then said, "I'm going to warm up, please help me take a picture."
Boss, you.
Before Lu Zixuan and the other two could continue talking, they saw that the boss had already gone to the opposite side.
Immediately following,
he immediately took out his cell phone and took pictures of the field. Even if the boss was no match for him, it could still be used as evidence.
Snort.
Seeing that the deterrent effect was achieved, Inoue Ichiro snorted coldly and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. "Boy, remember that the person who taught you a lesson is Chiba Dojo coach, Inoue Ichiro."
Chiba Gym? Listening to Inoue Ichiro's words, Yi Xian frowned. What is that? I've never heard of it. Puff.
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around them burst into laughter, but they didn't know that Yi Xian was telling the truth.
He really had never heard of Chiba Dojo. You. Inoue Ichiro's face turned ashen, with a fierce light in his eyes. He would make this kid pay the price. Broken. Lu Zixuan and the other two were shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the Chiba Dojo was founded by Chiba Tengxing, who won the Japanese karate championship for 3 consecutive years? Obviously, they didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Very good. Suppressing his anger, Inoue Ichiro said coldly, "Brother, challenge me to a sparring match. If you lose, crawl under junior brother Liang Jing's crotch. Of course, you can also refuse." At this point, Inoue Ichiro sneered, "However, you have to admit in public that Chinese martial arts are worthless." Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience changed color. This move was a heartbreaking move, it was simply too much. Damn. Lu Zixuan and the other two were furious. This was clearly bullying. Yeah. Seeing Inoue Ichiro, who seemed to be in control of everything, Yixuan shook his head slightly. He had never seen anyone who was so eager to seek death. That's the case. If I don't fulfill his wish, I would be doing him a disservice. So confident that you can win? Glancing at Inoue, who was stunned, Yixuan continued, "I agree, but I want to spar with him. I have a condition." Oh? Hearing Yixuan's words, Inoue Ichiro was slightly startled. He didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to fight him. What conditions? You tell me. Ichiro Inoue didn't care at all. He didn't think he would lose. The condition is. Looking at the confident Inoue Ichiro, Yixuan's mouth curled up, "If you lose, I want you to kneel down and call me daddy." Ahem, Because of the sudden words, Lu Zixuan and the other two almost fell to the ground. Oh shit. Boss, this guy is awesome. Even. This insulting behavior is even worse than being humiliated by being kicked in the crotch. Student Yixuan, you. Upon hearing the news, Counselor Li Mingqi rushed over. Although she was very scared, she still said, "It's too dangerous. This is Tianhai University, not a place for you to act so recklessly." Li Mingqi said this, not knowing where she got the courage from. Shoo. Gangxuan Liangjing sneered and didn't take the words to heart at all. Fine. Yixuan pulled Li Mingqi behind him and said, "He's just a little bastard from Japan. I can kill him with just one finger." Counselor, don't affect the boss's performance. Zhao Yang and Zhou Hang pulled the counselor aside and said, "Be careful later, or the Japanese bastards will splash you with blood." You guys, Li Mingqi couldn't help but sigh when she saw Lu Zixuan still filming the video seriously. On the other side, high up in the teaching building. Principal, do you want to stop this? The Dean of Academic Affairs frowned as he looked at the scene. This Japanese guy is too presumptuous. Wait a minute. The principal waved his hand and then looked at Yixuan, who was calm and composed. When have you ever seen Yixuan suffer a loss? Besides, he seems to have it easier than anyone else. After hearing this, the Dean of Academic Affairs looked at Yixuan and couldn't help but think of what happened at that time. Could it be that he doesn't even take those Japanese bastards seriously? If that's the case, then someone will probably be in trouble next, and the scene of him kneeling down and calling daddy is quite exciting. Chapter 43, A Small Test and 1/8 billion. Sharp teeth and sharp tongue. Inoue Ichiro narrowed his eyes fiercely. He first insulted Chiba Dojo and now he was provoking him. Good. Without further ado, Inoue Ichiro agreed. After all, he doesn't think he will lose to a pretty boy. Next, he will let him know the price of provoking him. Bang! As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. Everyone was terrified by this scene. What a strong force. Boy, prepare to die. With a swish, the casserole-sized fist flew towards Yixuan's head at an extremely fast speed like a cannonball. If he was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Student Yixuan, be careful. Li Mingqi was frightened by the sudden scene. She covered her eyes and dared not look. Many girls around her did the same. Those Japanese bastards are so strong. Seeing this, everyone around was worried for the senior. Lu Zixuan, who was filming the video, was shaking with his hands. I hope nothing happens to the boss. At the critical moment, Yixuan raised his hand to meet Inoue Ichiro's powerful punch. Court death. Seeing this, Gangxuan Liangjing's mouth was full of sarcasm, thinking that you can block brother Inoue's punch with this is stupid. You know.
He had witnessed with his own eyes how powerful a punch from senior brother Inoue was, and even a sandbag was on the verge of breaking its limit. However, the expected scene did not appear.
The boss blocked it.
When everyone looked over, they found that Inoue Ichiro's powerful punch was caught by Yi Xian and did not pose any threat at all.
Snap.
The sound of bones breaking spread, and everyone around was stunned. It turned out that senior Yi Xian was even more powerful than they had imagined.
Impossible.
Inoue Ichiro's face changed drastically, his right fist was shattered and crushed, and the extreme pain made his face look ferocious. Asshole.
I'm going to destroy you. Then, another fist hit Yi Xian's head. Bang.
Without waiting for him to get close, Yi Xian slapped him to the ground with his backhand. His head hit the ground hard and he was stunned. Li Mingqi looked at the field, her face full of disbelief.
Admit defeat and cash in your bet.
Inoue Ichiro glanced at the ground. Even if this guy was 10 times more powerful, the result would not change. Seeing this, Gangsu Liangjing's face turned pale and he glared at Yi Xian. Boy, don't go too far.
Bang. Yi Xian slapped Gangsu Liangjing and sent him flying. You are going too far. Who the hell do you think you are? Or cash in your bet.
As he spoke, Yi Xian looked at Lu Zixuan, who was recording a video, or post what just happened online.
You. With bloodstains hanging from the corners of his mouth, Ichiro Inoue's face was full of resentment. If the scene just now was posted on the internet, his life would be over. Plop.
Inoue Ichiro clenched his fists and knelt down in front of Yi Xian. Dad.
Puff.
The sudden name caused everyone around to burst into laughter.
Boy, wait for me.
After saying these harsh words, Inoue Ichiro looked at Yi Xian with resentment. Go.
That's it. He remembered Yi Xian's appearance very clearly and left with Gangsu and Liangjing. Ha ha ha.
Looking at the Japanese group leaving in a panic, everyone laughed heartily, feeling very happy.
Boss, that's awesome. Lu Zixuan and the other two surrounded him.
The boss really surprised them.
Hateful.
After leaving the field, Gangsu and Liangjing became more and more angry as he thought about it. Brother Inoue, are we just going to let it go like this?
Forget it, how is that possible? Inoue Ichiro's eyes flashed with a cold light. If that kid doesn't die, I won't be called Inoue Ichiro. If the open approach doesn't work, then let's do it covertly.
Night falls at Dun Villa.
Squeak.
The car stopped in front of the villa. I pushed the door open and got out onto the ground floor.
Chuckle.
The 3 babies in the stroller who were taking a walk all smiled excitedly when they saw their father.
You still remembered to come back.
Back in the living room, Su Mangyao rolled her eyes at Sanbao while he was being intimate with him.
Aren't you going to deal with the graduation issue? Why are you trying to show off again?
Sighing, Su Mangyao said unhappily. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Looking at the beauty approaching him, Yi Xian put his arms around her neck and kissed her, while Sanbao stared at his parents curiously.
Tug. At that moment, Su Mengyao's face flushed and then spread to her neck. Mengyao, your man is back.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan's voice came, which made Su Mengyao hurriedly push someone away.
That guy was really crazy. Phew. The maids couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh when seeing this scene.
Oh my god, the young master is so sweet and knows how to play.
Ha! Seeing her best friend blushing, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder, Mengyao, are you okay? Your face is so red. No, it's okay.
He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and glared at a certain guy without leaving any trace.
That pervert was getting bolder and bolder. It's not this guy.
After glaring at someone, Su Mengyao said, I originally went to the school to handle graduation, but I donated 30 million to the school.
Now the whole school has heard about it. Wow.
After hearing what her best friend said, Lu Ruyan's attention was indeed diverted, and she looked at Yi Xian in surprise.
Good job. My best friend's husband, this is a bit too arrogant. Ding dong. But at this moment, Lu Ruyan received a message on her mobile phone. This is 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. When he saw the arrival information, he was shocked. 800 million. Yi Xian, you. Obviously, Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend's man first. She couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. Please prepare the second installment of money for the acquisition of the Emperor Hotel, Mr. Phone. Ahem, then, okay. He coughed dryly. How long has it been?
And he trusts himself so much.
Isn't he afraid that he'll run away with the money? Only.
She was very curious about how much money her best friend's man had.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for spending 800 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and earning 8 billion renminbi. As expected, Yi Xian heard the sound of rebate arriving in his account, which made his eyes narrow.
Original.
He wanted to pay it off in one lump sum, but that wouldn't maximize his profits. As for the remaining 400 million, he would have to wait a few days.
That's right.
Lu Rian thought of something and teased Sanbao. I heard that the Tianhai Lantern Festival is happening today.
Why not take the kids to see it? Lantern Festival?
Su Mengyao was stunned when she heard her best friend's words.
Ding.
The host triggers a random quest. A high-profile song sweeps the Korean wave, rewarding a medical prodigy with a bonus of +2 constitution. Note, with this ability, the host's medical skills are so advanced that they can even fight for their lives with the King of Hell.
Reject the mission, Constitution +1.
Oh. Hearing about the triggered task, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and was obviously interested.
It might not be a bad idea to go to the Lantern Festival. Chapter 44 Mengyao, your man is such a great singer. Yi Xian, what do you think? Su Mengyao couldn't make up her mind and asked Yi Xian.
Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly, taking advantage of the situation and saying, just take Sanbao out for some fresh air.
All right.
Su Mengyao nodded, packed up some things, and drove towards the Lantern Festival in the extended version of the Lamborghini Veneno.
Yi Xian. Lu Rian thought of something and asked her best friend's husband. The Emperor Hotel is now operating normally. I wonder if, do you have any plans for the hotel's future?
As the current president of Emperor Hotel, she naturally has to care about the future of the hotel.
Planning?
After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, indeed, there is. I plan to turn the Tianzi Hotel into a 7-star hotel.
What? Su Mengyao was shocked when she heard this, 7-star hotel. Do you know what that means? You know.
In the whole of China, there are no more than a handful of 7-star hotels, and each of them is worth nearly tens of billions or even hundreds of billions.
Money is not a problem. Whether it can be accomplished depends on you.
Yi Xian waved his hand and didn't care too much about it. After all, the Tianzi Hotel was just a part of his plan.
This, cough cough.
After hearing this, Lu Rian looked at her best friend, and they obviously realized that this guy was serious. Suddenly, I felt the pressure increase. While the two were waiting, the Lantern Festival had already arrived.
This is so lively.
Arriving at the Lantern Festival, Su Mengyao looked at the venue in surprise, and could not see the end.
Chuckle.
The three little guys, seeing the unique Lantern Festival, waved their little arms and legs. Obviously they liked it very much.
Mengyao, it's great to see Sanbao too.
Hearing her best friend's words, Su Mengyao looked over with a face full of doting.
Hurry up, Su Cholapa's meet and greet is about to begin.
Wait for me. Groups of girls were heading towards a fan meeting not far away. Listening to the words of the people around him, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly.
Could it be that this person is the one he wants to defeat? Get out of the way.
But at this moment, 5 or 6 burly bodyguards were approaching from a distance, escorting the popular Korean singer Kim Soo-chul.
You guys.
Lu Rian frowned when she saw the bodyguard pushing over rudely.
Didn't he see the baby? Don't you have eyes?
The bodyguard who approached glanced at the Sanbao stroller and tried to push it away aggressively.
Bang!
Before the bodyguard could succeed, Yi Xian slapped him to the ground. What a coward you are.
Well done. Many people around saw this scene and exclaimed in relief.
They had also been pushed just now but dared not speak out.
You. Don't cause trouble.
The bodyguard was still talking when Kim Soo-chul glared at him, which prevented a direct confrontation.
But
Yi Xian felt obvious hostility from Jin Xiuzhe, especially the barely perceptible sharpness, but Yi Xian didn't take it to heart at all.
That kid dared to hit my people. Jin Xiuzhe has never been an easygoing person.
He looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. What made him even more jealous was that the boy was actually more handsome than him.
Just for this reason, he couldn't stand it. Su Cholapa. I love you.
The crazy fans in the audience waved their glow sticks and excitedly expressed their love for their idols.
The next song Twin is for everyone. Ouch.
The whole place was bustling with activity, and a song made the atmosphere even more lively.
I'm glad that everyone came to the fan meeting. I will bring you more K-pop songs in the future.
After some humble words, Kim Soo-chul changed the subject. When I first came here, I saw a handsome guy with a very good appearance.
They say China is home to hidden talents. Why don't we invite that handsome guy to come on stage and sing a Chinese song for us?
As the sound faded, the lights came into focus.
No surprise.
The light shone on Yi Xian, which made Su Mengyao frown, obviously realizing something. Yi Xian, it seems that he is targeting you on purpose.
Lu Ruyan also guessed this. Was she seeking revenge for the previous action? She was really petty. One song. One song.
Some voices of support were heard, and then spread throughout the entire fan meeting.
Yi Xian, you.
Su Mengyao held Yi Xian's hand, worried.
Rest assured.
Yi Xian rubbed Su Mengyao's head lovingly, and then said, "It's just a fly, your husband will kill it for you." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the stage. As he expected, the target of the Korean wave was this Korean guy, and he handed the accompaniment to the vocal teacher.
Come on, bro.
The vocal teacher cheered Yi Xian on, then complained, "I don't want to serve that Korean dog anymore."
Oof.
As for Jin Xiozha, he was confused and watched coldly. "You are too young to fight with me." But at this moment, the screen lit up and the Forbidden City, a magnificent building carrying the history of China, appeared.
Look! Oh my god, there is even a music video.
Looking at the magnificent buildings, especially the various scenes of the military parade, people felt very proud for a moment.
I started writing this book. The national bloodline is tens of thousands of miles long.
Several centuries and 600 years. Descendants of the dragon have weathered storms. This central axis of Gyeonggi province.
Just like a gentleman's unwavering integrity.
As soon as the voice came out, the whole audience fell into deathly silence. The popular Korean singer Kim Soo-chul, who was originally laughing at the joke, was stunned where he stood.
This. Lu Ruyan was incredulous. "Mengyao, your man is such a great singer." Are you okay?
Su Mengyao was also stunned. She had indeed heard him sing in the school auditorium before, but she never thought that his musical attainments were so much better than she had imagined.
Is this okay?
Lu Ruyan sipped her lips and looked at her best friend.
What on earth did you do back then to win over such an outstanding man?
He's handsome, rich, doted on, and a great singer.
Indeed.
Looking at the guy who completely crushed Jin Jisho on the stage, Lu Ruyan's envy was beyond words.
However, that popular Korean singer is probably in trouble. Really?
It is completely unnecessary to worry about the man in your best friend's family.
Well done.
When the vocal teacher heard this, his face was filled with excitement.
Damn, this guy is awesome. Even Kim Soo-chul's die-hard fans were dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't Chinese pop culture declining?
This song is so much better than my idols. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xian's lips curled up and the sweep had just begun.
This dragon scale once. The sound of breaking ice.
Every scale, every inch of heart.
The story is so shaky that I can't bear to listen to it. People observe etiquette and keep their hearts calm. The melodious guqin plays the heart of a gentleman.
Hiss. Even though Su Mengyao was mentally prepared, she was still shocked when she heard it. She had no idea when that guy wrote this song.
Indeed. This guy is so outstanding that it's unbelievable. Ahem, good fellow.
Lu Ruyan coughed dryly and stared at the stage in a daze. The three little ones also stared at their father on the stage with wide eyes, as if they knew that their father had turned into Ultraman and was fighting little monsters.
Damn it!
Jin Xiozha's face turned pale, as if a loved one had died. "You are careless, kid.
You are looking for death." Chapter 45. My best friend's husband is the boss of Red Leaf Commercial Street. To ruin someone's future is like killing his parents. This action is undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous to him. If the news gets out that he was pinned to the ground and beaten by a Chinese boy, the consequences will definitely be something he cannot bear. What to do? Interrupt this guy. But that would still give people a reason to criticize. Obviously, he panicked at this moment. However, reality did not give him time to think, and he continued to be very excited on stage. A song awakened the blood in the whole audience. The Forbidden City's Shinwoo Gate has experienced so many vicissitudes. Oh. Pa 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 pa.
The singing continued, and thunderous applause broke out from the whole audience at some point, with howling sounds coming one after another. The audience of hundreds of people seemed to be shouting out tens of thousands of people.
Such a scene, if you don't know, you would think it is Yi Xian's fan meeting. This guy is completely crushing.
The vocal teacher slapped his thigh. It turned out that the Korean dog still needed a bad guy to deal with it. It turned out that the Chinese style had not disappeared, but had not yet awakened.
Hey!
Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend's husband on the stage and said, "Mang Yao, look at that Korean celebrity, his face has turned green.
It feels so good. Hey!"
After hearing what her best friend said, Su Mangyao looked at the person who was stealing the show on the stage and said, "He's pretending to be me again." The reason why she didn't stop him was because she had never seen this guy suffer any loss.
Really? To cause trouble to this guy is simply asking for trouble. After all, who made my man so well-rounded?
Although the other party may be excellent, this guy must be better in his own field.
Puff.
Thinking of this, Su Mangyao couldn't help but smile brightly, with a proud arc appearing at the corner of her mouth under the light, as if to say that this was her man.
Nizi, just be happy secretly.
Lu Ruyan sighed, feeling jealous when she saw her best friend's arrogant look. Invisible pretense is the most deadly, and it is manifested at this moment.
After a while, the song ended and the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Thank you everyone.
Yi Xian nodded modestly and glanced at Jin Xiaoxia, who looked like a pig liver. I want to say that the so-called Korean wave is vulnerable in front of the Chinese wave.
Good.
The vocal teacher stood up and clapped his hands, which made Jin Xiaoxia almost spit out blood. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere in the venue became even more intense.
After the task was completed, Yi Xian walked off the stage.
After all, he was just completing the task.
Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?
Many girls asked for contact information, and Yi Xian put his arm around Su Mengyao's slender waist and said, "Sorry, I have a wife."
This dog food.
When Lu Ruyan saw this scene, she was really fed up with the dog food.
These two people treated outsiders as if they didn't exist. Oh, I see. What a pity.
Seeing the stunningly beautiful Su Mengyao, the girls all retreated.
Joke?
How could they have any courage at all when a handsome guy is with such a beautiful girl?
Walk.
Seeing the two showing their affection, Kim Su Cheol's eyes were cold and he left angrily with his bodyguards. If he continued to stay there, he was afraid that he would lose control and rush forward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of sweeping the Korean wave with a high-profile song.
Reward, Medical Master, with a bonus of +2 Constitution.
As he left the field, Yi Xian suddenly heard the sound of a mission reward. Then look at the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 22 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists.
Abilities, driving versatility, 10x consumer rebate capped at 10 billion, god-level cooking skills, all-around dad, martial arts master, singing god ability, unicorn kidneys, gaming versatility, bone setting, and massage skills, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Edition Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone Eating Powder X53, Evidence Collection Card X5, 100% shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street. Wealth, 10.253 billion renminbi.
This feels great.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curved up and he felt particularly good.
What are you laughing at?
Seeing the curve of someone's mouth, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes.
Is there?
Yi Xian asked suspiciously, while Su Mengyao ignored him. You only know how to show off.
Hurry and go. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su Mengyao didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. Soon, the group arrived at the Lantern Festival pedestrian street.
This is... Arriving at a luxury brand flagship store, Mengyao, look at this dress, it's so beautiful.
You'll look great in it. Miss, why don't you try it?
When the store manager saw the Vacheron Constantin overseas watch on Yi Xian's wrist, his eyes lit up. This is a big customer.
This. All right.
After thinking for a while, Su Mengyao went to the fitting room.
Young Master Yi. It's really you.
At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the flagship store.
The person who came was none other than Wang Defa, the person in charge of Hongye Commercial Street. Boss Lu is here too.
When Wang Defa saw Lu Ruyan, surprise flashed in his eyes.
Mr. Wang? After seeing Wang Defa, Lu Ruyan was stunned. You know each other.
During this period, Lu Ruyan made many friends. She happened to meet Wang Defa at a cocktail party and also learned that he was the person in charge of Hongye Commercial Street.
More than just knowing each other.
Wang Defa coughed dryly and then said, "Young Master Yi is the owner of Hongye Commercial Street, my immediate superior." Red Leaf Commercial Street, boss.
Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was shocked. Yi Xian, this
Red Leaf Commercial Street is yours. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not hide it and nodded, saying, "We just acquired it not long ago."
Well. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but gasp. This is the good guy that was just acquired? What did she hear? What kind of person is her best friend's husband?
Red Leaf Commercial Street, that's worth nearly 10 billion.
Squeak.
At this moment, the door of the fitting room opened and Su Mengyao came out wearing a jeweled dress and high heels. She looked incredibly beautiful against the backdrop of her high heels.
It's beautiful.
When Lu Ruyan saw her best friend with a stunning appearance, her eyes were full of surprise. Her looks and temperament were completely incomparable to the popular stars in the entertainment industry.
Really?
Su Mengyao said a little unconfidently, wondering if she had exposed too much, and looked at her man a little embarrassedly.
Gulp. Wang Defa's eyes widened.
Wow, it was the first time he saw such a beautiful girl.
Who is this? Taking a deep breath, Wang De asked aloud. Boss Wang, this is my best friend.
Having said that, he then looked at Sanbao. These three are Yi Xian and his children.
I see. When Wang Defa heard the introduction, he was shocked.
Wow, the girl with peerless beauty in front of him turned out to be Yi Xiao's woman.
Only
3 babies in 1 pregnancy, this is truly young Master Yi's ability, it's far beyond the reach of ordinary people, and it's truly enviable.
Chapter 46. The eldest son of the Lu family is coming, and the road to death is underway. Hello, madam. Wang Defa took a deep breath and greeted him warmly after learning his identity. Hello.
Su Mengyao glanced at her best friend.
Is this girl crazy?
She tells everything to others.
Sir, would you like to buy this jeweled dress? This.
After hearing this, Su Mengyao subconsciously looked at the tag. When she saw the price, her eyes paused. 8 million, so expensive.
What? After hearing what her best friend said, Lu Ruyan also looked over and confirmed it several times. ISNT at 8 million? It's just a piece of clothing, it's too dark.
Upon hearing this, the store manager coughed dryly and patiently explained, "To be honest, this jeweled dress is our most precious treasure. It was designed by the internationally renowned designer Louis, who spent 6 months designing it.
It is inlaid with 2,500 rhinestones." When Wang Defa heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. Wow, clothes can be made like this. I bought it.
Yi Xian took a look at the clothes and decided that it would be fun to make some money at the same time.
Yi Xian, it's too expensive, 8 million.
Su Mengyao frowned, looked at the skirt and said, "Although it is very beautiful."
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand and looked at the peerless beauty. "It is a blessing for this jeweled dress to be worthy of you."
Wow. Hearing this, Wang Defa's eyes widened. Wow, it's a blessing that the jewel skirt is worthy of you. This boss is amazing. TSK, Mengyao, even I envy you. Lu Ruyan sighed with emotion, and her best friend's husband didn't even blink an eye at the 8 million jewel dress. And
the jeweled skirt is more suitable for my best friend.
Her husband is too doting on her. Which girl can resist such flirting? Oh well.
Listening to her man's teasing, Su Mengyao was already dizzy and no longer cared about how expensive it was. She felt that at this moment her whole body was wrapped in sweet juice.
Swipe the card.
Yi Xian took out a card and curled up the corners of his mouth.
Yes, sir.
When the store manager heard this, his eyes were full of envy. "Beauty, your husband treats you so well."
This is the first time I've seen someone so generous buying something for his wife. Thanks.
Su Mengyao held Yi Xian's big hand, feeling the warmth coming from it. At this moment, she felt that the air she breathed was sweet, wondering if it was an illusion.
I feel like I like this guy more. What should I do? Hey. When Lu Ruyan saw this, she couldn't help but sigh.
If she followed her best friend and her man out, there would definitely be plenty of dog food.
How enviable. Wang Defa sipped his lips, watching his boss and his wife showing their affection. Damn, he now understood his boss's happiness. Ding.
The host spent 8 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 80 million renminbi. I tried my hand at it and made 80 million in one operation.
Mood, I have to say, it's pretty good. Sir, come again next time.
The store manager and the shopping guide bowed and saw them off enthusiastically. This transaction alone was enough to cover their sales for 1 or 2 months.
But that handsome guy is so spoiled.
It would be great if he was their boyfriend. If that were the case, they'd probably wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Let's go.
Wang Defa said a few words and left, because he was afraid that he would upset his boss by not paying attention, so he didn't dare to stay any longer.
Meng Yao, how does it feel to be spoiled by your husband? Ahem. Listening to her bestie's joke, Su Mengyao coughed and glared at her. Ruyan, what nonsense are you talking about? What doting feeling? I don't know what you are talking about. Yo.
Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend sourly. Come on, your face was melting with happiness just now.
If you ask me. After a pause, Lu Ruyan continued, your man is so good to you, just give yourself to him as a reward tonight. Put. Hearing what her best friend said, Su Mengyao's face flushed and then spread to her neck. Ruyan, you are going to die.
In fact, Su Mengyao was a little crazy and stole a glance at someone, then moved away as if shocked. Come here, I promise not to beat you to death.
The two girls chased each other on the pedestrian street.
The third baby in the stroller was staring at everything curiously, waving his little arms and legs. He felt that everything was so interesting.
Gulp.
However, the pursuit of such a beautiful woman made many passers-by around envious for a while. But at this moment, Yi Xian sensed a hint of danger coming from the darkness not far away.
Ding. Triggering the mission. Kill the incoming enemies and you'll be rewarded with the Eye of Heaven, which grants you +1 constitution. Note, this ability grants you a god's perspective, allowing you to traverse space and observe any location with a 360-degree, unobstructed view. Reject the mission, constitution +1. Eye of God?
When I heard the system task sound ringing in my ears, my heart was shocked.
Good job. A god's perspective, peering through space without blind spots? Oh my god, this ability seems really awesome.
In this way, those hidden murderous intentions would be exposed in front of him. You guys go shopping for a while, I'm going to the bathroom.
Go ahead. Su Mengyao took a deep breath to calm herself down.
She wished that guy would leave because her best friend couldn't stop teasing her every now and then, and she wanted to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. After parting, Yi Xian headed towards the source of the murderous intent. Whether for public or private reasons, I'm afraid a lot of people will die this time, but obviously this is not what Yi Xian is concerned about.
Soon, we arrived at a deserted place of the Lantern Festival. Come out.
Yi Xian's mouth curled up, and the isolation card had already been used to cover the field. He was already familiar with this operation.
Interesting.
After the voice fell, another voice came from the side. You actually discovered me. With a wave of his hand, dozens of people surrounded Yi Xian, and the people who came were somewhat similar to Lu Xiaoqiu before.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the dagger for dragon scales.
The cost is 100,000 renminbi. Note, this dagger is made of dragon scales and can cut through anything in the world. Good job.
After hearing the introduction, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Now is a good opportunity to experiment.
Boy, you're the one who killed my useless brother. His playful gaze fell on Yi Xian, who was none other than Lu Xiaoqiu's brother Lu Xiaoyang.
But I would also like to thank you. Lu Xiaoyang's mouth curled up.
Now he has become the only heir of the Tianhai Lu family.
This is a great thing. Only.
At this point, Lu Xiaoyang looked at Yi Xian beside him. I didn't expect that you would have an affair with the daughter of the Su family, a top family in Tianhai, and even gave birth to triplets as illegitimate daughters.
It's really surprising. I really don't know how to write the word deaf.
Lu Xiaoyang smiled coldly. Su Mengyao's parents from the Tianhai Su family had always wanted to climb up the ladder to become one of the 4 major families, the Luo family, in order to change the status of their branch.
If the Su family knew about this kid would definitely die a miserable death. Tianhai's top family? The Su family?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Lu Xiaoyang's words.
Sure enough, that girl's identity is not simple.
But since this guy knows their relationship, he deserves to die. Chapter 47. You may not believe this, but your man bought the entire Hongye commercial street.
If you kill this kid,
Not only did he avenge his useless brother, but he was also able to get in touch with the Su family.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Boy, I won't accept this generous gift. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyang looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes.
Yeah.
Seeing Lu Xiaoyang's expression, Yi Xian had already guessed something, just relying on you trash.
Presumptuous. A subordinate of Tianhai Lu family was furious and held a machete. Master, let me destroy this guy first.
After finishing speaking, he came to the center of the field.
Kneel down for me, boy.
He rushed over at high speed and chopped Yi Xian's head with a machete, which was extremely cruel.
Sniff. However, before this subordinate could even imagine, a knife flashed across his neck.
He felt a sharp pain in his neck and fell to the ground like a corpse. Only then did blood begin to seep out of his neck, but there was no trace of blood on the dragon scale blade of the dagger.
What? Lu Xiaoyang, who was originally determined to win, now looked at his men's strange deaths and the dagger dragon scale held by Yi Xian. This kid is not simple. Go ahead, kill him. Suppressing his uneasiness, Lu Xiaoyang ordered dozens of his men to attack him. Gulp.
Looking at Yi Xian holding a dagger, dozens of his men swallowed their saliva, because they had no idea when this guy made his move.
Kill. But they finally rushed forward. No matter how powerful that guy was, he could not be a match for dozens of them. Good to come.
Yi Xian grinned, and the devilish curve of his smile almost scared everyone who attacked him to death.
Puff puff puff.
The blade flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Half a minute later, the field had turned into a Shura hell, with dozens of corpses lying on the ground, all with their eyes wide open.
Because
they had no idea when they were killed. Yi Xian was too fast.
Who are you?
At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan was completely scared. He had never seen such a powerful person, and that guy was so young.
I am the future Lu family, hee hee.
Before he could finish his words, the blade had already cut through his neck. He stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes. You dare to kill me? With a strong sense of unwillingness, the body fell to the ground with a thud.
Sizzle.
After more than 10 seconds, the bone-eating powder corroded dozens of corpses, and the corpses disappeared from the face of the earth as if nothing had happened.
A victim of Tianhai Su family marriage? I see.
From him, Yi Xian learned about the situation Su Mangyao was facing, and also understood why he had never talked about his family background since Sanba was born. After understanding everything, a fierce light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. It would be better if the Su family did not provoke him, otherwise he would not mind wiping them out from Tianhai.
Back at the pedestrian street, the two girls were buying clothes for Sanbao. Yi Xian, how about this one?
Su Mangyao saw her man coming back and asked while holding a pink dress.
Not bad.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. This girl had endured much more than he had imagined.
Look. I just said, he likes it.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mangyao smiled proudly at her best friend, and her show-off made Lu Ruyan smile bitterly.
If you like it, then you like it. You two, you're in perfect sync, right? Lu Ruyan said unhappily, it's really ridiculous that I can get dog food just for buying clothes. Ruyan, what are you talking about? Lingxi, you big-headed ghost. Su Mengyao couldn't stand her best friend's teasing. She glared at her angrily.
If there weren't so many people around, she would have pinned her down and beaten her up.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of killing the incoming enemies.
Reward, Eye of Heaven, plus Constitution plus 1. Eye of God.
Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and then started it with an idea.
The next moment.
Yi Xian seemed to have a god's perspective and saw the scene of killing Lu Xiaoyan without any hesitation.
This ability is incredible.
Feeling a little, Yi Xian sipped his lips and said, while his physical condition also improved a lot with the blessing of attributes.
Let's go.
After strolling around for a while, the three of them left the Lantern Festival with the little one.
Mengyao, you are too happy.
In the car, Lu Ruyan looked out the window at the brightly lit streets. Your man is really spoiling you to the heavens.
Put. You, what are you talking about? What's going on in the sky?
Listening to her best friend's words, Su Mengyao's face flushed, and she looked particularly charming under the light. Even Lu Ruyan, who was also a woman, liked her a little. After a long pause, Su Mengyao changed the subject and asked.
That's right. Recalling what just happened, she asked her bestie Ruyan, who was that Mr. Wang just now? You all seem to know him? Him. When Lu Ruyan heard him mention Wang Defa, she said, "You know about Hongye Commercial Street, right? He's the person in charge." And at this point, Lu Ruyan glanced at her best friend's husband who was driving and said, "You may not believe this, but your man bought the entire Hongye Commercial Street. That's why people call you young madam." The exposed Lu Ruyan said so. After all, her best friend would know about this sooner or later. Buying the entire Red Leaf shopping street? So that's what's going on. What? Su Mengyao realized something was wrong midway through her conversation and stared at her bestie in astonishment. "You mean Yi Xian? He bought the Red Leaf Commercial Street." Of course. Seeing her best friend's reaction, Lu Ruyan wasn't surprised. After all, she wasn't much better than her just now. "So, Nizi, you've definitely married into a wealthy family." "A wealthy family." Listening to her bestie's words, Lu Ruyan looked at her man with a slightly flushed face, but then she thought of something and a look of loneliness appeared on her face. "If only my parents could treat me this well, it would be great." "Master, hello, madam." I pushed the door open and got out of the car. The maids who had been waiting for a long time greeted me respectfully, and then took on the task of taking care of the three treasures. "Master." After arriving in the living room, Tang Wansu thought of something. "There's something I think it's better to tell you." "What's up?" After hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw Tang Wansu like this. "That's right." Taking a deep breath, Tang Wansu said tremblingly, "Without your permission, I brought a ragged man who had fainted in front of the villa into the villa. He seemed to be seriously injured." "A ragged man?" Hearing Tang Wansu's words, Yi Xian was stunned. How could such a person appear in front of the villa in the Yuen Villa district? Could it be that this person is not simple? Chapter 48. Whoever dares to touch Brother Yi in the future, no matter who it is, will be beaten back by me. Yeah? Hearing Tang Wansu's words, Yi Xian felt a little doubtful. "Take me to see it." "Okay, master." After hearing this, Tang Wansu led the young master to a room. "Come to the room." He suddenly saw a ragged man lying on the bed, but there was an extraordinary aura surging from his body, which also verified his guess. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Heal the ragged man. The reward rebate cap has been increased to 100 billion, and a bonus of +1 to Constitution is given. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Wow. So medical skills are waiting here? Since the system has this task, I am afraid that this person will be of great use to me in the future. You guys go out, I'll take a look at him. This is the young master. After hearing this, Tang Wansu was a little confused but still walked out and closed the door. This person's injuries are so severe. An ordinary person would have died countless times over. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became even more curious about this person's identity. Fortunately, I ran into myself. Yi Xian looked at the ragged man, then looked at the system mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for the 10 wholesome tonic pills, costing 10,000 renminbi. Note, this item can promote bone growth and healing, and stimulate the body's potential. After giving him the 10-ingredient tonic pill, Yi Xian flashed his hand and inserted the dozen or so gold needles he had exchanged into the ragged man's various acupuncture points to speed up the absorption of the 10-ingredient tonic pill. Suddenly, the ragged man's face turned from pale to rosy. Puff! At a certain moment, he sat up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem! The ragged man woke up after a violent cough. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes for the first moment, but it disappeared only after he saw the surrounding environment clearly. You're awake. Seeing the ragged man waking up, Yi Xian's mouth curled up in an intriguing arc, and he was not in a hurry about his identity. What he cares more about now is the system task rewards. I'm not dead? After the ragged man woke up, he looked at his hands and found that his injuries had completely healed. Thank you, little brother, for saving me. You're welcome, bro. Yi Xian waved his hand, then smiled and said, but it will take 5 to 7 days for the injury to heal. No problem. The ragged man waved his hand and said, it's God's mercy that I can save my life. That's right. After a pause, the ragged man said, my name is Long Tianao. I wonder what your name is, little brother? Long Tianao said this. After all, the person in front of him was his savior. Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Then he took out 2 10-whole tonic pills and said, here are 2 pills that are good for your injuries. Take them every 3 days.
My strength should be fully recovered in half a month.
Thank you very much, little brother.
I wanted to refuse, but when I thought about the current situation in western Xinjiang, I nodded seriously and took the pill.
Brother Yi, my identity is quite special.
After pondering for a moment, Long Tianao continued, so, please forgive me for not telling you.
No problem.
Yi Xian didn't care about this, but he had a better impression of him. Since he told him this, it was obvious that this person was not a bad person.
I cannot thank you enough for your kindness.
Taking a deep breath, Long Tianao glanced around and said, Brother Yi, I will repay you in the future.
Brother, I'm leaving first.
After saying a few words, Long Tianao said goodbye, and Yi Xian didn't say much.
Thank you very much. After leaving the room, Long Tianao said goodbye and left the Yuan villa. This is incredible. Tang Wansu looked at the lively and ragged man with a face full of shock.
She knew very well that the man was seriously injured when he was unconscious in front of the villa.
Master, so amazing.
The maids also smacked their lips and stared at their young master in disbelief.
Ahem, Yi Xian.
Lu Rian coughed dryly and looked at the ragged man. You also know medical skills.
I know a little bit.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said, naturally he would not say too much about the ragged man. Although he did not know his identity, he was afraid that he was not simple.
This is just scratching the surface.
If that's the case, then all the doctors in the hospital are useless. Lu Rian just went to the room to check and saw that the man was really seriously injured, although she didn't know how her best friend's husband recovered. If this operation were to be spread, it would surely shock the entire medical community.
Master, supper is ready.
Tang Wansu's voice came over at this time, interrupting the conversation.
Then, with the lights on, everyone in the villa had a midnight snack.
As for Sanbao, he fell into a sound sleep after being fed.
Tianhai mentioned the punishment department. Ding ling ling.
Wei Zhengwei was handling the affairs of the Ministry of Justice when his cell phone, which he seldom used, rang at one moment. When he saw the phone, he was startled and answered it respectfully.
Hey, Long Shuai. As soon as the call was connected, he greeted excitedly, you finally called your subordinates. Stinky boy, I heard you're doing pretty well now. Head of the Tianhai Criminal Division, right? Ahem. With a dry cough, Wei Zhengwa sipped his lips and said, it's all thanks to Marshal Long. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had this blessing back then. Don't flatter me, it's just because you're so capable.
After the voice fell, Long Tianao continued, I called because I have something for you to do.
Long Shuai, your orders.
Since the old leader had spoken, he naturally did not dare to neglect it. After all, if it weren't for Marshal Long, he would have died on the battlefield long ago.
It's not really in order.
Long Tianao's voice spread out, there is a man named Yi Xian in Tianhai. Please take special care of him.
Brother Yi saved my life. What? Hearing this, Wei Zhengwa shuddered, Long Shuai, are you okay? No problem.
Long Tianao waved his hands and cursed, those bastards from western Xinjiang set up an assassination while I was out on patrol and chased me all the way to Tianhai. If it were Brother Yi, I would probably be dead by now.
Wei Zhengwa swallowed his saliva and his eyelids twitched wildly.
This was such a great favor.
Don't worry, Marshal Long.
Taking a deep breath, Wei Zhengwa said, as long as I'm in Tianhai, I'll kill anyone who dares to touch your benefactor and his entire family. Hearing his subordinate's words, Long Tianao was very pleased, and then said, but Brother Yi's residence is very nice, I guess he is not an ordinary person. Besides, his medical skills are quite impressive, perhaps, he doesn't need your care.
No more.
Taking a deep breath, Long Tianao continued to curse, damn it, those bastards from western Xinjiang dared to set up a trap.
I'll go back and kill them all one by one. Besides, if anyone dares to touch Brother Yi in the future, no matter who it is, I will beat them back. Yes, Long Shuai.
Wei Zhengwa swallowed his saliva.
Marshal Long was a high-ranking official in the western frontier. Even the words of the emperor would be useless if he said that. Chapter 49. It's late at night, your husband will help you sleep. At night, in the room. Who is that person? Su Mengyao thought about the ragged man and asked suspiciously. Have no idea.
Yi Xian shook his head slightly, then said indifferently, but his identity should not be simple.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of healing the ragged man. The reward rebate cap has been increased to 100 billion, and a bonus of +1 to constitution. During the conversation, Yi Xian suddenly heard the sound of a mission reward.
Good guy?
The rebate is capped at 100 billion yuan, which is really a big deal. When Yi Xian heard the voice, he could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth and they curled up.
What are you laughing at?
Seeing that guy smile, Su Mengyao couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, and some indescribable pictures emerged in her mind.
Ahem, is there?
Yi Xian coughed dryly. Although he was very happy in his heart, it shouldn't be that obvious.
So what do you say? Listening to someone's words, Su Mengyao rolled her eyes in annoyance.
Smelling the pleasant body fragrance of the beauty beside him, the curve of Yi Xian's mouth became even deeper. The rebate is capped at 100 billion yuan, so there is no need to wait any longer. Having said that, Yi Xian took out a black card.
Nah. He stuffed the black card into the hand of the beautiful woman beside him. What is this?
Su Mengyao was stunned after hearing this. She obviously didn't understand why this guy gave her the black card. After all, she hadn't spent all the 10 million yuan that guy had given her before.
Give me more money.
Seeing his wife's dazed look, Yi Xian hit her on the head without any good intentions. She covered her forehead with her hands and moaned in pain.
What are you thinking about?
Looking at the beauty beside him with a wry smile, Yi Xian said, "Here are 1 billion yuan, which is used to invest in the Emperor Hotel. 400 million is the final payment for the acquisition of the Tianzi Hotel, and the rest will be used to build a 7-star hotel."
Oh.
After hearing what her man said, Su Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as it wasn't given to her, it was fine. Ding.
The host spends 1 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate, and receives 10 billion renminbi. As expected, the sound of consumption rebates rang in my ears.
Then call up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 24 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists.
Abilities, driving almighty, 10 times rebate on consumption capped at 100 billion, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, singing god ability, curing kidneys, gaming almighty, bone setting and massage ability, medical master, eye of god. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Edition Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone Eating Powder X53, Evidence Collection Card X5, 100% shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street, Dagger Dragon Scale.
Wealth, 20.353 billion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was in a very good mood.
Mengyao baby, you are so beautiful.
Looking down at the beautiful girl so close to him, Yi Xian swallowed hard.
Put. What are you talking about?
Feeling the burning gaze of a certain guy, Su Mengyao's face flushed, as if she knew what would happen next.
It's late at night, your husband will help you sleep. I don't want to. Ugh.
Before Su Mengyao could finish her words, someone blocked her red lips, and she was destined to have a sleepless night.
The next day, early morning.
As the sun rose, Yi Xian and his friend came out of the room. In the living room, Lu Ruyan was playing with Sanbao. Chuckle. When Sanbao saw his parents come out, he was instantly excited, and Aunt Ruyan was obviously not interested anymore.
3 little heartless ones.
Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan sighed. It turned out that they were still close to their parents.
Mengyao, you look so good.
Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend and stared at her in surprise. She looked really good and even more charming than before, especially her face, which looked so tender that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it.
Yeah.
Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly when she heard her best friend's words. The scenes that happened last night emerged in her mind. It was all that guy's fault, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten up so late.
Well enough.
However, his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and he was obviously feeling guilty.
Tell the truth. Lu Ruyan then pulled her best friend aside and questioned her, is it your man's doing last night?
I heard that the best way for a woman to maintain herself is through her boyfriend.
Put. Ruyan, what are you talking about?
After listening to her best friend's words, Su Mengyao's face flushed red and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
Is this girl crazy? What is the way to maintain your boyfriend?
She couldn't understand a word.
That's right.
Su Mengyao changed the subject and hurriedly took out the black card her man gave her last night. Hey!
This is the money Yi Xian gave to the Tianzi Hotel, 1 billion. What?
As expected, this method was very effective.
Lu Ruyan's eyelids jumped, 1 billion.
Seeing her best friend's surprised expression, Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she stopped dwelling on her complexion, everything would be fine. Give 400 million to Mr. Phone, and the rest to prepare a 7-star hotel. Good fellow. Lu Ruyan took a sip, wondering if the speed was a bit too fast. After all, now that the Tianzi Hotel has just gotten on track, it is planning to become a 7-star hotel. However, the man in my best friend's family is really rich. All right. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan took the black card and looked at her best friend with eyes full of envy. It was hard not to envy such a handsome man. While the two were talking, the tempting aroma of noodle soup wafted from the kitchen. Smells so good. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled. Mengyao, your husband makes breakfast for you again. How happy. Of course. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Su Mengyao said with a slightly flushed face. Come, eat it while it's hot. Yi Xian specially handed the noodle soup with 2 poached eggs to Su Mengyao. Replenish yourself well. Ahem. After hearing what her man said, Su Mengyao suddenly wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What nonsense was that guy talking about? What needs to be supplemented? Look, how partial your man is. Lu Ruyan naturally didn't care. She looked at the poached egg in her bowl and spoke sourly. Ruyan. Su Mengyao heard her bestie joking and glared at her fiercely. Is this girl crazy? Eating can't even shut your mouth. Believe it or not, you won't be able to taste Yi Xian's cooking in the future. Well. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. This girl really knew her weakness. Ahem, okay. Is it not okay if I don't say it? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and said this, but Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this scene made the maids not far away envious. Oh my god, the young lady is so happy. Chapter 50, Master Yi plans to spend 200 million to buy 10 supercars in the club. Yi Xian. After breakfast, Su Mengyao looked at her man and said, Ruyan wants to buy a supercar. She doesn't know much about it, so why don't you go and look for one for her? Buy a car? After hearing this, Yi Xian looked at Lu Ruyan. He didn't expect that the money he gave her to buy a car last time had not been used yet. Ahem, well. After a dry cough, Lu Ruyan said, I've never bought a supercar. I'm afraid of being ripped off. Lu Ruyan said this, and she had never been to a supercar club, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. The supercar club has spent 200 million and is rewarded with 100% of the shares of Tianquan Group and a bonus of +2 to physical fitness. Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Tianquan Group? When Yi Xian heard the system's task rewards, he was really confused. Good job. You know, Tianquan Group is the leader of Tianhai's business community and a hot commodity in the eyes of the 4 major families in Tianhai. Such a company can be obtained by spending 200 million. Wow, the system is quite powerful. All right. Yi Xian agreed without any hesitation, as any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to the Tianquan Group. Real. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt relieved. Thank you, boss. Humph, I already said Yi Xian wouldn't refuse. Su Mengyao said with a delicate hum, if that guy doesn't agree after she asked him, she will teach him a lesson later. Our Mengyao is amazing, no wonder she looks so healthy. Pfft, cough cough. Hearing her best friend's vicious words, Su Mengyao was actually choked by a mouthful of tea. She killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of her own. Master, madam, goodbye. In front of the villa, the maids waved goodbye to their young master, with envy in their eyes not concealed at all. Ruyan, what kind of car are you planning to buy? In the extended supercar, Su Mengyao asked her bestie curiously. Well, I looked up some information online, and this year's latest Bugatti Veyron promotional price is just around 10 million. Besides, I like the blue color. Lu Ruyan had obviously done some research and was talking about various performance features. As they were talking, the supercar club had already arrived. Young Master Yi. As soon as I arrived at the supercar club, a voice came over. Who are you? Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the person coming. It was obvious that he had never met him before. Oh, that's it. Zhang Yunxian, the head of the supercar club, realized something. I am the head of the club and have met Miss Su. Miss Su, long time no see. Su Mengyao nodded slightly, then said, it was the supercar he gave me last time. I see.
Yi Xian nodded in understanding. Do you have a Bugatti Veyron?
Oh. Zhang Yunxian was stunned when he heard it. Yes, Mr. Yi.
Bugatti Veyron is this year's hottest new model. Follow me.
He didn't have the chance last time, so this time he certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to make friends.
The scene of him personally receiving everyone stunned everyone around him.
You know, Zhang Yunxian has never received guests like this before.
Who is that person?
The customers around were talking and looking at the group that was leaving.
That gentleman is a big customer of our club.
At this time, a salesperson explained, the last time I bought a Ferrari SF90 from us, it was worth 15 million.
Also, have you seen that extended-length Lamborghini Veneno outside the club? Its official price is 80 million.
Hiss. After hearing the salesperson's words, everyone in the supercar club took a deep breath and their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian.
Good job.
An extended version of a supercar worth 80 million.
Oh my god, this is too wasteful. Mr. Jiang.
Looking at the two girlfriends who were test driving, Yi Xian thought of the system task.
Master Yi, is there anything else you need?
Zhang Yunxian spoke out loud, and then said, if you have anything, just tell me, the club will do its best to satisfy you.
That's right.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out a black card. There are 200 million on this card.
I want to buy 10 cars from you. You can choose the specific models and help me deliver them to DUN number 1 villa. 200 million for 10 cars.
Even Zhang Yunxian was stunned by this sentence.
Who buys a car like this? Master Yi, are you sure? Actually, I am a little confused.
How much money does it take to build such a thing?
Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly.
He naturally didn't care about this. Find some time to change cars and drive.
Ahem, then, okay.
As for the black card, Zhang Yunxian didn't say much, but this was a great opportunity to build closer relations, so naturally he had to give it a good match.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang.
Mr. Yi, you're welcome. Zhang Yunxian waved his hand, and the two of them became closer during the conversation.
Ding.
The host spent 200 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 2 billion renminbi. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, and he felt particularly good after making a small profit of 2 billion.
What are you talking about?
After Su Mengyao and the other person looked at the car, they came closer and asked.
Ms. Su.
Zhang Yunxian naturally did not dare to neglect it and said, young Master Yi plans to spend 200 million to buy 10 supercars in our club.
Pft, cough cough.
After hearing this, Lu Ruyan was choked by her saliva and looked at her best friend's man in confusion. She originally felt a little guilty, but now she was shocked by the man of her best friend.
200 million to buy 10 supercars.
Yi Xian, you're crazy. When Su Mengyao heard what her man did, her eyelids twitched wildly.
Good guy? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. It's such a waste. If my future parents-in-law knew about this, they would definitely give me a mixed doubles beating. What? Oh my goodness, that guy is so arrogant.
When the customers around heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their heads.
Good job. 200 million to buy a luxury car? This operation, is it really that cruel? Stay calm.
Yi Xian doted on Su Mengyao's head, and this wave of head patting made everyone envious. Your man is not short of money.
I'm getting a little tired of driving the Ferrari SF90 all the time.
It's nice to change the taste from time to time.
Hiss. Lu Ruyan gasped when she heard this. My goodness, could it be that her best friend's husband bought this car, just for her to drive it in turns? It's terrifying when you think about it. Quietly, Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend with envy. Oh my god, there's no need to show off your love like this. The price is too high. Chapter 51, Defeating the Black Dragon Gang. A big gift shocked the duo. You.
Su Mengyao blushed after hearing what her man said, this is too expensive. At this moment, she naturally noticed the envious eyes around her and felt sweet in her heart. The guy bought the supercar because of her.
But, is it really okay to pamper yourself like this? Ahem, Master Yi is a real man.
Zhang Yunxian sipped his lips. He really didn't expect that this was his intention in buying a car, but such a beautiful girl was worth it.
Ouch.
Lu Ruyan pulled her best friend aside and said, Mengyao, your man is so good to you.
Ruyan.
Su Mengyao, who was already embarrassed, blushed even redder when she heard her bestie say that.
Even if she knew, she didn't need to say it out loud. But this feeling of being pampered is really good.
Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a charming arc. Young Master Yi, take care.
After buying the car, the two girls drove the Bugatti Veyron to the Tianzi Hotel, while Yi Xian was just about to go home and kiss Sanbao. Ding ling ling.
But at this moment, a strange cell phone ringtone rang.
Boy.
When the call was connected, a threatening voice came from the other end. Come to the Paradise Club within half an hour, otherwise you three friends will bear the consequences.
Boss, leave us alone. Beep beep.
As soon as I heard the voices of Lu Zixuan and the other two, the other party hung up the phone.
Ding.
The host has triggered a random mission.
Rescue Lu Zixuan and the other two and subdue the Black Dragon Gang.
The reward for consumption rebates will be increased to 100 times, and a bonus of +2 to Constitution.
Reject the mission, Constitution +1.
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the task triggered in his ear.
Black Dragon Gang?
If I remember correctly, it should be one of the well-known underground forces in Tianhai. It's better if the three of them are okay, otherwise he won't care about completing the mission. Having said that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the extended Lamborghini Veneno towards the Paradise Club. In the Paradise Club, a man was sitting on a chair in front of the club. Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of sudden brakes, the extended version of the Lamborghini Veneno stopped in the middle of the field.
Boss, that kid is here.
Vulture, a trusted confidant of the Black Dragon Gang leader, stared at the person getting off the car with unfriendly eyes.
Oh.
Listening to his subordinate's words, Black Dragon Gang leader Lei Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard that this kid is very good at fighting.
I understand. After hearing this, Vulture's eyes flashed with fierceness. In the territory of their Black Dragon Gang, even a dragon would have to coil. Crash.
Yi Xian came to the center of the field, and with a gesture from Vulture, dozens of people around him surrounded Yi Xian.
Boy, you are Yi Xian.
Vulture glanced at the boy in front of him, then jokingly said, someone paid us, the Black Dragon Gang, to cripple you. I heard you're a good fighter. As he spoke, he looked at the dozens of younger brothers around him and said, let me see how many you can beat today.
Come on.
As the voice fell, dozens of Black Dragon Gang members did not hesitate and rushed towards Yi Xian.
Boy, prepare to die.
One of the younger brothers struck Huan Long with a punch, intending to take the first credit, but unfortunately he had the wrong idea.
Bang!
With a slap, the palm with a hint of golden light directly knocked the little brother 5 or 6 meters away. He fainted on the spot and a scarlet slap mark appeared on his face.
In that case, let us warm up these people. Good boy.
When the Vulture saw how fierce this man was, the fierceness in his eyes became even brighter.
Don't hold back, kill him. Obviously.
After seeing this move, Vulture already understood that this man was really capable, but he didn't know that this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted.
Papa.
After a series of slaps, dozens of his men were knocked down in less than 10 seconds, which made Vulture swallow his saliva.
Wow, this guy's skills are unexpectedly good.
Then, he looked at his gang leader. After seeing the gang leader nod, Vulture regained his confidence. Boy, you're dead.
Hello? Bring your weapons and come out here.
As soon as a phone call was made, 200 or 300 brothers rushed out of the Tianshangren Jian Club, and each of them held a baton in his hand, and they immediately surrounded Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian knocked the last little brother on the field to the ground.
Get started.
Vulture didn't say much, but directly ordered 200 or 300 men armed with batons to attack Yi Xian again.
Bang!
Yi Xian continued to lift up his palms and knock down people. After more than a minute, 200 or 300 people were all knocked down, which really made Vulture's eyes widen.
Boss, this kid.
He was really shocked. More than 300 people in the Heaven and Earth Club were all killed by this kid.
I'll ask everyone outside to come here.
Having said that, Vulture took out a flare and fired it into the air and pulled the fuse.
From beginning to end, Lei Kuan's eyes were on Yi Xian, and he felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart. Boom!
As the signal was sent out, a line of gathering fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky above the Paradise Club, and then all the members of the nearby Black Dragon Gang gathered around. Soon, 500 or 600 people gathered in front of the club, and there were even more people outside.
I still don't believe it. Everyone listen, destroy this guy. Wait.
Before Vulture could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lei Kuan.
Boss, this?
Vulture frowned when he saw the gang leader trying to stop him,
We have over 1,000 people in the outer hall, we'll tire him out. All right.
Lei Koan raised his hand to stop him, looking at his men who were unconscious but not in danger of death. He said, Your Excellency is very skilled. Even if all the members of the Black Dragon Gang were exhausted, they would still be no match for you. Now that things have come to this, I wonder how you would like to end it? The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, right? Looking at Lei Koan across from him, Yi Xian then tossed a USB drive over and said, Before we settle this matter, I'll give the Black Dragon Gang a gift.
Gift? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lei Koan looked at the USB flash drive and then Vulture took a tablet computer and placed it in front of the gang leader. He inserted the USB drive, and his expression changed drastically when he felt the contents. How is this possible? After seeing what was on the computer, Vulture was shocked. Boss, should we kill him at all costs? Shut up. After seeing this, Lei Koan glared at Vulture. Since he generously gave it to you, do you think this is all he has? Can. Indeed, Lei Koan panicked.
This USB flash drive alone is enough to send him and his gang leader and other core members to jail for life. After all, they have done a lot of shady things over the years.
And,
taking a deep breath, Lei Koan looked at Yi Xian across from him. This guy was able to collect so much evidence, his power is probably beyond imagination.
You know.
He thought he had done these things perfectly, and that was exactly why he could see how terrifying the man in front of him was.
Your mightiness. After weighing the pros and cons, Lei Koan looked at Yi Xian and said, Would you be so kind as to allow us to have a chat in the club?
Vulture pondered this with great fear, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian changed subtly.
Who the hell is this kid? Damn, I was screwed by that bastard. Chapter 52, The Confused Trio, The Black Dragon Gang is our family? Sir, what do you want? Lei Koan's face was gloomy as he looked at Yi Xian who was sitting opposite him in the box. It was the first time he suffered such a big loss at the hands of such a young man. Obviously, the fact that he took out the USB flash drive said it all. Otherwise, if you really want to take action against the Black Dragon Gang, you can probably just hand it over to the Ministry of Justice. Before that, I want to confirm one thing. Looking at the nervous Lei Koan and the other two, Yi Xian said, Are my three friends okay? This was the prerequisite for him to conquer the Black Dragon Gang. If Lu Zixuan and the other two were really touched, there would be no need to talk about what would happen next. Don't worry, your three friends are fine. Lei Koan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he always liked to keep a backup plan when doing things, otherwise the evidence of his crime would probably appear in the Ministry of Justice. That's good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, thinking of the task. 2 conditions. One is to release my friend. That's no problem. Lei Koan didn't say much, just winked at Vulture, and then Vulture nervously asked someone to release Lu Zixuan and the other two. What's the other condition? Lei Koan looked at Yi Xian and asked. The Black Dragon Gang will work for me from now on. Yi Xian's voice came, and the Vulture's face changed drastically. Impossible. Yeah? Hearing Vulture's words, Yi Xian's mouth curled up and the ground under his feet made a cracking sound, and then the crack spread to the entire room. Gulp. Seeing this, the Vulture's eyelids twitched wildly and he dared not breathe for a moment. That guy. How could it be possible? You. Lei Koan's face was solemn, and he stared at Yi Xian, trying to find a flaw. What if I don't agree? After all, he is a man who has seen the world, and the Black Dragon Gang is his life's work. It's very simple. Yi Xian glanced at Lei Koan and said, This USB drive will appear in the Ministry of Justice. From now on, there will be no more Black Dragon Gang in Tianhai. As for you, your respective endings should be clear. When Vulture heard this, he had a flash of thought about killing this guy, but he didn't dare to do it. Because if he fails, the consequences will be disastrous, not to mention, he is no match for this guy. Ha! The atmosphere in the box was almost frozen. It lasted for who knows how long. Lei Koan sighed and said, From now on, the Black Dragon Gang is willing to work for you. No, Master Yi. Boss, but. Alright. Lei Koan raised his hand to stop him. This is the best outcome, no need to say more. Joke? Once the evidence of the crime is known to the Ministry of Justice, not to mention the Black Dragon Gang, their lives and property will be in danger. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, not surprised by his choice. In that case, I want you to do something next. Master Yi, please give your orders. Lei Koan coughed dryly and said that his life was now in someone else's hands, and he had no choice but to do so. This matter is disbanding the Black Dragon Gang. What?
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lei Kuan exploded instantly. Young Master Yi, even if the Black Dragon Gang helps you do this, it's too much.
Yeah.
Yi Xian didn't say much, but took out a black card. Here are 2 billion.
I want you to use the Black Dragon Gang as your base to create shield security. The originally hostile Vulture was stunned when he heard this. Young Master Yi, do you mean to whitewash the Black Dragon Gang? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked towards the club. The Black Dragon Gang is an underground force after all.
If it continues to develop in the long term, it will never be able to come to the public.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry.
Lei Kuan took a deep breath when he heard this. I didn't know that was what you meant.
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand, but the Vulture frowned, and its hostility towards Yi Xian disappeared.
But, Master Yi.
It's easy to say they're clean, but for a gang as large as the Black Dragon, it's incredibly difficult to do so. The gang leader had considered it before, but eventually gave up.
After all, there are too many things involved, and if you are not careful, the consequences will outweigh the gains. That's not a problem.
After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian said, by then, I will have Tianquan Group fully cooperate with the establishment of shield security.
Tianquan Group? When Lei Kuan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that the Tianquan Group was in existence, that the 4 major families in Tianhai were coveting. Young Master Yi, can you get the full cooperation of Tianquan Group? Thinking of a certain possibility, Lei Kuan could no longer remain calm. Good.
Seeing Lei Kuan guessed it, Yi Xian did not hide it. The boss of Tianquan Group is me.
Hiss.
Vulture couldn't help but gasp, and at that moment he even suspected that he was hallucinating.
Good job. What did he hear? Tianquan Group.
He is the boss of Tianhai's business community, and he actually belongs to young Master Yi. My god.
It's terrifying when you think about it.
Thinking about what their Black Dragon Gang had done to him just now, damn it, they almost completely offended such a big shot.
No wonder. Lei Kuan smiled bitterly. No wonder he spent 2 billion without blinking an eye. Compared with Tianquan Group, 2 billion was just a drop in the bucket.
If the Tianquan Group cooperates, the Black Dragon Gang will definitely transform into shield security in the shortest possible time.
Ha!
Thinking of this, Lei Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. I will definitely live up to young Master Yi's expectations.
Ahem, Master Yi, I'm sorry for offending you just now. Vulture was coughing and apologizing.
Now thinking about it, he looked like a jumping clown, and his old face couldn't help but blush.
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand and naturally didn't take the previous incident to heart. After all, he had just warmed up.
Ding!
The host spent 2 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 20 billion renminbi. At this moment, Yi Xian heard the sound of consumption rebates.
A small profit of 20 billion. This feeling makes him feel better. Boss.
At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open and Lu Zixuan and the other 2 walked in from outside.
Are you okay?
The 3 asked with concern. Leo smiled when he saw Yishao's 3 friends and said, I'm sorry, the flood washed away the Dragon King temple.
Well.
Listening to Leo's personal apology, Lu Zixuan and the other 2 were completely bewildered, certain that this was the vicious leader of the Black Dragon Gang.
No, it's okay.
The 3 of them coughed dryly and then looked at Yi Xian in unison. Boss, what's going on?
Obviously, they couldn't understand why this happened. Wasn't the Black Dragon Gang going to do something bad to the boss? A misunderstanding.
Yi Xian waved his hand and made up an excuse. The Black Dragon Gang has in-depth cooperation with the Red Leaf Commercial Street.
We are all family. So that's how it is.
After hearing this, Lu Zixuan and the other 2 finally understood, but Leo Vulture looked at each other.
Red Leaf Commercial Street? It's also Mr. Yi. Yes, what a guy. Did that Korean bastard get his head stuck in the door? He actually hired them to offend Master Yi. Chapter 53, A Magnanimous Meeting Gift, Conquering the Black Dragon Gang. Ahem.
After hearing this, Vulture coughed dryly and said, Excuse me, everyone.
I hope you won't take it as an offense.
Although he said this, he was extremely grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he listened to the gang leader and didn't do anything to them, otherwise they would be dead now without knowing how.
Fine.
Knowing it was a misunderstanding, the 3 of them didn't make a fuss about it. After all, they had to give face to the boss.
Let's do this.
Seeing this, the vulture nodded slightly and said, "To express my apology, I will take you three back to school."
This. Lu Zixuan and the other two heard what vulture said, then looked at Yi Xian. "Okay. All three of you, please."
After getting in the car, Vulture finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's right.
Vulture came to the car and took out 3 cards. There are 100,000 yuan in the cards, which is for today's shock money. The operation here is obviously very skillful.
After all, Vulture has some good judgment to be able to become the gang leader's confidant, and this can be considered as strengthening the relationship. Not good.
Looking at the cards in their hands, Lu Zixuan and the other two were slightly stunned. They naturally knew that it was because of the boss that this was the case.
Take it, otherwise I won't be able to report to you.
Fearing that the three would not accept it, Vulture continued, "To be honest, Master Yi has done us a great favor.
This amount of money is nothing."
At this point, Vulture smiled and said, "From now on, I hope you will say a few good words to Master Yi."
Oh well.
After thinking about it, the three of them accepted it, and seeing this, Vulture's heart was completely relieved.
That's right. Vulture thought of something and then took out 3 business cards. "Here are my phone numbers. Feel free to call me if you need anything in the future. We're all family, you're welcome."
The heroic Vulture said this, and indeed he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest.
Thanks. Lu Zixuan and the other two looked at the business card and couldn't help wondering what the boss had done to make the people who had kidnapped them change their attitude so drastically. Well, what? Vulture naturally didn't take the thanks seriously.
Thinking of the scene where young Master Yi swept through heaven and earth, he couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Young Master Yi, are you very good at fighting?"
Oh. Hearing Vulture's words, Lu Zixuan and the other two were stunned at first and then nodded in agreement. Of course. Lu Zixuan spoke first and said, "The boss is very powerful. Have you heard of Chiba Gym?" "Of course I've heard of this."
Vulture coughed dryly. Chiba Dokan is one of the best karate dokans in Tianhai, and the tuition for learning karate there is over 100,000 yuan a year.
A few days ago, Inoue Ichiro from Chiba Gym.
I wanted to teach the boss a lesson, but he beat me right to my knees, calling me daddy.
Puff. As soon as these words came out, Vulture almost choked on his saliva. Is this true?
Previously, the gang leader invited Ichiro Inoue to give special training to the gang members, but even he could not last more than 10 moves in his hands. It was also from that time that he gained a new understanding of karate.
Only.
Such a person was actually beaten by Yi Xiao to his knees and calling him daddy.
What a guy. Of course it's true.
Zhao Yang nodded firmly, then sipped his lips. Otherwise, the boss is a strange man.
You know the Emperor's Hotel, right? He's our boss.
After saying that, Zhao Yang took out a gold card from his arms.
Nah.
After taking out the gold card, Zhao Yang said proudly, "It's this gold card that makes all purchases at the Tianzi Hotel completely free.
This is the supreme black gold card of the Emperor Hotel." Vulture's eyelids twitched wildly. He had seen the gang leader have one before. And. Zhou Hang was getting agitated at this moment, and he came up and asked, "Do you know where the boss lives?" "Emperor Yuan number 1 villa, a mansion worth billions."
When the vultures heard this, they couldn't help but smack their lips.
What a great guy.
However, they didn't seem to know that Tianquan Group belonged to young Master Yi. On the other side, in the box. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for what happened earlier."
With a dry cough, Lei Koan apologized again without any shame since there were only 2 of them. "No problem."
Yi Xian waved his hand. After all, he felt quite good after stretching his muscles today.
"To be honest, Master Yi."
Lei Koan paused before saying, "The one who hired us to attack you was actually the popular Korean singer Kim Soo-hyun. Originally, I didn't want to take it, but the price they offered, too generous."
Yeah.
Although Yi Xian was a little surprised, he didn't care too much, but it was understandable.
Or. Lei Koan thought for a moment before saying, "Should I have him crippled?"
He thought for a moment and then asked, wishing in his heart that he could cut that Korean guy into pieces, because that bastard almost made him fall into eternal damnation.
"Need not. I'll handle this matter."
Yi Xian waved his hand. He had already made up his mind about the fate of the stick dog.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of rescuing Lu Zixuan and the other two and subduing the Black Dragon Gang. Your rewards will be increased to 100 times your spending rebate, and you'll also receive a bonus of +2 to your constitution. But at this moment, the sound of task rewards suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Xian smiled slightly. Then look at the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Physical fitness, 28 normal person 10 charm value, max human ceiling exists.
Abilities, driving almighty, 100 times consumption rebate capped at 100 billion, god level cooking, almighty dad, martial arts master, singing god ability, curing kidneys, gaming almighty, bone setting and massage ability, medical master, eye of god. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, Extended Lamborghini Poison, Anti-Face Cream X3, Isolation Card X6, Bone Eating Powder X53, Evidence Collection Card X5, 100% shares of Red Leaf Commercial Street, Dagger Dragon Scale, 100% shares of Tianquan Group. Wealth, 42.353 billion renminbi.
Not bad.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, and he could increasingly understand the happiness of being rich.
After chatting for a few words, Lei Kuan respectfully accompanied Yi Xian to the front of the club. From now on, the Black Dragon Gang will serve Master Yi. Lei Kuan glanced around, seeing many of his men with bruised faces and noses. What are you standing there for? You haven't met Master Yi yet. Meet Mr. Yi.
Gulping their saliva, the younger brothers dared not be negligent in the slightest. They covered their faces respectfully and looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes.
No need to be so polite.
Perhaps because he had conquered the Black Dragon Gang, he now looked at these people with a much better attitude. He then took out a card and said, "I hope you all will forgive me for what I did earlier.
Here is 100 million as a gift for you all." Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of hundreds of people in the field widened.
Young Master Yi actually wanted to give them 100 million as a gift. Oh shit! This operation is too grand.
The members who were initially a little emotional suddenly changed their attitude and shouted excitedly in unison, "Thank you, Master Yi." Looking at this scene, Lei Kuan narrowed his eyes. Yi Xiao's method of winning people's hearts is really brilliant.
Chapter 54, Unexpected Card Operation, Kim Soo-hyun died in a car accident? Farewell, Master Yi.
In front of the club, Lei Kuan and his men respectfully saw Yi Xian off, and only came back to their senses after Yi Xian disappeared from their sight.
Brave troops. Lei Kuan threw the card given by Master Yi to Pixiu, distributed among the brothers. Yes, boss.
The confidant Pixiu took a deep breath and held the card in his hand.
Oh my god, this is 100 million. Young Master Yi, you are too arrogant.
For a moment, everyone's impression of Yi Xian soared, and they even felt that it was an honor to be slapped by Yi Xiao just now.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming an accident card X1, costing 100 renminbi. On the way back to the villa, Yi Xian exchanged an unexpected card.
That's right.
This was the ending Yi Xian wanted to give Kim Soo-hyun.
Accident card, use.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, his lips curled up. The target is Kim Soo-hyun.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the accidental card.
The target is the popular singer Kim Soo-hyun. 1 minute.
Looking at the countdown of the accident card, it is clear that Kim Soo-hyun only has 1 minute left to live. On the other side, the elevated road.
Ding ling ling.
While Kim Soo-hyun was driving, his cell phone rang.
Hello.
Kim Soo-hyun, who was connected to the Bluetooth headset, was stunned when he heard the news from the other side. What did you say?
That kid walked out of heaven on earth safely.
Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun's face turned pale. Asshole.
A bunch of trash. After hanging up the phone, Kim Soo-hyun was furious. The Black Dragon Gang, a powerful underground force in Tianhai, couldn't even deal with a young boy. Not good.
Kim Soo-hyun, who was about to slow down to overtake, suddenly discovered that the brakes had failed and the car was speeding up rapidly. It's broken.
Bang.
After the dull sound, Kim Soo-hyun and his car fell straight off the overpass and crashed to the ground. When the sound fell, Kim Soo-hyun was already dead. A strong smell of blood filled the air, and blood oozed out of the car.
Ah!
There was a car accident. By the time a passing traffic police officer moved the person out of the driver's seat, he had already turned into a pulp.
That's Su Chul, my god. No, how could this happen? The crowd that stopped to watch saw that many girls looked sad. Crack.
At this moment, a reporter happened to pass by and asked the follow-up brother to broadcast the event live, and at the same time he contacted Tianhai TV station.
Such explosive news, you can't miss it.
I arrived at the murder scene with my little cameraman. The police had already blocked the road for investigation. Our station reports, just now, popular Korean singer Kim Soo-hyun was suspected of falling from an elevated road. Police have taken control of the scene and are investigating the cause of the accident.
We will continue to report for you.
As time went by, more and more people gathered in the field.
People kept taking pictures.
After all, it is hard not to be sad when such a popular star dies in an accident.
In an instant, the news of Kim Soo-hyun's death in a car accident spread like wildfire on the internet. The box of heaven on earth. Bang!
The door to the private room was broken open, and Vulture, who had just returned from escorting someone, gulped and said, "Boss, something big has happened."
Seeing the Vulture coming back, Lei Cohen was startled and stood up. What's wrong? Obviously, he thought that something went wrong when he sent someone off. Ahem, not the gang leader.
After a dry cough and a breath, Vulture said, "Kim Soo-hyun, it was that Korean bastard, who died in a car accident.
Falling from the overpass, so tragic."
After Vulture finished speaking, he seemed to have used up all his strength, because he happened to pass by the scene when the accident happened.
Kim Soo-hyun? Died in a car accident.
Hearing this, Lei Cohen's heart was shocked as he thought of something. This speed is too fast.
At this moment, if you say that it has nothing to do with young Master Yi, he won't believe it even if you kill him. Only. How did Ji Xiao do it?
He felt a chill on his back.
Boss, are you okay? What's too fast? Vulture was completely confused and had no idea what the gang leader was talking about. Ha!
After a while, Lei Cohen came back to his senses and looked at the cracked ground. Just now, I asked Mr. Yi.
Lei Cohen recounted what had happened, and the Vulture's eyes widened after hearing it. Boss, you mean? Kim Soo-hyun's car accident, it was done by Master Yi.
Vulture was not stupid either, so he naturally understood what the gang leader meant.
Given the various conditions, this possibility was very high. It's terrifying when you think about it.
For a moment, the corners of Vulture's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but be thankful for their previous decision.
If you really offend Master Yi, the outcome will be no better than Kim Soo-hyun's. Boss, you may not know.
Vulture thought about what he had heard from Lu Zixuan and the other two in the car. Young Master Yi has Tianquan Group and Red Leaf Commercial Street, and the Emperor Hotel is also his business.
In addition, Mr. Yi also lives in the King of the Dun No. 1 villa, which is worth 1 billion. Yeah.
Hearing Vulture's words, Lei Cohen nodded in understanding and took a deep breath. It seems that young Master Yi is more mysterious than we imagined.
Emperor Hotel, President's Office. Finally, it's been dealt with.
Lu Ruyan stretched, sorted out the hotel's various data, and looked at the girl next to her. "Mangyao, you are really a genius.
With you here, I can at least relax half as much." No way. Su Mengyao checked the hotel's various data and felt it was unusually easy. You are so capable and beautiful. If I were a man, I would marry you.
Lu Ruyan sighed, then stood up and hooked her friend's fair and delicate chin with her slender hand, teasing her.
Put. Ruyan, you want to die. I rolled my eyes at my best friend. What kind of vicious words are these guys saying? How dare he say that he has to marry me? Ding dong. Just then, Lu Ruyan received a message on her phone. She clicked on it and read, "Shocking. A popular Korean singer has died in a car accident. The cause is unknown." After seeing the photos of the car accident, Lu Ruyan was shocked. "It's him. Mengyao, look, isn't this the Korean dog that had a conflict with your man some time ago?" This? Seeing the tragic car accident scene in the photo, Su Mengyao was stunned. Kim Soo-hyun, is it really him? Serves you right. It's a good thing for such people to die. Living is just a waste of air. Well. Listening to her best friend's words, Lu Ruyan coughed dryly. What a villain. Her best friend, who was the most vicious person, was dead and still said this. If the Korean knew about this, she wondered if he would come back to life and fight with her best friend. Chapter 55. Sue's mother called, and their relationship was finally exposed. Night falls at Dun Villa. Yi Xian. After dinner, Lu Ruyan sipped her lips and thought about the day's events. There's something you don't know yet. Kim Soo-hyun, who was involved in the last Lantern Festival conflict, knows about this, right? He was reportedly killed in a car accident today. What a tragic death. Yeah.
Yi Xian was not too surprised to hear Lu Ruyan's words. After all, she was the instigator of this matter.
You don't seem surprised? Su Mengyao couldn't help but feel curious when she saw someone's reaction. Well enough.
Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. People with that kind of character will eventually perish if they continue to do evil. Most importantly, paying attention to someone like that for even a second longer is a waste of life.
Ahem, okay.
Lu Ruyan coughed dryly. It turned out that the reason why her best friend's husband was not surprised was that he didn't take it to heart at all.
I'm in a good mood today. Mengyao, have fun tonight.
After saying that, Lu Ruyan took Sanbao away to sleep with great foresight, leaving the rest of the time for her best friend and her man to be alone.
Ruyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing what her best friend said, Lu Ruyan's face flushed and then spread to her neck. So angry. What? Just have fun ba ba ba. I will go back to my room first.
After glancing at someone, Su Mengyao walked towards the room with a step-by-step approach, as if to say, I'll be waiting for you.
This girl.
Seeing Su Mengyao return to the room, Yi Xian sipped his lips and said, it seems that a battle tonight is inevitable.
But, to be honest, it's quite exciting. At the same time, in the room. Ding-ling-ling.
Su Mengyao had just closed the door when her cell phone rang. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the call because it was Su's mother.
Hello. After answering the phone, the shyness and smile disappeared, leaving only a cold expression. What's going on? Snort. Su Mengyao, how can you talk to your mother like that?
It was obvious that Su's mother on the opposite side was very dissatisfied with her daughter's tone and snorted coldly.
If you have something to say it, or I'm hanging up. You. Hearing her daughter's words, Su's mother froze.
She had never expected this girl to be so assertive. I haven't called you in a year.
You must have grown wings.
I'm warning you, don't even think about escaping from my grasp.
In addition,
Mother Su paused and said in a commanding tone, the eldest son of the Luo family will be returning home in 2 days. You must die here. Whether you seduce me or lick me on my knees. We must connect with the young master of the Luo family.
Impossible.
Hearing what Su's mother said, Su Mengyao's pretty face turned even colder. Just give up on this idea. Even if I die, I will never become a victim of your marriage of convenience.
And
Su Mengyao didn't know where she got the confidence from, but she refused to give in. I already have a boyfriend. If you continue to push me, I will cut off all ties with you from now on.
Beep beep.
After she finished speaking, Su Mengyao hung up the phone. At this moment, she realized that her status in the Su family had not changed at all. It was only her man who treated her like a treasure.
Rebellious girl. Mother Su looked at her phone in frustration. That evil creature actually dared to hang up on me. Check it for me.
Then Su's mother made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, I want all the information about that rebellious girl Su Mengyao over the past year.
Yes, ma'am.
After hearing Su's mother's order, the other side immediately carried it out. Soon, Su's mother received a message. Yi Xian, a junior at Tianhai University, lives in the DUN number 1 villa worth 1 billion yuan, drives an 80 million extended version Lamborghini Veneno, and is suspected of having a daughter with Miss Sanbao.
Miss and Sanbao are currently living in DUN villa.
He owns 100% of the shares of Tianzi Hotel and Hongye Commercial Street, and has also acquired Rongqing Xingqiu Group. He donated 30 million yuan to Tianhai University some time ago. He is very skilled, and his other identities are unknown. Mother Su's face changed drastically when she saw the information her men had found out. 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, how bold. Su Mengyao, I never thought you'd dare to escape from my control like this in just 1 year.
What's wrong?
In the villa, Su Deming, Su's father, came closer and said, I heard you yelling from a distance.
Su Deming. It's not your evil daughter.
Then he recounted what had happened, and Mr. Su's face turned pale when he heard it.
What did you say? That girl actually gave birth to triplets with a strange man.
In fact, this news had a huge impact on Su's father.
You know.
Ever since his daughter grew up, he has been proud that she is so beautiful that she will be able to marry into the Luo family, one of the 4 major families in the future.
Moreover, the eldest son of the Luo family also has some interest in their daughter.
But now, that girl suddenly had sex with another man and gave birth to a child.
What if the Luo family knew about this? Damn it!
Father Su was filled with regret and blamed himself, saying, "If I had known earlier, I should have locked that rebellious girl up at home."
Hey!
Mother Su sighed and smiled bitterly, then her eyes lit up as she thought of something. "That's right.
Maybe it's not that bad, you may not know."
After a pause, Su's mother said, "That girl's lover is no ordinary person. He's only a junior in college, but he lives in a villa worth 10 billion, drives an 80 million supercar, and owns the Tianzi Hotel in Hongye Commercial Street.
It is estimated that his net worth is at least tens of billions. You mean?
Father Su was stunned when he heard what Mother Su said, but then he realized something and became quite excited. "Let's settle for the next best thing and take this opportunity to blackmail them."
Good. Su's mother nodded in agreement.
After all, it would be a shame not to get some money out of such a domineering son-in-law.
That's not impossible.
Father Su narrowed his eyes, nodded, and raised his lips. "In that case, call him and ask him to bring that kid to our family dinner."
Good. After hearing this, Su's mother nodded and then called her daughter again. What's wrong?
At the same time, in the room, Yi Xian looked at the depressed and helpless girl with concern.
Yi Xian, I.
Before she finished speaking, she buried her head in Yi Xian's arms and started crying, hugging her man tightly. Only then did she realize that except Yi Xian, no one really loved her.
What's wrong?
Seeing him like this, Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. It was that blind guy again who was looking for death by bullying his daughter.
My mother may know about our relationship.
Between sobs, Su Mengyao recounted what had just happened. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble."
Su family.
Seeing his woman's tears, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he suppressed his anger and comforted the girl in his arms. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything."
No matter who it is, no one can bully you. Chapter 56. What?
Yi Xian controls the Black Dragon Gang. Su Mengyao felt the sense of security in the embrace, which was so tight that she knew she was not alone this time. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. This Su family, since they've reached out, don't blame them for being ruthless.
Ding ling ling.
But in this room, Su's mother called again. "Yi Xian, it's my mother." Seeing the incoming call, Su Mengyao's eyes flashed with fear, which made Yi Xian even angrier towards this mother-in-law whom he had never met.
Take it. Turn on speakerphone.
Yi Xian was silent. He wanted to see what that old woman wanted.
Hey, Mengyao.
After the call was connected, Su's mother on the other end completely changed her attitude and said, "I was a little harsh just now.
I want to apologize."
This. Su Mengyao was stunned when she heard what Su's mother said.
How could that be?
His attitude just now was so tough, but now he is actually apologizing to her.
This has never happened before. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Hurry up and tell me what's going on.
Su Mengyao didn't tolerate it and spoke directly. Mrs. Su on the opposite side was about to get angry, but when she thought of her domineering son-in-law, she suppressed her anger. "Mengyao, I was wrong not to call you this year." Mother Su continued, "But you and Xiaoye gave birth to triplets without telling us, which was too much."
Really? After hearing what Su's mother said, Su Mengyao took a deep breath and realized that they knew.
However, this is not surprising. After all, with the power of the Su family, it is too easy to find out these things. Previously, they did not bother to care because they did not take him seriously at all.
You're not angry?
However, Su Mengyao found it strange that normally, the cold-blooded mother should have scolded her harshly.
How could it be?
Mother Su nodded and smiled, then continued, "Xiaoye is so rich, you two must be truly in love.
I heard that Xiaoye asked you to manage the Tianzi Hotel, right? After hearing what Su's mother said, Su Mengyao vaguely realized something. Sure enough, their concern for her was fake.
It seemed that they were after her man's money.
Give up on this idea.
Su Mengyao directly revealed the truth. "You can't take a single cent from Yi Xian."
"Mengyao, am I such a person as your mother?"
Mother Su pretended to be polite and continued, "I just want you to invite Xiaoye to our family dinner.
After all, you have to meet your parents."
This. Hearing this, Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian beside her with some uncertainty.
Ding!
The host has triggered the mission. Make the snobbish parents-in-law kneel down and confess to Su Mengyao. The reward is the secret technique of controlling thunder and a bonus of +1 to physical fitness.
Reject the mission, Constitution +1. Wow!
Listening to the system task, Yi Xian was stunned.
Kneel down and confess to this girl. Thinking of this, Yi Xian nodded slightly and thought, it seems possible? At least. This will make it more comfortable.
Compared to the reward, Yi Xian obviously cares more about the process of the mission.
Promise it.
Thinking of this, Yi Xian nodded slightly.
This trip was also his first confrontation with the Su family. All right.
Seeing that her man agreed, Su Mengyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I will tell him.
Beep beep.
After saying that, Su Mengyao hung up the phone, and 2 lines of tears fell uncontrollably.
Nizi, why are you crying again?
Yi Xian hurriedly wiped away the tears of his beautiful wife. Seeing her like this, he might as well slap those 2 cold-blooded old guys a few times.
Yi Xian, why are you so nice to me?
Su Mengyao stared at the man in front of her with emotion, feeling that he must be the best gift God had given her.
Boom.
The spoiled girl tapped her head gently and said, Silly girl, you are my wife.
If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Rest assured.
With your man here, those 2 cold-blooded old guys can't make any waves.
Aha!
Su Mengyao nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. I believe it.
That. Then Su Mengyao's face turned red. Your clothes are wet from crying. Let me help you take a bath.
As she spoke, she took her man's hand and went into the bathroom.
18,000 words omitted here.
At night, I look at the beautiful woman sleeping peacefully in my arms.
If you want to make those 2 old guys kneel down and repent, we still need to prepare.
Yi Xian thought for a moment, then used the evidence collection card that he had not used for a long time.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the evidence collection card in 0.03 seconds, targeting the Su family of Tianhai. Listening to the sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
System, help me pass it to Lei Koan. After the transmission was successful, Yi Xian immediately called Lei Koan. Hey, Master Yi. As soon as the call was connected, Lei Koan's voice came from the other end. What can I do for you?
Seeing the time when young Master Yi called him, it was obvious that the matter was serious.
The Su family of Tianhai knows about this, right? I revealed my identity to them. Yi Xian told Lei Koan the plan again, and Lei Koan was shocked when he heard it. What?
Young Master Yi, the daughter of the 3rd master of the Su family, is actually your woman.
After learning what happened, Lei Koan understood everything.
He had heard that the daughter of the 3rd branch of the Su family in Tianhai had always been unwelcome, but he never thought that she would be saved by Yi Xiao.
Master Yi, leave this matter to me. The Su family of Tianhai doesn't even dare to act so presumptuously in front of me.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said, the thing I just gave you is a gift to the Su family.
Gift? After hanging up the phone, Lei Koan looked at his phone, opened it, and was stunned. Oh my goodness. This is the evidence of guilt for all members of the Su family in Tianhai.
Lei Koan smacked his lips, thinking of the scene of how he was dealt with before, and looked towards the Su family with sympathy.
Grandma, is the Su family of Tianhai finally going to get their comeuppance? Lei Koan then called Su Mengyao's parents directly. Hello, Boss Lei.
After receiving the call, Mr. Su was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe.
Snort. Lei Koan snorted coldly, then said, Su Deming, you were so bold to dare to confront Master Yi. You Su family, are you looking for death? Where did this come from?
After these words, Mr. Su's expression changed from confusion at first to deep shock.
What?
Yi Xian, he is actually.
Gulp.
Swallowing hard, Father Su's face was filled with horror. Okay, Boss Lei, I know what to do.
What's wrong? When Su's mother heard what Su's father said, she couldn't help but frown.
It was the first time she saw Su's father like this.
Something big has happened.
Taking a deep breath, Father Su's eyelids twitched wildly. That Yi Xian, he actually surrendered to Lei Koan and took control of the entire Black Dragon gang.
Boom. As soon as these words came out, Su's mother's mind was like being hit by a cannonball. What?
The Black Dragon gang belongs to that Yi Xian, how could this be?
Plop.
Mother Su's legs went weak and she fell onto the seat, her face ashen.
That was the Black Dragon gang.